But most importantly, what makes that piece of paper a survey plan that can be acknowledged and recognized by the Surveyor General's office, like you've made reference to, is the signature of the surveyor. The surveyor must have taken responsibility for
the authenticity of that document.
For that drawing, and that is for authenticity. The accurate preparation of it is being ascertained with that, and that all that had been through, right from the data acquisition stage, the processing stage, before it gets to that presentation stage, had tried as much as possible to abide by the survey rules and regulations as it governs the practice of the profession in that particular state.
Okay, so
one other thing is, on the left side will be the plan number for record purposes. Yes, for record purposes. But the most important thing there is
the signature.
The signature.
So if there's no signature, I shouldn't even bother.
No, it's just a piece of paper. No. Let's put it that way. Everybody has a signature. If there is no signature of a surveyor, then it's not
just
a
piece of paper. So who should be drafting a survey plan?
At the end of the day,
I'm sorry to butt in, because I find out in my course of work, I meet survey technician, survey technologist, people, so it's registered surveyor. Please explain. Who should we be talking to?
The surveyor, because he's the person that was going to take responsibility for whatever he signs, determines at what stage he will sign. But in the service delivery, just like any other profession, in the service delivery chain, we have the survey assistant, we have the survey technician who is an OND holder, we have the survey technologist who holds the HND, and we have the pupil surveyor. And whoever has the degree or its equivalent is a pupil surveyor. And he is ready after 2 years of his registration with our council to start taking the final examinations that will make him or her a surveyor.
Okay, so if I'm to approach a surveyor, what should I be asking for to determine who he is? How do I know it's a because they're always saying registered surveyor. Registered surveyor. Who is a registered surveyor? And how do I determine who a registered surveyor is?
By law, a surveyor is a surveyor. When he says it's a surveyor, it's because it's registered. And that's why we've qualified all this that used that particular word surveyor in the delivery chain. We have the survey assistant, we have the survey technician, we have the survey technologist, and we have the pupil surveyor.
Okay, so who you should be dealing with?
So you should be dealing with the surveyor.
A surveyor. Okay. So once he's a surveyor, it's assumed he's registered. So what should I ask for? How do I know he's a surveyor?
For instance, it depends on if it's in Lagos State, there's so much that we had done that is there on the net for you to verify. We have a directory there. We have an association of private practicing surveyors that has a directory on the net for you to verify. So you will first ask the question and let him answer. If he says he's a surveyor, then you can verify.
Okay, quickly, what is the difference between a registered survey plan and a provisional survey plan? Because I was involved in one transaction and I asked the vendor of the property that, can we see your survey plan? And he said, oh, I have it. When I saw it, it was a provisional one. And he said it also works. I know it doesn't work, but for an average lay person who might also be in this situation, what is the difference and what should I be accepting in such a situation?
Thank you. If it's for land transaction, what the provisional survey plan could be a survey plan that is presented at whatever stage of the exercise that had not been completed. That's why it's provisional. So if you want to know how far the person had gone and things like that, then you still call it provisional, you still produce something for you. But in as much as it doesn't have that survey plan, that signature on that survey plan, the signature of the surveyor on that survey plan, then it is not yet.
So how does it affect the transaction?
Now,
buying a land without.
You know what? Most times in practice, what necessitates this issue of provisional survey plan is the fact that the state government, that's Lagos State government, had an edict that mandates a surveyor to put it on the plan, that whether a plan is within government, whichever government acquisition or not, whether it's within acquisition or not. And we know what happens when you give a plan to an individual and you put the stamp there, and he had
committed land.
Yes, that it may not be quite committed, but it's still under, because there are different types of acquisitions.
Yes.
So it may not be committed. It may be something that could still be ratified.
Okay, he might be hoping to buy that property for residential purposes, and that land is designated for farmland. So it's going to be there, isn't it?
No, you're not going to specify whether it's farmland or whatever. You're only going to say it's government land.
So before we had this
That's zoning. That's what the government has zoned it for. But it still remains government land. So,
but I heard your association is in court with the government because of this requisition. But I think it's in the best interest of the buyer. So why are you in court because of that? A survey plan should carry the identity of that land. And it should, the primary focus should be, as a purchaser, to know if that land is under government acquisition or not. So it should be on the surface of it. So why is your association against that?
If the client will pay for the services rendered, then we wouldn't be fighting for it.
How do you mean?
Most times when they see that stamp, which could have come only after the whole exercise had been completed, after you had done the job and your remuneration is due, when he now sees that stamp, he may even leave that plan with you and he won't collect again.
Okay, so now.
So whereas that same individual still has to take that plan for whatever, if he wants to use it for anything with government, he has to still take it back to the
and he would know at that time
office for survey for land information.
But when he gets there, he would know if he's
he will know.
So you shouldn't be bothered at that point. You should not, your association should not be bothered. So what you're talking about is your own remuneration.
Oh yes, we are bothered about our remuneration.
I don't think so. I think people will get used to it. But if it's a government regulation, if it's a requirement, people will get used to it. And I think it saves a lot of headache for you.
Experience
for surveyors too, because you're always in court, bearing witness as experts on the issue of land disputes.
Yes, please.
So it even saves you a lot of drama, a lot of problems. If at the inception is written, it's embossed right on it that this land is subject to government acquisition, and you go ahead and construct on it and all that, I think it's better.
Do you know that most times these individuals have already paid? It's okay. It's okay. You know the way you put in it. It's okay.
That is why you should chat it before buying.
If you chose, listen, we don't have any responsibility to that client unless he tells us to do something for it.
That is why it's advisable to chat it before you pay for the survey plan.
Before who pays?
The purchaser. Okay, say for instance.
He has to visit the surveyor.
Yes.
Before paying.
You take a surveyor. Okay, hold on, sir. You take a surveyor. That's what I advise for my clients.
That's okay.
I take a surveyor. When you tell me identify a piece of land, I take a surveyor there who picks the coordinates and comes back and gives us the land information.
Wonderful.
So I don't need to go ahead with the conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I know that.
So If anybody now doesn't do that,
Yes.
now comes for your services, and you do a survey, I think it's your obligation to put it there if it's under government acquisition or not. It saves him a lot of trouble. He's probably paid 800,000 naira for that survey plan.
Yeah.
And it helps him at inception to know that what I'm going into, and it saves him a lot of money, millions of money that is going to shell out. So I think it's your duty to educate people at that time, not to take the government to court on this.
No, we've been doing that.
So why
We've
are you
been
in
doing
court?
that. But on the other hand, we see it as a situation whereby we've just talked about the client, even the government itself, the government that collects the record copy and the
I was
rest
going
of
to
it.
that. I was going to ask you on that.
Even the government itself, we believe that our own responsibility is to represent the land with its features, both man-made and artificial, properly, accurately, for people to use.
Which includes that.
And as soon as we do that, where our remuneration is due, whether from government or whoever. So for us to be mandated to now put it where we know that as soon as we put it, people develop that coffee and they couldn't be bothered. Wow.
Okay, I don't want us to overflog it. Quickly, for the last question would be, after I receive a copy of my document, my survey plan, what is the end process? Because some surveyors will give you the survey plan and you carry it around, but the registered copy is nowhere to be found. They don't lodge it. So when you go in for probably you want to do your perfection, they tell you it's nowhere to be found. So how do I ensure that the surveyor registers that lodges the red copy at the Surveyor General's office?
You have, with due respect, you have used two words.
Mm-hmm.
We only use one. We only lodge record copy. We don't register.
Okay, lodgement
Lawyers,
of the red copy.
yes,
Okay,
of the
sir.
record copy. But lawyers register subsequently down the line.
Yes.
With even that
I take
instrument
that
too.
back. I take that back.
With the instrument that we produced, he registers in the land registry the land, and because there is a survey plan, they know the land that has been registered. So much is known about that.
So
land.
it is very
But
imperative.
for us, within 1 month of having completed a survey assignment, you are expected to lodge the record copy of that particular survey plan with the Surveyor General of that state. The essence is that, for instance, the record copy contains far more information than the
blue copy that we have.
Yes, we call it black copy, but yes, it looks blue. But we call that you have. It shows the stages, the correctness, the accurate nature of the stages, and whether you really did it, the whole exercise in accordance with survey rules and regulations as it pertains to that
So
state.
in essence, it doesn't stop at your surveyor giving you the blue copy. You have to ensure that they lodge the record
Yes,
copy.
the record copy.
And you must get a...
That's for the surveyor.
Unfortunately, we must end the conversation at this point with our guest, but we still have a lot to chew and digest on the topic. So our guest has agreed to come next week to conclude the discussion. So make sure you don't miss it for anything. Coming up next is the Design Tip segment where Eniola Onola of Precise Lighting will be talking to us on lighting. Let's see.
Hi, my name is Eniola Onola, and I'm the CEO and Director at Precise Lighting. Welcome to our exhibition stand at the Made by Design Fair during the Design Week, Lagos. Today, I'll be showing you some of our designs that we have here at the exhibition booths, starting with this beautiful ceiling light. You know, when you have spaces and you don't have so much headroom, you have to consider lighting that does not interfere with the walkway. And you also need luminance, so it needs to be bright enough to be able to make everything visible. So you need to have lighting that doesn't drop. So lighting that flushes up to the ceiling is always ideal. You can have wall lights, to accentuate your wall. You don't want to leave your wall bare. And then you have drop lights that you can put. You can center it on your dining, and you can also center it in your living room. It doesn't always have to be a surface mounted in your living room. You can have drop chandeliers in your living space. Now, when you're lighting up your space, there are certain things that you have to put in mind. Now, you need a lighting that would just be an ambience light. So aside from lighting, it's important to have natural lighting anyway. You can have spotlights in your living room. You can have one centerpiece in your living room. It can be just under your bed, a bit below. Toilets and bathrooms, they are very important. You don't want to go into a bathroom that it looks a bit dingy or bleak. You want to go in, you want to be able to see yourself. If you have a mirror in there, you should be able to see yourself beautifully. In the morning, you're brushing your teeth, you want to be able to see yourself. You can have illuminated mirror lights in your bathroom. You can have spotlights. I always suggest spotlights in your bathroom. You can have 18 watts recessed lights, depending on how the layout of the bathroom is or the toilet.
Space and style.
I hope you learned 1 or 2 tips from Eniola, and I hope you incorporate them into your DIY interior designs. And to end the show this week is the artisan spot.
Actually, pé kí nǹkan wá nǹkan ṣe ni pé a fẹ́ báyàn máa tajà náà ni mí náà ń báyàn tajà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọọṣẹ́. So láti bẹ̀ mo ti rí pé ọ̀nà tèmi náà lè ṣe léléyìí mo dẹ̀ fojú sí. I spent like 15 years lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí èmi náà wà kó tó di pé mi náà dómìnira ti tèmi náà. Actually ẹni tó bá lówó ó lè tà àmọ́ ó gbọ́dọ̀ train nípa ẹ̀, ó gbọ́dọ̀ mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ torí pé bí situation Nàìjíríà ṣe rí nsìn tí o bá ní o kówó lórí ọjà kan tó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ bóyá kíní ẹ̀ ti fall nínú market nsìn ò mọ̀ tí wọ́n kàn lọ ra tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ta tiẹ̀ nsìn wàá tà ní bad price ni àfi kó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. So bó ṣe ń lọ wàá mọ̀ quality wàá mọ̀ quantity pé tí n bá rà tó báyìí iye báyìí náà lè dí mi lórí ẹ̀ tó o bá ti mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ o lè ṣe àfi kó train nípa ẹ̀. It's all imported. Local wa náà wà but kò tí ì pọ̀ ń ta bí imported. The same thing even tá bá ní ká tún fojú wò ń sìn ní local one títí wa gan ó yìí fẹ́ stand ju foreign lọ but kò ń ṣe nǹkan tí tó wà famous táwọn èèyàn ti mọ̀ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Àwọn èèyàn ń fi ojú pé local títí wa náà fi ń wò tó bá ká wo how long durability rẹ̀ bó ṣe long sí tiwa gan yìí tún ní àlàáfíà ju ti foreign one lọ. Fún àwọn táǹtà ń sìn àti wádìí lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó ń lò wọ́n ti sọ fún wa even ẹlòmíì tó mọ̀ ọ́nù wọn máa ń request ẹ̀ pé nírú eléyìí o nǹkan báyìí ni kò bá mi wá thickness ẹ̀ ó ju ti foreign lọ torí ní foreign yẹn àwọn náà máa fún wọn ní measurement nǹkan tí àwọn fẹ́ látọ̀hún yẹn wá but ti local ti wá ń sìn kó size tí a ti ń lò láti pẹ́tipẹ́ làwọn yẹn sì ń ṣe àwọn náà kàn lè dídí ẹ̀ kú ń bẹ̀ so quality yẹn sì wà ń bẹ̀ bóyá heavy bóyá strong sí. Challenge tá à ń dorúkọ ló ń bẹ̀ ń sìn ni pé bí situation countries ṣe rí ń sìn torí pé tí a bá ra ọjà pé à ń tajà yìí ní 10,000 naira for instance ń sìn ká tó ta ọjà tán ká tó dé ọjà wọ́n lè ní price ti increase àwa dẹ̀ ti ta ní rate tí táwa rà so ó máa ń jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa láti pé nǹkan tá a ti tà ní low price a dẹ̀ dé market a tún bá ní high price always ni ọjà ń wọ́n nítorí pé ó dẹ̀ ń fún wa nírọ̀wọ́ ẹ̀sìn ọkàn lórí ẹ̀ tó yẹ pé owó tá a ní lọ́wọ́ gan kò fẹ́ ká agbára iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe gangan mọ́ ń sìn. N pé bí technology ṣe wà ń sìn ifun bó ṣe jẹ́ pé bí irú àwọn tó mọ̀ pé ní baby color tíyàn wá rí color yẹn àwọn tó jẹ́ àwọn expert nínú dí àwọn furniture yìí wọ́n lè ra bí off white ń sìn wọ́n gbé kalẹ̀ kán sọ fún àwọn tó fẹ́ bá wọn spray pé nǹkan tá fẹ́ gbé kíkiní ìgbéjáde nìyẹn ó máa gbé jáde mi fún bí irú plain color nìyẹn o kò lè wọn lè rú àwọn tó jẹ́ design color ṣe kò ń ṣe pé mi ń ṣe pẹ̀lú ṣeré ní tí mo ń ṣe pẹ̀lú life mi tí mo fi ń tọ́ ìyàwó àtàwọn ọmọ mi wọ́n fi graduate tó wà ní university sí wà ń bẹ nísìnyí so ní tí mo lè fi sọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ ni.
We have come to the end of the show this week. I am Olamide Onifade and thank you so much for watching. Until I see you again next week, this is Space and Style.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good afternoon, I am Ifeanyi Elumezim. This is a news update. The federal government has announced an $800 million World Bank grant as part of its palliative measures prior to the elimination of the fuel subsidy. Zainab Ahmed, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, made this announcement on Wednesday during the Federal Executive Council meeting, which was chaired by President Muhammadu Buhari. In order to advance the palliative program, which takes into account the need for buses, among other necessities, Ahmed emphasized that continued interactions with the newly constituted Presidential Transition Council and the incoming administration are ongoing.
We've secured some funding from the World Bank. That is the first tranche of palliatives that will enable us to give cash transfers to the most vulnerable in our society that have now been registered in a national social register. Today that register has a list of 10 million households. 10 million households is equivalent to about 50 million Nigerians. But we also have to raise more resources to enable us to do more than just the cash transfers. $800 million for the national scale-up of the National Social Investment Program at the World Bank, and it's secured, it's ready for disbursement.
The Federal Executive Council has approved the sum of 15.3 billion naira for the supply and installation of information and communication technology ICT devices for the 2023 population census. Recently, the federal government announced that the population and housing census will commence on May 3rd. Speaking with journalists on Wednesday at the end of the FEC meeting, Garuba Shehu, presidential spokesperson, said the council approved a 10.9 billion naira contract for ICT components of the 2023 census. Shehu disclosed that a 4.4 billion naira contract was also approved for the development of mobile device management solutions to be used for the census. Speaking further, the presidential spokesperson said the council approved a 3.3 billion naira contract for the development of infrastructure at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission New Training Academy.
The award of the contract for the supply and installation of information and communication technology components for the 2023 population census. This is for the National Population Commission, NPC, for census, and the ICT component contract was awarded at about 10.9 billion, nearly 11 billion naira.
Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party, says the audio call featuring him and David Oyedepo, the founder of Winners Chapel, is fake. Obi, in a post on Wednesday on his official Twitter handle, said at no time did he ever say, think, or even imply that the 2023 election is or was a religious war. The LP candidate said his legal team would take appropriate legal action on the matter. He thanked all Nigerians, especially the youths and the obedient, as they have remained focused on the core mission of a new Nigeria that is possible even after the February 25, 2023 presidential election. According to him, the present attempt by the APC as a party and the APC-led government through some government officials and agencies to divert attention from the blatantly stolen mandate is unfortunate and sad. Hyacinth Alia, Benue governor-elect, says President Muhammadu Buhari has done so much for Nigeria. Speaking with State House correspondents after a courtesy visit to the president on Wednesday, Alia commended Buhari for not interfering with the general election. Alia, a Reverend Father, was elected Benue governor after polling 473,933 votes to defeat Titus Uba, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, who polled 223,913 votes. On his plans as governor, Alia promised to revamp Benue civil service, which, according to him, is currently in intensive care unit. The Reverend Father said despite its potentials, the state is faced with many challenges. He also added that his administration would hit the ground running immediately after his swearing in on May 29 to make life better for residents of the state. Catriona Lang, the outgoing UK High Commissioner to Nigeria, has officially said her goodbye to President Muhammadu Buhari. Speaking at a meeting with the president at the Aso Rock Villa on Wednesday, Lang said she had a fabulous time in Nigeria, adding that she was fascinated by the music, dance and culture she experienced. She has spent 4.5 years as High Commissioner. He also commended Buhari for holding the country together. On his part, the president said the UK is a second home for many Nigerians and relations between the two countries would continue to wax strong. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has written to the Chief Clerk of the Central Criminal Court in London to temper justice with mercy over the conviction of former Nigerian Deputy Senate President Senator Ike Ekweremadu. Ekweremadu and his wife, alongside Nigerian doctor Obinna Obita, were recently found guilty of attempted organ harvesting of a Nigerian trafficked to Britain to provide a kidney for their ailing daughter. Obasanjo, in a letter dated April 3, 2023 and addressed to the Chief Clerk of the court, said even though Ekweremadu's action was condemnable and unacceptable, he has contributed his quota to the socio-political development of Nigeria, adding that his punishment should consider his past records of good deeds and the plight of his ailing daughter. And let's take you to other parts of Africa, where a female politician and spokeswoman of Zimbabwe's main opposition party, Citizens Coalition for Change (CCC), Fadzayi Mahere, was on Wednesday charged to court and fined $500 for allegedly spreading false information on Twitter. Mahere, a prominent lawyer and leader of the CCC, which is challenging President Emmerson Mnangagwa in this year's elections, was arrested 2 years ago after posting a video where a police officer was seen fatally striking a baby with a baton when in fact the child was alive and not injured, court heard. While delivering judgment, the judge said Mahere had undermined the authority of the police and should have verified the information before posting it on social media. The prosecution had called for a jail term, but the judge disagreed and decided to fine Mahere because the controversial law under which she was convicted no longer exists in the country. And outside Africa, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre condemned any attacks on judges on Wednesday following criticism of the charges facing former President Donald Trump. The office of Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney, charged Trump on Tuesday with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records over allegations that he orchestrated payments to 2 women before the 2016 election to suppress publication of their sexual encounters with him. Trump over the years has complained that law enforcement at the national and state level were targeting him for political purposes, and his fellow Republicans in Congress have held hearings to examine what they describe as the weaponization of government.
And we've been very consistent and very prudent about that, so we're going to continue to leave that there. But more broadly, of course, and you've heard me say this, you've heard the president say this many times, we condemn any type of attacks on any judge or our judicial system that we have seen over the last 2 years in particular as the president has been in office. But again, I'm not going to speak to the case specifically, but that is something that we definitely condemn. Just like as we all found out, you all learned through reports, the media reporting, and that's all I have.
And it's on business news. Truckers operating in the maritime sector have accused the Nigerian Ports Authority of not inspecting trucks before issuing them the minimum safety standard sticker. The Council for Maritime Truck Unions and Associations, in a recent letter titled Contradiction, Discrepancies and Inconsistencies Surrounding the Minimum Safety Standard Sticker Regime, signed by its President Adeyinka Aroyanwo, directed to the Managing Director of MPA, alleged that MPA was only interested in revenue generation, paying little attention to safety. Aroyanwo said that the group had established the continuous patronage of the seaports by rickety trucks. Also speaking, a member of the Committee for Lagos Maritime Truck Owners, Yakubu Kolawale, in a telephone conversation with our correspondent in Lagos, accused thugs of vandalizing their trucks. He said they had written several times to the management of MPA, but it had failed to do anything on the issue. He accused MPA of being only interested in the money. And in some entertainment news, multi-award-winning Beninese music legend Angelique Kidjo has become only the third African to win the prestigious Polar Music Prize. The Polar Music Prize, which is also tagged the Nobel Prize of Music, is a Swedish international award founded in 1989 by Stig Andersson, best known as the manager of the Swedish band ABBA, with a donation to the Royal Swedish Academy of Music. The award is annually given to one contemporary musician and one classical musician. Kidjo joins South Africa's Miriam Makeba, who won in 2002, and Senegalese Youssou N'Dour, who won in 2013, as the only African to have won the Polar Music Prize. Before we go, some sport news. The Super Falcons camp in the Turkish city of Antalya is in a boisterous mood following the arrivals of top strikers Azizat Oshoala and Desir Oparanoze. The 9-time African champions are in Turkey as coach Randy Wardrum continues preparation for the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup. Oshoala has not played for the Super Falcons since the Women Africa Cup of Nations finals in Morocco 9 months ago, while Bernstein's forward Oparanoze is linking up with the squad for the first time since the Aisha Buhari Cup tournament in Lagos in September 2021. Only defender Michelle Alozie and forwards Jennifer Echejine and Uchenna Kanu, all based in the United States of America, were still being expected as of Wednesday evening. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Ifeanyi Elumezim. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better? Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions. Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hollywood actor and comedian Michael Blackson is one of the few African comedians to break into Hollywood. Known for his distinctive accent and his comedic style, which often involves blending African and Western cultural references, Blackson has gained a large following on social media and has performed at various venues around the world. In the second part of my exclusive interview with him, Blackson talks about the factors driving global interest in African culture. Let's take a look. What do you make of this interest in African culture in the last couple of years? What do you think is driving it?
I think everybody get a time. I think it's just our time as Africans.
It's our time.
It's our time.
I love
baby.
it.
Our time to shine.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I came here in the late '80s, and you know, it wasn't about, you know, it was like doing the Elder Barge and I'll Be Sure and Michael Jackson. You know, a dark-skinned complexion man. We would look down upon it.
You were
made
the butt
fun
of the
us.
joke.
What
Yes,
about a joke?
yeah.
Like the thing about it, you know, being raised in Africa, whether it's Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, we never saw complexion. We never did.
Yeah.
We all thought it was just all the same.
Right.
I did not know I was dark skinned until I came to America. I didn't know I was dark skinned. I never heard of that. Right. You know, because we never looked at complexion. I came to America, I'm hanging out with some kids. They said, "You black?" I said, "Of course, we're all black." He said, "Oh no, you black as hell." I said,
You
"Well,
black.
I said, "How black am I?" He said, "You look like under the bed." That's dark. He said, "I look like I have no bright ideas." He said, "The difference between me and midnight is 11:59. He said, "When God He said, "When God said, let there be light, I was out of town." He said, "I look like I smoked cigarette backwards." He told me I have to wear white gloves before I eat chocolate so I don't bite my fingers. He told me if Black lives matter, mine matter the most. I'm done with you guys. I had no idea so, you know, and now, guess what? Everybody wants to be black. Everybody wants to find their identity. Right. Because it's our time.
It's our time,
guys.
yes.
You know, everybody get the time. Right now is our time.
This is our time.
And
we're here, we're shining.
We're shining.
Michael Blackson, man. Really proud of you, man.
Appreciate
really
you,
proud
man.
of you. I remember when I first moved here, you're one of the comedians. I love stand-up comedy. It was not really part of our culture. Right. But I used to look at you and hear your voice, and I would connect easily with your material. Not necessarily the material, but just the voice and the speech. And the fact that you maintain that authenticity up to 20 years and you're able to leverage it to this type of success, man. Kudos to you, and whatever they gave you in Nigeria in those 3 seminal years, I think
shout out to Nigeria, shout out to the Igbos in Nigeria.
Now, before I let you go, I want to ask you, what is in the works for you? Like, are you any sitcoms, any specials that you're working on?
The thing with television, you know, you always advise don't talk about it until it be released. You know what I mean? So I can't even talk about any television show right now. But I am in the verge of putting out a special. I'm going to work on my special this year. I want to work on my 2 personal movies this year. Besides that, I'm touring. You know, my personal mission for this year also to start the school in Liberia. I'm going to definitely do that this year.
Wow,
I'm going to start
this year already, 2023.
This year, I'm going to start it. You know.
So you're going to be busy.
So
you're always busy. You're always working on something. So
but you know, like I told you, this is what.
Ghana's rich cultural heritage is the source of pride and employment for thousands of local artisans who make textiles, pottery, and jewelry. The products are often made using traditional techniques that are handed down from generation to generation. I met up with Francis Kweku on Labadi Beach of the Atlantic Ocean in Accra, Ghana. He makes and sells colorful bracelets that are highly regarded by tourists. Let's take a look. I'm in Accra, Ghana to meet some of the young artists that are creating works of art that we see in Europe and in America in galleries and magazines. They are transforming the global culture around the art scene. Some of them are doing art, painting, others are just creating some bracelets. So Francis, when did you start making this work? Is this something that you studied in school? Is this something that you were self-taught? Tell us a little bit about yourself. And
I studied this on the street, you know. A certain man from the Caribbean who used to teach me this, you know. By now it's no more. So this is what I learned. Now I'm using it for living, you know.
Street knowledge.
Yes.
How long have you been doing it?
For 15 years now.
Talk to us about this art.
This is a hand bracelet, you know, and it's a traditional bracelet. All the Ghana, the regions in Ghana, with the traditional way, you know. So it's different beat all around, you know. It's not the same, you know. I use the agate and the baobab and the lucky seed and the coconut shell.
Why don't you show us what you so
this is the coconut shell I use. The coconut, the finishing one you drink before. You bust it before you drink. This is the shells. And this is the lucky seed I used to make the locket, you know. And this is the thunder stone. If the rain is falling, this is what we get from it. It's a royal bead. You know, we black people, naturally, we make as a king and queen. And this is our nationality, our royalty, you know, our pride, you know. And this is the Africa. It's made from the mahogany tree. And this is coming from the northern part of Ghana, the baobab, the tree without no leaf, you know.
This looks like really, it might take a lot of time for you to make one piece.
Yes, of course.
How long does it take to make one
For
piece?
the necklace, it can take me like, I can make 5 pieces a day, you know, because I can't spend all the time. I have to come and make some money to feed the family.
So you go home and make and then come and sell?
Come and sell.
So where do you sell it from?
You know, I sell it at the beach, you know, all my life, because in the town, a lot of people have a shop and it's a competition, you know. When the tourists arrive, I make money, but when they are not in, it's like the business is slow. Like I can remember the year of return, you know,
that's 2019?
2019,
right,
it was good. The business is moving because a lot of foreigners are in this country, you know, so you can make it, you know.
And you're hoping that this year, this December is also going to be a good year for you.
I can see for far, you know. That's what I'm seeing, you know. Yeah.
Right. Some of these look like they're painted. Is that the natural color?
No, it's not. I never selling mass product. You know? I'm selling natural product because I sell for foreigners. So I have to respect.
Mozambican saxophonist Moreira Chongwesa says that Africa should protect its creative economy by creating policies that protect its content creators from exploitation. Moreira, who recently released his 8th studio album, Sounds of Peace, was in the US as one of the cultural representatives of his country during the Africa Leaders Summit. He spoke to me about the need to create connections between Lusophone Africa and the rest of the continent. Let's take a look.
Africa is a continent of survival, okay? And we've always survived. Why? Because we've managed to invent, create, and recreate sometimes things that we don't have. I would probably speak about involvement of policies that would facilitate and protect our creativity. That's the biggest challenge.
Moreira wears many hats, from educator to social entrepreneur. He's been called one of the most innovative jazz artists from Africa. On his 8th studio album, Sounds of Peace, Moreira draws inspiration from the rich and vibrant cultural heritage of his homeland, Mozambique, and he hopes to pass that on to the next generation.
Mozambique is a young country, as you know, 47 years of existence, and I belong to a generation that somehow is benefiting from the other generation, like artists like Malanga Tana, painter. like bands like Yofuro, Gorowane, you understand, and many others, okay, like sculptor like Shisano, like photographer like Rangel. So today we are benefiting because also we had access to education. That's why I call myself a young African and privileged, because I had access to education. And this is one of my main focus through my foundation and the projects I do, is that we have to try and find a way of involve these young kids, because we have a young population, but maybe not trying to copy what they do in America or not trying to copy what they do in Japan. Probably looking at where we at and try to create a model that fits the necessity and the circumstances of our communities.
He credits his country for providing him with the right environment to pursue his creative endeavors.
I've studied music from the age of 7 as an extracurricular activity in the beautiful city of Maputo at what we call Escola Nacional de Música. Escola Nacional de Música is National School of Music. The National School of Music was probably one of 6 or 7 institutions that our government at the time created after our independence in 1975. Okay, so just to say that my government in my country at the time understood the importance and the relevance of culture. They've created the National School of Music, they've created the National School of Dance, they've created Companhia Nacional de Canto e Dança, which is a national dance company. They've created art schools. So there was this interest.
Moreira says that for his new album, he engaged all aspects of Mozambique's creative community and wants to use it as a vehicle to bring in more young people into the global conversation about African jazz.
This is a copy of my new album. It's called Sounds of Peace. And again, we try to respect and integrate all the aspects of creative industry. Okay, to discover someone designed, Osorio Chembeni designed. Yeah, you have a piece of art of one of the most celebrated artists and sculptors of Mozambique called Gonçalo Mabunda. So we have amazing photography from Mauro Vombe, Dilson Tomás, and Mariana da Silva, just to say beside the artists who participate here. So the value chain of the creative industry, what we were talking yesterday, it's here. But how do we transfer this to a young boy in Gurue, a young boy who's not in an urban area? So this is what I'm trying to say. So
to connect those dots.
Do we need to connect those dots based on the reality and based on the circumstance and context of where these young kids are? Okay, we cannot create Beethovens if we don't have a grand piano, but we can prepare him to play a grand piano and beat Beethoven. Do you get what I'm trying to say? This is my vision with regards to creative industries.
Malawian visual artist Tapiwa Mlinga is one of the 5 African artists whose work is being highlighted on the cover of notebooks printed by Africa No Filter, a Kenya-based art organization. Mlinga was among the over 100 artists from across Africa who participated in the competition to provide artwork and provided an interpretation for the theme celebrating Africa's creative power. Red Carpet caught up with her in Lilongwe to talk about her work. The painting that won Tapiwa Mlinga a top 5 spot is an illustration depicting the unbreakable bond between music and culture among Africans. The 26-year-old visual artist says that success came as a surprise but has inspired her to aim high.
So I did about the music, because music actually has been part of African culture for like a while. You go to any ceremonies like funerals, weddings, there's always music to it. So I created that piece. I posted about it. People loved it. It is a good sort. I think that was my expensive painting. So when I submitted to it, to African No Filter, they actually loved it.
The Africa No Filter is an arts organization with branches in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. And each year, the organization comes up with themed competitions on paintings aimed to empower visual artists in Africa with the aim of changing the narratives within and about the continent.
I'm excited in a way that people actually now they're recognizing my work and my name is out there, and people, when they say it's T, people actually know me. That's exciting for business part. also it's scary in a way that now people expect more from me. I don't know how much they want from me and how much I can deliver to them. So now it's really, really scary. But I promise to do my best. Yeah, I hope it works out.
Mlinga's success comes 2 years after she went into arts, a new career she started after working as a social worker. She has been collaborating with several professional local artists, including the country's renowned pencil artist, Henry Buddha.
Yeah, she's a very good artist, Like the way she come up with the concepts, like the concepts are very nice, and how she mixes the paint, it's very nice as well. She knows how to mix the paint, how to put it out there.
Mlinga markets her work through several social media platforms, including Twitter, Facebook, and WhatsApp. But her success is not short of challenges, including the rise in prices of painting materials on the market.
Get me a pencil. And another challenge that I have is most people actually here in Malawi, they take art as a white people hobby. So if you post about it, just like, yeah, okay, it's nice. But for them to appreciate it and actually buy or actually keep it, it's really a struggle. I think right now they are coming into place, but then still we have a larger number of people that they shy away from getting involved in art.
But challenges aside, Mlinga is pushing hard to explore international markets.
As an artist, I need to be in the platforms whereas I can go outside the country. Yeah, there's a Mexico art show, like it's a wide art show. There is a Texas art show. I need to be in those spaces. That will be like, that's my goal.
All right, what's going on to every single person out there from the East, West, North, and the South? You welcome back again. It's a new year. Happy New Year. My name is Miles, and you're welcome to No Cap, that only program that's undiluted, unfiltered, uncensored. We say everything as it is on Plus TV Africa, the only station also where all the big stories live. Right. All right, let's get straight to No Cap now. So something trended on Twitter recently. It was about a girl who committed suicide because her parents didn't let her marry a particular guy. When they found out the guy was a Muslim, right? So she just killed herself. The parents said, Laila, you cannot marry. It's not going to happen. Oh, why didn't you tell her he was a Muslim? You can't marry into a Muslim home. And she was already pregnant for the guy. She's a Christian. And the girl just... She just killed herself. And it's been trending all over the place. Some people are saying, oh, why can't they allow them to get married? And some people say, oh, it's against their income. You should just, why didn't you just tell your parents this, blah, blah, blah. So you know what? Why not we just talk about this once and for all? Because a lot of people need to get married this year. Some people need to leave their father's houses.
Why are you pointing to me?
Why are you still not in your daddy's house?
Shot received. Shot fired.
Shot fired and received.
Yeah.
You guys need to leave.
Some people.
I don't smell house.
Some people.
I'm in my own house, so I'm in the bring person house. So.
But you really need to. What's that word?
You'll be fine. Anyway, so moving on. So today we're talking about religion. Should it be a barrier? Should it be a criteria before you get married to someone? Before you guys can actually be together? Should religion be that problem? Right? They call it interfaith marriages, right? Is it okay? Why are some people still frowning against it? Why are people still saying it's rubbish? So I'll say this: interfaith marriage, sometimes called a mixed marriage, is a marriage between spouses professing different religions. According to the Pew Research Center Religious Landscape Study, interfaith marriage is increasingly common in the United States, accounts for 39% of marriages since 2010. Now, before we start our arguments, and as we do as usual, we also went into the streets of Lagos and we went to talk to a few people about what do you think about religion? Should religion be a barrier in marriages? And they had a lot to say. Check this out, I'll be right back.
Not really. My dad was a Muslim, my mom a Christian, and they got married. And here I am. They had a nice marriage before my dad died, so it's not a big deal.
The truth is, it's not about, I'm not getting married to a religion, I'm getting married to a human, first of all. So if the person who's going to help me get to that level or tick all my boxes, like they would say, if the person who's going to help me achieve that is definitely a Muslim, yeah, we go ahead. Because the truth is, at the long run, whether you're getting married to Chiamaka or you're getting married to Esther, you're not getting married to a religion. I mean, you don't make sure that you don't wake up one morning and you find out that you're having a monster at home.
This question is that kind of question that throws you under the bus. Okay, so I would say according to my faith, it's not, it's a big barrier. But left to me, this life is not that difficult. If you guys can find your balance, make it work.
For me, it is a big barrier. I can't marry anyone outside my faith. No, it's not possible. I feel one of the best way to get like a perfect partner is if you are both in the same faith, you believe the same thing. Do you understand? For me, it's just a big no. I don't think so. So love, the greatest of all is love. Once there is love, there is no tribe or religion that can stop you from marrying the love of your life.
Everybody has their own preferences. So what they call religious marriages or whatever. Me, I can marry a Muslim. It's none of my business. But tradition, I can't.
No. That is not really an issue. Me, I can get married to an Islamic lady. The problem is if these Muslim people can get married to me as a Christian, because they have their own law and that is very, very issue you get. But me, the interfaith marriage is nothing. It shouldn't be a barrier for a successful relationship.
Whew! What a wahoo. Let me drink to that first. What a wahoo. There you have it. Now, while we are here and thinking, oh yeah, it's not a problem, it's a problem. Some people actually feel it's a problem. Well, some people don't feel it. It's just a mixed reaction. So we're back. It's no cap. If you just joined us for the first time, forget the fact that I'm wearing a cap, but it's no cap. Where we take the lid off every conversation, every situation that you might be thinking that. There's some questions you have in your head, like why is this, and you just feel uncomfortable. If I go and say, people will now say that. Like me, I never really liked Fela music. I used to like, what's a fella, honestly. But I was worried. I was scared, like, if I go and say this, people like, hey, Afrobeats, the king and the lord of Afrobeats. Do you know what? Yeah. Like, as I grew older and I was able to dissect and I understood the music better, I was able to say boldly, people were like, Oga, I'm not a Fela fan. I'm a fan of what he says or what he stood for.
Yeah,
but I can't be listening to Fela music.
Exactly.
Nah.
I wasn't a fan of his music, but of what he was preaching.
But I just.
No, growing up, I didn't know what his music was about. But until
you understand,
time, I started vibing to it. I don't listen to all the songs, but just few particulars. But yeah, I'm cool with it.
Right. So if you're one of those people who have that question behind your mind, also like, why is this like this? Why can't this be the place for you? And if you're one of those people who get upset about just almost everything. Yeah, the wrong station and the wrong channel. Yeah, I'm really sorry for the person. Okay, so guys, let's get straight into it. Interfaith marriages. In fact, let me just say it the way it is. Religion shouldn't be a barrier, a criteria before you guys lock horns.
Okay.
Lock horns is like a negative thing. Lock horns is like when people are fighting. Okay, sorry. When you guys lock fingers, sorry.
Yes. Okay, so firstly, I think interfaith marriages, or rather religion barrier, whatever. Yeah, it's a deal breaker for most people.
Okay.
Yeah, and not everybody. I don't think that it should be a barrier. First of all, it was tribe. Secondly, it was what's it called? Bride price. So why should religion be? Because first of all, the whole marriage system came out from religion. I mean, like, marriage is religion itself. Do you understand? They push this on us because down our own tradition is, we already have our own ways of doing things, the whole ceremonial thing. So religion and marriage, I don't know, they work hand in hand. So I don't see, you cannot separate religion from marriage because marriage is religion. Like, it's a religious ceremony.
Let me drink to that. I think I did. I think I'm getting confused. You were too fine. I had to drink to that. Okay.
Yeah, it is because I mean the Islam have their ways of like it's a ceremony, you know, you go to the church, the whole marriage whole thing, like it's just different. But our own traditional marriage doesn't work or imply like that, right? It has nothing to do with this you're serving that God or you're going to this place. No, it doesn't. But then when you're saying religion, okay, because you're a Christian, you're a Hindu, you're
Catholic.
You're Catholic,
you're Muslim.
It doesn't. But if you're following tradition ways, they don't care about what religion or what's God or who you're serving. It's just do the dues, pay the dues, do what you're meant to do, and that's all.
By the dues, you mean bride price?
Yes.
All right, boom.
I mean, I beg to differ because marriage is not wedding. In wedding, it could be a thing of, okay, let's just wave it over. But for marriage, it's a long way. My faith is...
Wait, what is marriage? What is wedding?
Wedding is the ceremony. Marriage is the long term.
Yeah.
Marriage.
Wedding, yes.
You have been schooled.
Wedding is a ceremony.
It's the party and all.
Marriage
is a union. It's
a union.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And faith differs. If we look at the Quran and the Bible, there are some things that are stated differently there that would affect eventually in. I'm trying not to get into this conversation, but it's
you should.
very
It's no
key.
cap. It's no cap.
Polygamy in Islam is like a thing.
It's a way of life.
But in Christianity, it's not. It's not a go-to. So if I'm getting married as a Christian to a Muslim, eventually that thing might come up and I start to say, no, it's not, that's not how it's supposed to be. And then my husband will say, that's how it is in my own faith. And so many other things.
I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
But then the Islam religion, it broke out from the Christian religion somehow, because the whole polygamy thing came from the lineage of Abraham, right?
Abraham had like
more than one wife. So it broke out from there when was it Sarah or the maid gave birth for
the maid.
Yeah, so that was how Islam literally broke out. Do you understand? And so that's the reason why they.
I mean, but if we look at these things personally, people will go to the deep root of when God created man. He created man and woman, not man and women.
But then they also made it known that there was also another woman in the garden aside from man.
I mean, that's what a lot of people want to think. Like, what we are taught from the get-go is that God created man and woman. I've also heard things like that there was once a woman somewhere before Eve was created. I mean, my Bible didn't teach me that.
You people want to win.
Should we go down the Bible route? Should we go down the Bible route?
Let's just go straight to before ahead.
I mean, so if we're thinking about some particular kind of things, we get to find out that religion has a play in marriage, no matter what you try to do. And then it also comes in the conflict of when you begin to have children. Or are my kids going for your religion or they're coming for my religion? And at the end of the day, you see that gradually it begins to break the family into two. And everyone is literally just struggling. In my church, majority of the women there have their husbands as Muslim. And then you find out that at the end of the day, some kids don't come to church again because their father decided that not all kids can be Christian. They have to follow his own. It wouldn't be like that if both of them are Christians, except the child determines and says, you know what, I cannot do your religion. I want to do my own religion personally.
Yeah.
So it's a factor that people have to look out for. It's very, very key. It's very, very important. Actually, if you are a strong believer of Christianity or you're a strong believer of
I don't see. I mean, religion for me is not a barrier. That's what I'm literally trying to say. It's not a barrier. I see way beyond you being a Christian or you're a Muslim.
For some people, they are really like into this religion matter. Like they are deep, they are soaked into it. Like not some people are just surface Christians and surface Muslims and surface traditionalists. But some people are like really deep into it. It's just like telling a babalawo that his daughter is going to get married to a pastor.
Yeah, it was wrong. There's nothing wrong.
I mean, do you think that will work out?
It would work out. It works out.
I think it should work out.
I know a lot of people who came from very like traditional homes that then they are married to where they didn't even see themselves in that life.
So as a babalawo's father, and your husband is on the pulpit condemning people that do rituals and things. How do you think that is going to feel like?
Okay, cool. Hold on. Let's
no contradiction.
Let's pause a bit. Now, being a herbalist, babalawo, aka, right,
doesn't mean you're a ritualist.
Absolutely nothing wrong with it. That doesn't mean you're a ritualist. There's absolutely
nothing wrong with it. You know what it means to be herbal?
Before the advent or the introduction of Christianity, Islam, that was what Africans were
That's
all
why
about.
I didn't say
So,
herbalists.
I'm not saying...
So herbalists are people that deal with herbs.
Right.
When I said Babalawo, I knew what I was
that's
going
that's
for.
that's the Yoruba. That's the Yoruba thing.
For herbalists. Let's not come and be mixing.
No,
things here.
Babalawo is a herbalist.
Yeah, Babalawo
So
literally.
these ones
Babalawo
that do,
is a spiritual worker.
So these ones
And
that
then-
do rituals, and what are they called?
Well, they've decided to tap
They are
into.
called ritualists.
Well, they've decided to tap into the dark side.
The dark side of it.
Of spirituality doesn't mean that they are not good people.
I mean, that's
out
what
there.
I'm specifically talking about now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm specifically talking about now. That if your father is the one that does things like that, like the dark side of it, and then you now say you want to, it will become a problem eventually.
Right. Okay, cool. Now, I'm going to say this. you want to swallow her? What about me?
I'm trying to digest everything.
Okay. I don't think religion should be the problem. I'm one of those people who don't think. I think religion should be a problem. Now, one of the top 3 artists in Nigeria is Wizkid, right? He's a Muslim, right? Every baby mama of his is a staunch Christian.
It's a good thing that you said baby mama.
Plus the one that he.
Wait now.
Wait, calm down. You are getting angry, right? They're all Christians.
Okay.
Now, the presidential aspirant for the APC, that's Tinubu. He's a Muslim, true and true. His wife is a pastor.
Okay.
Okay. What's it called? Fashola. Right, and his wife is and they cohabitate and they're doing well together, and
Like,
it's
there are
a
days that
beautiful
the children
thing.
go to the mosque, the children go to the church. It's just understanding, basically.
Do you understand? I'm trying to look for more people. Justin Bieber, right, is a Christian. His wife, what's her name?
Hailey.
Hailey. She's not your everyday conventional Christian. She was an atheist before she became a Catholic, and they're good. They're doing okay. Do you understand? So I
mean, where there's love, if there's love, God is there. God exists where love is. So I don't even think religion should be.
I mean, I like how you're picking it from the point of people that are just surface Christians.
How do you know they are surface?
How do you know?
Are you in their spaces? You cannot
Have you
judge.
ever been around
assume.
people that are like deep into religion, people that will condemn and nail the other religion
That's
to
the reason.
cross?
That's why I have problems with people, because some people say they are religious, but do you know what it is to even be first of all religious?
I mean,
They're
I'm
religious,
talking
they're
from
not
the space
spiritual.
of the religion that we
A
have
lot
now.
of people are more spiritual than even being religious. They might
Bam.
not go to church.
Bam.
They might not go to
Bam.
the mosque. They
True
might not
that.
do any of that.
Say, yeah.
But they are very
Says the
spiritual.
woman that woke up, that spent her New Year crossover in front of the water.
Watching sunset.
I mean,
watching the sun rise.
Yeah.
That's how Roseanne actually spent her
Yes,
New Year.
because I mean, for crying out loud, they said where 2 or 3 are gathered, God is there. So even if I'm not in the church, in the midst of bunch of like other souls, worshiping, but I'm in the midst of 2 beautiful people, and then we are kabashing and praying and singing praises. I mean, why not? Do you understand? And then I'm in nature, and then I can communicate because now it's not just even me, there are other entities too around. So yeah, they carry my
But
prayers.
do you know that to some particular people, you're a surface Christian? Because why be at the beachfront when you can be in church?
I'm not doing eye service.
Why must I be in church?
I mean, you know that's what religion is all about now.
Until I'm in church, I say, hey, brother, oh, my sister.
You know,
oh, well done, brother.
Some
no,
deep
that's
Christians. And you know why I keep saying deep Christians? People, I'm not going to say deep Christian, deep religionists. Let me put it that way, because we've been trying to scatter that now. People are more religious than being Christians or being Muslims now.
Right.
So deep religionists would consider what you just did as being someone that is not fervent in Christ, someone that is just a Christian that is just on the surface.
Deep religion
because
and deep Christian.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it called to deeper life?
No. You want to give me bad
really.
boast. First of all,
Really.
you could be religious at something. Doesn't even make you a Christian. Because what does it mean to be a Christian is for you to be Christ-like.
Exactly.
And then a lot of Christians are far from Christ-like.
Exactly.
They are just
You're
just
That's
religiously
why I
going
had
to church,
dissect it,
wake up
like-
every day, get up, go to church. You are doing the same thing every day. That's being
go to
Yeah.
church, and the moment you stop going to church and you feel like, okay, what the church is giving you is not the ideology you have of being Christ-like.
Yeah.
It becomes a problem. You're no longer being religious.
You're not become
You are awakening. You are awakening.
Anyways, for me, like I said earlier, I do not think it should be a problem. I think love should be the number one thing that actually binds all of us in the world.
I
Be-
also believe so.
be you.
God is
Muslim,
love.
Christian.
Love is God.
Do you understand? We're all human beings. Like, okay, oh, you're a Muslim. Oh, fine. Oh, well and good. My grandmother, that's my maternal grandmother. She was really sad. Like, and it was so bad. Like, I was like, the guy and the girl, they don't feel running away. Like, even they don't agree.
Because
Are people still scared of that? Look,
the family had much say and much control.
Yes, they did.
Over,
Yes,
so
they
they
did.
couldn't do except because
Without my I can do without.
That
my
doesn't mean I don't
parents.
respect my
Of course,
parents
I
or my
do.
folks. I do, but at
But
this
then I
point,
know
I've
I can
started-
stand on my own.
Exactly. At the moment you can, that's where they just allow you make decisions because they know you are paying bills, you are contributing, but you're not contributing. They wake up, you know,
You're
and say,
eating their food.
they've served your rice and stew on the dining.
So you definitely do not have any say.
Hey, anyways, I'm gonna say this again. Like, when you're going into a relationship with a person, I think there's some things we need to ask
From the
Pointers.
get go.
from the
the very
foundation.
beginning.
Like, don't scratch it up. Like, nah, when we get to that point, when we get to that
Right.
bridge, we'll cross it. You will not cross some bridges.
Yeah.
Some bridges can never take you to that place,
Yeah.
right? So just find out from the beginning what's your family's take on the fact that, look, I'm in love with you and all that. Yeah, you're a Christian, I'm a Muslim. What do you think? Oh, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. Or I don't do this. What will your family? How will your family take this? If it's
Yeah.
going to be a problem, don't let us go further.
Yeah.
Don't let us say we're going to elope or we're going to do blah blah. If it's not going to work,
I
I
mean,
think
you
think from
know,
the beginning.
some families cannot stand other religions.
Bam.
So once you know that from the very beginning, it's
Like the
supposed to
Jews.
be, it's supposed to be a conversation.
And they are
like, from
Christians.
the-
Do you
from the-
understand? Like the other Christians that can't even stand other Christians. Like,
Exactly.
nah.
Exactly.
Anyways, that's the whole 9 yards on the show today. On a final note, Rosange, your point is on a final note.
That I mean, love cuts across all barriers. So religion to me is not a barrier. If you love that person, I mean, like, go for it.
Boom. Boom.
My counterfeit.
For me, love conquers all things,
Yes.
truly. But have the conversation from the very beginning, please.
I agree.
Don't get to the very end before you start talking about things like that. I beg of you, so that we'll not break each other's edge.
All right. And for me, before we go, I would say religion, no religion, human, we are all humans. That's the one umbrella that carries us, human beings, right? So we shouldn't let that be the problem. But like Boom said, also find out, is it going to be a problem along the line? If it's going to be, hey, you have to go. A big thank you to my guys for being part of this. We'll definitely be back again. No Cap is always here for you. Do not. And if you don't agree with some of the things we talked about here, it's okay. Go to our social media pages and drop your comment. We'll definitely read them out, okay? We gotta go. Do not drink and drive. Put God first and the rest is history. Drink a lot of water. Mind your business.
that you wanted to have a career in fashion? When I was taken to Portobello Road Market in London when I was about 10 or 12 years old, and there was all these colourful characters everywhere dressing up, and I saw very quickly the reaction and the way that they made me feel, and I wanted to have a part of that. I think there's a level of escapism within the fashion industry, and it's a chance to put feathers on and dress up and escape maybe from your day-to-day life. Yeah.
Beauty, Linda asked if I would do her makeup for this photo shoot. So, of course, I was beyond thrilled, and I said that I would do it. I mean, after all, I've done her makeup over the years, kind of on the side, learning my craft along the way, and I'm going to be honest with you. There were a lot of messy attempts at learning that perfect smoky eye. Trust me, terrible. But after Linda's shoot, Christian complimented me on my work, and he asked if I would be interested in working with him from time to time.
Before I, introduce her, she's such an amazing person, such a vibrant personality. She's one of us. She's the first West African woman to be a style editor at Elle magazine. Her style has been described as eccentric, classy, and fashionable. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nikki Ogonaike. Can everyone say hello to my Instagram, please? A big Niger hello. Yes, oh yes. Thank you so much, Nikki. Welcome. Thank you.
What does style mean to me? Style is inspiration. It is, and style is a portrait of who you are as a person. So when you put on your clothing every day, you're telling the world something. And so here I'm telling the world with this outfit that I like colors and I like vibrancy and I'm excited to be here.
So what am I telling the world about?
I think you're telling me the same thing.
Okay.
The yellow is nice. So, I think that fashion and style is just inspired by what you see in the world via Instagram, via Snapchat, and also through fashion magazines and websites.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on up, just turn up.
No, Waki, you have to model for us.
Okay, she's modeling for us, and so I guess I'm gonna weigh in on my sister's outfit, which I love. Doesn't she look good? Can we get a round of applause for Lolo? Come on. Thank you. So as a fashion expert, this is what I'm weighing in on. I think Lola looks amazing. She's figured out a way to use a traditional sort of silhouette, wear white, which is nice and airy, but she added her own sort of sense of style with this belt. And I love it. And I think she got these shoes in Nigeria when we were just here. So she's mixing, American fashion with Nigerian fashion. Okay, everyone give them a round of applause. Okay, work it, so work it. Hey. There you go. But she paired it with a nice sort of top, and so it's like a menswear inspired top. And this is an example of how to do menswear and women's wear, but with African accessories, which
Kogi State government vows to apprehend and prosecute perpetrators of killings in Dekina local government area. And the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Muhammadu Sanusi II, has said Nigeria has never been more divided since the Civil War of 1967 to 1970. This is Plus Politics. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Governor Yahya Bello of Kogi has vowed to bring the perpetrators behind the attacks on the communities in Dekina local government area of the state to justice. The governor gave the assurance when he led heads of security agencies in the state for an on-the-spot assessment of the communities. The governor, who was represented by his deputy Edward Onoja, described the attacks as barbaric, though not very frequent in Kogi State. Sources say that the invaders stormed the communities, shooting sporadically and burning hundreds of houses in the early morning raid. A chieftain of the All Progressives Congress APC and the Oganegu ward chairman, James Ada, was among those killed in the attack. Many residents are said to have fled the communities in the wake of the assault, even as it remains unclear what the reason behind the invasion was. Well, that visit by the Deputy Governor, Edward Onoja, to the communities will bring you that report now before I introduce my guest. Stay with us.
2018, we only passed through this place to a boundary community in Bassa local government. It wasn't as if something happened here in 2018. It happened in a boundary community in Bassa, but you have to pass through here to get there. And His Excellency came down here by himself. And for 4 years or 5 years, from 2018 to now, it's 5 years, there has not been any of such incidents. And this does just happen. And as we speak, the military are fully on ground. From the very day that the incident happened, they even forestalled more casualty and more deaths. They've been on ground since then, and they will remain on ground. And just like the Commissioner of Police confirmed to you, more deployments by the mobile police and anti-terrorist squad would also be on.
That was Mr. Edward Onoja, the Deputy Governor of Kogi State, talking to us about the unfortunate incidents and what has been done so far. We're being joined right now by Kingsley Fanwo, the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Kogi State. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me, and good evening to viewers around the world.
Okay, well, there is that vow that perpetrators will be brought to book. We'd like to know the situation right now in Kogi State. How far so far?
It's a very sad one. I was on the entourage of the Deputy Governor to Oganenugu in the Dekina local government area of the state. And what we saw there was not a good one at all. But, you know, as the government, the primary responsibility of government, especially under the current administration in the state, is to ensure security of lives and property. We've been there on the instruction of the governor, led by the deputy governor of the state security advisor, all the security chiefs were all there yesterday to have a first-hand knowledge of what happened, and also work in synergy to ensure that future occurrence is averted. We know that we would get the perpetrators. We are never in doubt about that. Kogi security architecture is such that when you breach it, you don't go unpunished, because it is a very robust security architecture. And when you breach it like those people did and killed a few of our citizens, even if you kill one Kogite, the governor will go after you and ensure that you are brought to justice. We know that the security agencies, in collaboration with the state government officials, are gathering a lot of intelligence, and we are making progress. They will be apprehended. According to what the governor said, he's not just saying those words in vain. He knows, he understands his own security architecture, that we will apprehend them and will bring them to justice.
Just really debilitating. A full community or full communities, hundreds of houses as the report goes, and people who have been killed and all that. And we are wondering, what is the motive behind this? Has any wind been had regarding what the motive is and who the possible suspects could be?
Thank you very much. The community people felt some people, I will not mention them, some people orchestrated the violence and the maiming of their people. But we are going to follow the investigations very closely. We know that there are already clues, but we are leaving that to security operatives who are experts in dealing with those pieces of information and ensuring that they are processed into unraveling the mystery behind the dastardly act. So we will leave that to them. The motive, we will also leave that to them. But I want to assure you that we already have clues. We already have information, and we are going to ensure that the security agencies process this information and the perpetrators are apprehended and brought to book. What we saw there yesterday was mind-blowing. Houses were burnt, properties belong to the people of the communities, not just Oganenuge alone, local and some other communities were also attacked, and their houses were burnt, properties worth millions of naira were also burnt. So it's something that we will not allow it to just slide like that. As a government, we will ensure that we deal with this holistically and ensure that anyone planning such in future, we know that they will go the way of others. Like the governor will say, if they come in their thousands, they will go back in their zeros. So we are already on their trail, and we are very sure that they will be apprehended. Apart from our visit to the place, there was also a stakeholders meeting at the Palace of the Atta Igala, who is also the president of the Kogi State Traditional Council, where all the stakeholders, Mieti Allah leaders, community leaders, local government chairmen, officials of the state government, had a very, very fruitful meeting that has also given us a lot of clues, and the meeting was very helpful. And we know that apart from giving us the clues to be able to trail and apprehend the perpetrators of the act, it will also guide us in ensuring that we avert possible future occurrences.
Okay, we were all glad when we saw that Kogi State Governor has been doing a lot of proactive, taking a lot of proactive measures to make sure that the security is intact in Kogi State. And like the Deputy Governor said, the last time government official passed there was 5 years ago when a community at the border was attacked. And right now this is happening. Just before the elections, we saw that even a road leading to a community was excavated to prevent these bandits from entering some communities to go and cause havoc and all that. And then we get worried that this thing is happening at the twilight of this administration, which has been so proactive when it comes to security matters. Does it mean there has been a shake in the security architecture? Does it mean there has been a problem that has given room for these people to come and operate in their numbers in a community within Kogi that prides itself of being very security conscious?
Even in the best societies in the world, you have breaches of security. As we already told you, something like that happened at a neighboring community 5 years ago. We are having a repeat now. And what we need to do is to recalibrate our security architecture as a state and make it more robust, because even the criminals, they're also going into research on how they will beat the security architecture, of how they will beat the trap and be able to foment their criminal-minded plans. But that's not going to deter us from raising the bar. What we need to do as a government, which is also our responsibility and also why there is a government, is to raise the bar and ensure that they cannot catch up with our plans and our security architecture. We will continue to do this. As you are aware, Kogi remains one of the safest states in the country. It is not just about how we avert some of these things in many of our local government areas and many of our communities, but also how we respond to these issues. immediately this happened a few days ago, the governor mobilized and rallied all the security agencies to be powerfully present in those communities. And immediately that was witnessed. Even the second wave of attack that was to be launched was abated by the combined military and other non-military forces that are there. So it shows that we are able to avert that, and we are able to save many lives that would have been lost to the second wave of attack by the criminals. So as a government, we know our responsibility is to secure the people, and the governor has never shied away from this. He has invested billions of naira to ensure that we have the best of technology and the best of weapons to be able to fight crime, and we will continue to do that.
How would you assess the level of response from the security agencies? Because some people complain. For instance, if I take Elder Leke Bejide, a frontline governorship aspirant under African Democratic Congress, who said that the response of the security agencies was very slow, that a lot of things could have been averted if they had come earlier and all that. Is that really the picture that we see from what happened in Kogi State, or was there a different thing that we need to hear about? He said the security agencies did not respond as quickly as they should have.
Thank you very much. I'm very sure Edaleke Abejide doesn't have more information about this than us. And what he has been able to do is to play politics with the blood of the people. I think a time like this requires all of us coming together, bonding together to fight the criminals. Whether you belong to APC, PDP, or ADC does not matter. What matters is all of us as a people, all of us as Kogi people come together to fight this criminality. Not that we will be trying to score cheap political points when we have this kind of bloodshed and the whole state is mourning. I think our politicians will be a bit circumspect and not throw everything into politics. I want to commend, on behalf of the state government, the promptness of the security agencies. I just told you they were able to move in swiftly within hours. And we know that's Oganego is a very difficult terrain. So for the military and the police and the DSS to be able to access that place so easily and so fast shows the commitment of the security agencies in Kogi State. When we talk about the success story of security in Kogi State, we are simply telling you how we have been able to work closely together with the security agencies to ensure security of our people. So this is not about politics. Politicians should come together. We are talking of the blood of fellow human beings here. They should not play politics with it. Both the military, the police, the civil defense, the DSS, all of them reacted promptly to avert further bloodletting. So we want to commend them.
Okay, that was going to be my second question, but I'll just go ahead and ask you still to expatiate on what you just said about collaborating with the security agencies, because if Kogi is this proactive and things get to be done the way they are done, we're wondering what you do differently from other states, for instance, that gives you this opportunity to fight crime and to be so security conscious in your state. What do you do differently? Because security is exclusively for the federal government. So what is it that you do as a state that makes it seamless for you to fight crime in your state?
Our security conscious governor recognized very early that you don't win the fight against criminality and violence just with a kinetic approach alone. So we have been able to deploy the non-kinetic approach, such as ensuring that our youth in the state are well engaged. Many of the youth that are involved in crime are doing that because they don't have means of livelihood. So they are lured into crime, into killing other people to get some blood money. But in Kogi State, we have been able to engage our youths in very productive ventures, and that has taken a good number of them away from crime. Apart from that, we have been able to introduce technology into our crime war in the state, and that has helped us tremendously. And that's why even when you have flashes of kidnapping, it's always very easy to geolocate where they are, track them down, and be able to rescue our people alive without paying ransom. So that's one of the approach that we have been able to use. So apart from that, there is this collaborative approach. You cannot always fight with force all of the time. You engage dialogue. You interrogate some of these issues. You come around the table to discuss with all the stakeholders. And when you're able to do that, it makes security a lot seamless. In our rural communities in Kogi State, Fulani herdsmen and their leaders are part of some of the things that we do in our rural communities. They are invited to be briefed about security approaches, and there is collaboration. So it is very difficult to track criminals when criminals intrude their ranks, and that is helping us. A lot of sensitization too. If you enter any village in Kogi State, within 2 minutes, it will be reported to the relevant authorities of government and security agencies. These are some of the things that we have done. So you cannot harbor anywhere. Like this attack, as we are made to know, pending the final release of investigations, those people came from another state, infiltrated the place in the early hours of the day to be able to launch the attack. So we are going to put all of this into, recalibrating our security architecture and making it a lot better. So Kogi is far ahead when it comes to security architecture among the states in Nigeria.
Okay, do we have some kind of time element? Do we have some kind of time frame when marching orders were given that all the security agencies should make sure that these people are apprehended? What time frame are we looking at to get results?
A lot of things is going to happen between now and the realization of that marching order. So we are very confident that in a couple of days, weeks, many of them will be apprehended. They've done this before in the state. Even when there was jailbreak, in Kogi, it was different. The way the government and the security agencies responded to that, were able to bring a lot of them back, apprehend a lot of the perpetrators, and they have been able to face justice. So I will assure the people that they should be calm. Government is working with security agencies to guarantee their security. Apart from that, I saw hope on the faces of the people of Oganen Enugu when we got there yesterday. I remember that as we're entering the community, some people were already putting their mattresses at the back of their motorcycles. But as soon as they saw a government presence, they came back. And, that's what we do in Kogi State. We do not run away from the battlefront. We have a governor who leads from the front, and that gives a lot of confidence to the people. So I want to assure you, I don't want to give out too much information about this, but I want to assure you that in a couple of days, weeks, they will be apprehended.
Okay, in spite of your best efforts, well, let me commend you that you have done well, the government of Kogi, and we're hoping that we're going to have these results. But some people are still saying that it might have some political undertone. And even though you say we may not have the motive now and you don't want to divulge that, people have also accused the APC in the state, the ruling party in the state, as being very insensitive because they are going about campaigning even when the state is literally bleeding. So what is your response to this? I know that the campaign or the primaries for the election which is coming up in November was slated for March and April to end in April 17 or thereabout. And so people are campaigning. But some other people said they expected that the ruling party will halt those campaigns for the state to mourn, as it were. But you have continued in your campaigns even as the blood of the people flow. I'd like a response to that, please.
I want to correct the impression very quickly that there is no campaign right now. We are preparing for primaries. You have candidates must emerge before you can now start campaigning. The candidates of the political parties have not emerged yet, except only parties where you have a one-man show, that there is no competition, no democratic antecedents and all of that. But, in the APC and many of the big political parties, apart from the mushroom parties, candidates have not emerged yet. So the question of campaign does not even arise at all. Nobody is campaigning. We are mourning as a state. For the governor to deploy the number 2 citizen of the state, and all the state government apparatus, the local government apparatus, all the security agencies to those places. As at this time yesterday, I was still with the deputy governor in Kogi East. So you understand what that means. So we are not campaigning. We cannot even campaign when we lose more than 2-3 of our citizens to circumstances that are very unfortunate. So that allegation is ludicrous, laughable, and very insensitive. It's like a macabre dance on the grave of those who lost their lives, and we should discourage that as much as possible. So for the purpose of enlightenment, let me say that there are no campaigns in Kogi State right now. Candidates will emerge. Then INEC, through INEC timetable, you can easily verify when campaigns would start. So this is not politics. It has to do with the security of the people.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, because whatever happens and we get the information from whatever quarters, we give you the chance to respond to that. But a government is coming, May 29th. We're hoping that a new government is coming, federal government now. And security is one of the very, very thorny issues that everybody is hoping will be addressed by the next government. What are the key pointers, knowing how successful Kogi has been in this security matter, as you say? What are some of the pointers that you think the next government should be considering to bring about this much needed security in our country?
Thank you very much. The good story here is that there is a very robust relationship between the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and our state governor, Governor Yahaya Bello. Even the security hierarchy, they understand the place of Alhaji Yahaya Bello in the security of Kogi State and the North Central as a whole, because of his commitment, because of his dynamism, because of his bloody-minded approach to ensuring that no chances are not taken in ensuring the security of the people. So I expect a lot of handshake, a lot of notes, comparison between the president-elect and the governor, to ensure that what has been achieved in Kogi State is replicated across the nation. It is one of the campaign points of the APC in the run-up to the 2023 presidential election. So it is expected that we are going to put that on the front burner and ensure that our people across the country are safe. It is the responsibility, it is going to be the responsibility of the president-elect from May 29 to ensure that Nigerians are safe. When you look at Bola Ahmed Tinubu, from his success story in Lagos, you would understand that he's one of the people who can identify competent people with capacity to deliver. He has done that in Lagos. He has produced some of the best leaders this nation has witnessed. So we expect that he's going to assemble a team. The security team of the nation will be proactive. That team will be able to put an end to insurgency and terrorism. And we are very confident that as far as we know, Bola Ahmed Tinubu will secure Nigeria. I can give that guarantee.
They say bird at hand is worth more than a million in the bush. If we have seen Kogi and Kogi is succeeding, as you are giving us the report now, we also heard those kind of things before 2019 and even 2015 about security, and we didn't get to see much, even though it has been said that a lot has been done regarding security, even though we don't see it as much as that. But the ones we already know in Kogi State, whether it is Asiwaju Bola Tinubu that is coming or not, Nigerians should have these pointers at their fingertips. What are some of the strongest ones from the Kogi story, as it were, that you would put out there for whoever is going to come in, whether as a governor or as a president, to consider, so that we will start seeing the security of our country from day to day?
The first thing is that there must be sincerity on the part of the leadership of the nation, of the state, of the local government to ensure security. You know, when the people see that sincerity of purpose, when they see commitment of the leader, you know, what's working in Kogi is that you have a leader that is out there leading, you know, from the front. He's not hiding behind, he's leading. 5 years ago, he went through rivers, he trekked many kilometers around that place that this attack just happened, to be able to give confidence to the people, to be able to study the terrain himself. That's what leaders should do. Before you can be a successful leader, you must circulate. According to the former American President Abraham Lincoln, you need to circulate. You need to be able to see things yourself. You need to be able to monitor and supervise things yourself. You need to show commitment. You need to show sincerity. You need to show that you are not going to play ethnicity, religious cards when it comes to politics. You must attack it frontally. And we have the confidence that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to do that. That's the success story in Kogi State. They see sincerity in their leader. He doesn't play politics with it. He doesn't play religious card with it. He doesn't play ethnicity with it. When the governor came in 2016, the most volatile part of the state was Kogi Central, where we have some cells of even international terrorist organizations. But he attacked it frontally. He didn't say, oh, I'm from Kogi Central, so I have to treat it with kid gloves. Those are the leaders that Nigeria needs. And that is the kind of leader that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is. He's going to confront insecurity frontally. He's going to work with people who have made success stories in their states to be able to achieve that at the national level. So we have confidence from May 29 that a lot will be done to ensure security of lives and property in Nigeria. Yahaya Bello was very sincere in Kogi State. He was leading from the front. He was investing billions in it, but not just putting the money and not supervising it. No, he ensured that you have patrol vans, you have gadgets that will help to track kidnappers and criminals and all that. So we have been able to achieve this. So if we can achieve this in Kogi State, in a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state like Kogi State, why has it been so difficult for the story to be replicated at the national level? So you need a kind of the spirit of Alhaji Yahaya Bello to be able to replicate that at the national level. And his political mentor is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I heard the president-elect I heard him say many times that the governor of Kogi State, when he looks at the governor of Kogi State, remembers when he was younger, that he has a lot of attributes that he loves, including courage, boldness, and the readiness to take actions. You need to take certain decisions, whether they are palatable or not, whether they are comfortable for you or not. What is most important is to get results. And that is what our governor has been able to do in Kogi State. And that is what we believe that Bola Ahmed Tinubu will replicate at the national stage, on the national stage from May 29.
All of us hope so. This is our country, and we would like it to be very secure for all of us to be in it. And let's just digress in closing now, as we wrap up with you. Though we may not just talk strictly about security, I'd like to know if Yahaya Bello leaves now, because there's going to be an election in November, and he will leave a few weeks or a few months after that. So what will be, in your opinion, the greatest legacies that he's going to leave as a governor who came, who saw, and possibly conquered Kogi?
The number one thing that he'll be remembered for is security. He has been able to secure the state. He has been able to respond when there is breach of peace. He has been able to respond promptly. He has been able to lead from the front, and that's very important for the people of the state. Apart from that, you would want to be remembered as the person who addressed the health challenges of the state. When he came on board, even the specialist hospital, which was the biggest owned by the state government, was in shambles, and it was like a glorified village clinic. But today, he has not only turned that to an international health institution, he has also built a brand new reference hospital in Okene, where you have some facilities that are debuting for the first time in Africa. From information reaching my office, they've started operations today, and it shows that people who need hyperbaric chamber will have to come to Okene instead of going to Eastern Europe or Western Europe. They have to come to Kogi State. So we can redress that when we show sincerity, and he'll be remembered for that. That is not just in Okene. We have the specialist hospital in Lokoja has been completely turned to an international medical institution. And apart from the one he built in Okene, there is one in Isonlu in the western Senatorial District, another one at Gegu in the Western Senatorial District. We have others in the Eastern Senatorial District and also in the Central Senatorial District. So he has been able to show that when a leader is committed to his people, one of the things you need to do is to ensure well-being. When you secure the people, that is not enough. You must ensure that they have the best of healthcare facilities, and he has been able to provide that. He will also be remembered for his contribution to education. Apart from building world-class educational institutions and improving on the institutions that he made on ground, he has also ensured that we have peace, academic peace in our higher institutions. While others go on strike, our higher institutions are always working. The issue of a strike does not happen in our institutions. So when you enter either the Kogi State University or the Confluence University of Science and Technology or the Kogi Polytechnic or our health institutions, you know that you are going to finish in record time. So these are some of the legacies that you'll be remembered for. And that is why already, by far, in clear lead, he remains the best to have happened to Kogi State.
Okay, thank you so much for that. We do hope that that energy will be sustained until these perpetrators of the Dastardly Act are caught, are caught and prosecuted. We're waiting for that information, and we wish you well in all the things that you're doing in Kogi. Thank you so much, Honorable Kingsley Fanwo, for coming on the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, we've been talking with Honorable Kingsley Fanwo, Commissioner for Information, Kogi State, and we've been talking about the unfortunate event that happened in Kogi State. And right now, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll be discussing the statement of a former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Muhammadu Sanusi II, on the state of the nation. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
The former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Muhammadu Sanusi, has said Nigeria has never been this divided since the Civil War of 1967 to 1970. He said the country, because of the elections, was now dangerously divided along ethnic and religious lines, adding that it had put the integrity of public institutions in question. Sanusi, in his address, stated that the country now had a challenge of nation building, adding that the economy was now in the doldrums. According to him, beyond defining the kind of leaders the country needs, it also needs to look critically at the process through which the leaders emerge. We're now being joined to discuss this tonight by Abiodun Showomi, a political analyst. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me.
I remember in those days when we were growing up, when I was growing up, I don't know about other people, we had a march past song, and we were singing about a particular person who wanted to divide Nigeria. But go on, the man at the helm of affairs at that time said Nigeria must be one. So we are now for General Gowon. That's how it was. Nigeria must be one. It was the concern of everybody. That's always been that Nigeria does not disintegrate along any lines, whether ethnic, whether religious, whether whatever kinds of lines. But right now, according to Sanusi, the division in Nigeria has become so worrisome that we can compare it to 1967 to 70 when we had the Civil War, or even worse than that. What is your comment on this?
Yes, division in itself is not really a problem. It's the nature of the division that we have in society. In the first instance, there is no way you can avoid division. Whether you look at it politically, you have to be divided. That's the nature of democracy. And then you have classes in society, social stratification along class lines. You have the working class, you have the rich class, you have the middle class. They are part of the divisions existing in any society. But two of the most dangerous form of divisions, which could threaten the existence of any nation more than the rest, is they are religion and ethnicity. They are very, very potent weapons which could lead a country into being divided, badly divided, or the collapse of a country. Yes, it is true, class stratification could also lead to revolution, which may also threaten either the country or threaten the established order in that very country. But it is not quite as often as and as potent as the ethnic and religious divide in any country. In the last election, we have seen our country badly polarized along religion and ethnic sentiments, which portend some danger for our country. We are at a very serious crisis at a point in time when we really now need to address the issue of Nigeria being a divided nation, and we need to make it a nation, a diverse nation, but united as a country, not necessarily to divide along ethnic lines. What Sanusi remarked on actually is about the nature and the level of ethnic politicking that characterized the last election. And that can easily be evident from what happened in different parts of the country. When you look at the almost unbelievable one-way voting in the Southeast, where 97, 98%, 92% are returned in favor of one candidate and one political party, to the exclusion of others, that none had even 5%.
Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Shomi?
You know, that is ethnic nationality.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead now.
Hello?
Yes, we can
that
hear
the
you.
whole ethnic nationality could think along that line. That is very worrisome. That is dangerous. The second aspect of it is the what happened also in particularly in Lagos. We also saw, you know, ethnic politics, you know, playing itself out of anxiety about some other nationality coming to take over Lagos. Of course, that is not helped by the nature of the propaganda that came out, you know, from that nationality. That actually fueled that ethnic resentment in Southwest. Whether justified or not, the fact of the matter is a very dangerous form of politicking in our country, to the extent that there are people from certain parts of the country, particularly Southeast, who are very, very apprehensive, you know, of their continuous existence in Lagos. Whether real or imagined is not the issue, it's about perception. Even though there are other ethnic nationalities living in Lagos, but they are not apprehending the same level of fear. So that is, I think, what drove that on the part of Sanusi. But when you look at religion also, the way religion has been employed, it's such very shameful that we could descend to that level. I mean, we saw people moving, a presidential candidate moving from one church to another church, almost all churches, appealing to sentiments, even though claiming he was not campaigning on religious ground. But of course, that is not true. The perception is clear. It's not about reality. It's also about perception and the body language. And we had all what the pastors and bishops, said, drumming up support for one candidate against another. So that has also not helped. We also have the another angle to it. We saw the traditional religionists, or how do I call it? The traditional religious worshippers, also, declaring their Oro festival around the period leading to the election or leading to voting, including on the day of voting. That, of course, affected turnout to some extent, which nobody can dispute, in my view. Of course, that has also not helped, because even though they didn't attach that to politics, but it's clear that the intention is to influence the voting pattern of people, one, and it also evoke a kind of religious sentiments in the Southwest, particularly in Lagos. So these are the issues which are really very troubling about the nature of the division which we have currently. There's nothing wrong with having political division or social division. We've always been having that, but we've learned how to manage those ones. But the ones that can lead to mayhem is either the religious or the ethnic one. You only need to look at Rwanda, and then we will understand how Rwanda got to where they are today. And also we have the same ethnic issue in Somalia. Somalia till today has not been able to rebuild the country. It's still bloodshed today, bloodshed tomorrow, because the nature of the problem in Somalia is along ethnic clans lines, and that's the problem. So it is Sanusi is right, like many people, to be concerned about the nature and the character and the type of the division which we have in our country today.
Because if we look at the political history from 1999, for instance, the Southeast has always been almost like giving block votes to particular parties. When PDP was holding sway, it was almost like all their votes went to PDP, for instance. And and then Lagos State, on its own, I'm not too sure it's more like an ethnic thing. Well, maybe it is the Yoruba nationality against the world. Otherwise, if you're talking about people who really are from Lagos State, fighting for Lagos State, a lot of people will argue against that. Because, for instance, the president-elect has held sway in Lagos for a long time, and it is said that he's from Osun State. We also know another political actor in Lagos State, in the person of James Faleke, who has been contesting governorship elections in Kogi State. We also have Aregbesola, who has been a governor in Osun State and has a very great say in Lagos politics. Nobody is saying those people are strangers, except they want to say Lagos is Yoruba. It doesn't matter whether you're from Lagos or from anywhere else. But some people perceive what is happening in Lagos, as it is a particular set of people who belong to a sect, a political sect in Lagos, against the rest of them. Because Yorubas are also saying a lot of things against what happened in Lagos now. So my concern is what really fueled what happened here, because these things that happened here have been happening low-key, but now it was so wide. What gave room, or what gave rise to this kind of the magnitude of what happened in this political circle that we just finished, and we're hoping that May 29 it will be very complete. So what was the fuel that brought about this division that we are concerned about now?
Yes, Lagos is a cosmopolitan city. To a large extent, you are quite right with the way you've viewed it, that people have been living together for long, and they've been voting for a particular party or a particular political tendency in Lagos, which is correct. Lagos has always been standing by Asiwaju Tinubu's party. There's no doubt about that. And a lot of it is due to the fact that people could see that, comparatively speaking, Lagos has been doing well more than any other states in the country, to the extent that it's now the 5th largest economy in the world. So the support for that political tendency led by Asiwaju Tinubu is actually predicated on the performance of Lagos State in comparison with the rest of the states in the country. So that put in context, we can then understand why people across, all ethnic lines, a majority of them prefer, to stand by that political tendency led by Tinubu. Now, in relation to this last election, what created the problem is also the nature of the people in Southwest in comparison with the nature of the people, particularly from the southeast part of Nigeria. When it was made clear that people, the South should produce the next governor by all the Santa governors, it was not zoned to any part of the South. It was not zoned to South, Southwest or Southwest. So, given that situation, all people from the southern part of Nigeria are entitled, all ethnic nationalities are entitled to contest for it. Yeah. We saw Wike trying from South-South through the PDP. He didn't make it. And we saw Tinubu tried through the APC. He made it. We saw Obi from Southeast tried, through Labour Party, and he made it also. They all got the ticket. But what was in relationship is the failure to recognize or respect the relationship, in the Southwest. And what do I mean by that? Maybe if you allow me to explain a little bit. In the Southwest, you can have in a family the father being a Muslim, and you have the mother a Christian, and the son can choose to be a traditionalist. When it's festival period, they all celebrate all the festivals together. It is not a problem at all in the Southwest at all. So having a Muslim candidate or a Christian candidate is not, is not something strange. And I can give you examples of that. When Awolowo was contesting in 1979, he had Philip Umiade from Southeast as his vice presidential candidate. Both of them were Christians. It didn't create any problem at all in the Southwest. When Oyinlola, the former governor of Osun State, contested, he contested with Erelu Obada. Both of them were Christians in Osun State, largely Muslim, and they voted for them. Even the current governor of Osun State, voted, is a Christian with a Christian deputy, and they still voted for them in this same election cycle, in Osun State. As I'm speaking to you today, in the whole of the southern part of Nigeria, there is no states where there is a Muslim governor. In the whole of the entire South. So it then becomes a problem for people in the Southwest to understand when the campaign against Tinubu was led by the church, that you can't have a Muslim ticket. When in reality, this issue of same religion is not a problem in Southwest. We've had it before with MKO Abiola and King Igbe. We now had it again with Tinubu, and Shetima. So it has never been a problem. But it is a problem for people in the southern, particularly in the southeast, because they made a lot of noise around it and campaigned heavily using the church, and we saw CAN, the Christian Association of Nigeria, we saw PFN all coming out heavily criticizing it. And that did not go down very well with many people in the Southwest. And because of that, that is the basis, for the renewed tension. And is exactly why the traditionalists in Southwest actually had to intervene.
Yes, let's wrap up, Mr. Shomi. Let's wrap up, yeah. Just your final words, please.
Okay, so basically, what we need to do is to learn to have to understand each other. We need to jettison, religion and jettison the issue of ethnicity. We are all Nigerians. We are all people created by God, and it's just an accident of geography that I'm born in Lagos or born in Kano or Kaduna or Enugu. So I think we need to learn from what has happened, and we all have to show respect for each other's feelings.
Okay, I do hope that that healing process that everybody's asking for now will really begin and lead us to where we want to be. Lagos used to be the dream of Nigeria, what Nigeria could be. You could come from anywhere and be anything so long as you are a Nigerian here in Lagos. And everybody else was hoping that it's going to happen like that in every other state. And a lot of people were agitating for state of origin to be removed from all the forms that we feel and all that, so that Nigerians become just Nigerians, and without saying wherever you're coming from will affect you in any way. But all that, a lot of people fear has been eroded. We do hope that this consciousness which it has given us to see how, if we divide ourselves along ethnicity and religion, we're going to be, will teach us a lesson enough to make sure that we come back together to unite and build a strong Nigeria. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Abiodun Shomi, for coming on the program and talking with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we've been talking with Mr. Abiodun Shomi, a political analyst on the show. Stakeholders are concerned about the unity of Nigeria. We do hope that that unity that we so much desire will put our hands together to make it come about. On behalf of the entire team of Plus Politics, my name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Hydration is when you have enough water content in your body, then you're hydrated. And what is dehydration? Dehydration is the opposite of hydration. That's lack of water. And a lot of people are suffering from dehydration. Why are they suffering from dehydration? A lot of people find it difficult to drink water. It's healthy for you to get up in the morning and drink water, a glass of water. Cleanses your system. It makes you start on a good mood. It's is when you take enough water, your skin equally glows. You know, your mood is well balanced. You're not feeling tired, because when you are dehydrated, you tend to feel tired. You tend to feel sick because your body is toxic. You understand? So your body is toxic, and things that are not supposed to be in your body are being retained in your body instead of it being flushed out. When you are properly hydrated, then you pee, you go to the toilet, you urinate, you sweat well, which is very, very healthy. In doing that, the excess things you do not require, the toxins you do not require are passed out from the body. So it makes you healthy. Watermelon is good. Watermelon has a lot of water. Pineapple is good. You know, you can take this fruit like cucumber. If you, okay, let me just give you these little tips. You can do your mix your cucumber, blend your cucumber with watermelon, blend it with a bit of beetroot, add a bit of ginger to it. It will keep you very, very energized. It will keep you alert when you have your then add apple to it, because definitely apple is going to sweeten it up, but not too much. So you can add apple to it, but it's going to keep you energized for the day. Then another combination, like I said, is an addition to another combination that can give you enough energy for the day. You can have your kale, you can have a bit of pineapple, you can have a bit of so when I say a bit, it is now for you to come to us and ask us what the bit is. But so you have your banana, you have your kale, you have your pineapple, you can add a bit of chai seed to it. Blend is energy given. Kale on its own is powerful. Is a power bank of veggies. Then banana is another. So you have your banana there, you have your pineapple, you have your kale, you have your chai seed. If you want, you can add a bit of ginger to it, depending on. But you're beautiful with that. Then with water, you're fine. Well, we need to have fruit in our life, because we don't want to go to the hospital. They help fight they help combat diseases in the body. So you derive vitamins from fruits. Your body absorbs your food properly when you eat well, when you take in fruits. Your body metabolizes the food you eat. You're not constipated while you eat. Your body metabolizes your food properly when you take fruits. You have a very glowing skin when you take fruits. You have vitamins, it helps aging. Some of us that are tending towards, and we don't want to look old, take enough fruits. You'll be fine. Your face, your skin, everything will glow. You have to find out what that child likes. All children are not the same, so you need to know what that child likes. When you find out what the child likes, then you start mixing fruit together. Most children, not all of them anyway, they have sweet tooth. So it could be a combination of banana with some other things, But the first thing is to find out what the child likes. When you get what the child likes, then day in, day out, you introduce it into their meals. You can make it into smoothies. You can make it into juice for them, because it's easier to take, when you make juices or you make smoothies, it's easier for them to take a whole lot of nutrients into their body within a short time. So I would talk from experience. If I want to, cucumber for example, not everybody likes cucumber because cucumber is tasteless. But for you to enjoy cucumber has high water content and is really good for the body. But for you to enjoy cucumber, you can combine your cucumber with other fruits that you love to eat. Take for example, some people like pineapple, some people like apple. Combine it with the fruit you enjoy, then you can make it into probably juice. You can juice it, you can make smoothies of it. You can make your salad interesting. When I say interesting, make your veggies, add some fruit to it. Add your chicken and all that, then add some fruit to it. Most fruits gives your normal vitamins. So I'm going to start with apple. Apple will help you with your digestion. The beetroot will help you with metabolism. Citrus fruits, lemon for example, cleanses your system.
Good afternoon, I'm Ifeanyi Elumezem. This is a news update. As the race for the 10th National Assembly leadership of Red and Green Chambers continue to heighten, group under the auspices of Arewa Young Professionals in Politics has called on the leadership of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC to consider zoning Senate presidency to Southeast and speakership to Northwest of political inclusion and national cohesion. The group said it is imperative to distribute power fairly to foster a sense of belonging for every region and religion to prevent any divisive tension that could undermine the government's effectiveness. Addressing a press conference at Arewa House, Kaduna, convener of the group, Malam Yusuf Amoke, says for national peace and unity, each region must be carried along.
As the Arewa Young Professionals in Politics, we are urging the APC leadership and the president-elect to carefully consider the need for political inclusion in the 2023 power equation. We call on them to, 1, zone the Senate presidency to southeastern part of Nigeria for political inclusion. 2, zone the speakership to the northwestern part of Nigeria for political compensation, being it that the Northwest Zone gave the highest vote to the APC government. 3, ensure that the leadership of the National Assembly projects our religious diversity for national cohesion. These steps will go a long way in promoting unity and national integration. We implore the APC leadership and the president-elect to employ wisdom in making these decisions.
They added that the Northwest contributed massive votes for the emergence of the APC president-elect and should be compensated with the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Had the president from the Northwest, so why still giving us the Senate president? Let's give it to other regions for them to also be part of it. One of APC is from the North Central, so it's just a replication of history and the structure that we've had before. So there is no, I don't think there's a problem about that. And if we have the speaker from the Northwest, it will be enough compensation for the people of Northwest. Then if you want to also press further, you will notice that the Kano state is not an APC state. And some people will argue that why should you give them a Senate president? While we have a Kaduna state and some other few states that are APC states, why wouldn't you give them Speaker of the National Assembly? So these are part of the reasons why we are arguing and agitating that the speakership should be zoned to the Northwest, and we should look at the people that are contesting for this position from states that are APC.
National Chairman of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, Abdullahi Adamu, has lamented the party's loss in the March 18 governorship election in Kano State as a painful experience which was caused by selfish politicians. Adamu, who made his feelings known in an interview on Wednesday, said the party would identify the culprits and dish out appropriate sanctions at the right time. Adamu went on to blame those he claimed refused to do what they were told for the loss of the state to the New Nigerian People Party and said when the election noise dies down, the party will take action against the erring members. Hyacinth Alia, Benue governor-elect, says President Muhammadu Buhari has done so much for Nigeria. Speaking with State House correspondents after a courtesy visit to the president on Wednesday, Alia commended Buhari for not interfering with the general election. Alia, a Reverend Father, was elected Benue governor after polling 473,933 votes to defeat Titus Uba, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), who polled 223,913 votes. On his plans as governor, Alia promised to revamp Benue civil service, which according to him is currently in intensive care unit. The Reverend Father said despite its potentials, the state is faced with many challenges. He also added that his administration would hit the ground running immediately after his swearing in on May 29 to make life better for residents of the state. Catriona Lang, the outgoing UK High Commissioner to Nigeria, has officially said her goodbye to President Muhammadu Buhari. Speaking at a press conference with the president at the Aso Rock Villa on Wednesday, Lang said she had a fabulous time in Nigeria, adding that she was fascinated by the music, dance, and culture she experienced. She has spent 4.5 years as High Commissioner, commended Buhari for holding the country together. On his part, the president said the UK is a second home for many Nigerians and relations between the two countries would continue to wax strong. In a bid to strengthen and promote interreligious tolerance and mutual understanding, Northern Christian leaders and Islamic scholars have sued for peace and unity for all, irrespective of cultural and religious differences in the country. They made this call when a former Minister for Youth and Sport, Solomon Dalong, led a delegation to renowned Islamic leader Sheikh Dahiru Bauchi to observe Iftar. The former minister said in Nigeria's political history, it is the first time Nigerians are more divided by the incitement of politicians.
Further, to send a strong message of peace to Nigerians on the need to live in peace and harmony despite our differences. It is or not that after the 2023 general elections, this country has been more divided than any time in the history of this country. Political leaders have smuggled religious sentiments into politics. They have molded religion and ethnicity into politics. No day that will pass without political leaders making dangerous, inciting statements.
Unity and mutual understanding between Christians, Muslims, and other religions in this country. May there be peace in our country, praying that Christians and Muslims understand themselves, live in peace and harmony with one another. Wherever Christians might have offended Muslims in this country and the world at large, or Muslims might have offended Christians in this country and the world at large, please let us find a place in our heart to forgive one another and live in peace and harmony.
And let's take it to other parts of Africa, where female politician and spokeswoman of Zimbabwe's main opposition party, Citizens Coalition for Change, CCC, Fadzayi Mahere, was on Wednesday charged to court and fined $500 for allegedly spreading false information on Twitter. Mahere, a prominent lawyer and leader of the CCC, which is challenging President Emerson Mnangagwa in this year's elections, was arrested 2 years ago after posting a video where a police officer was seen fatally striking a baby with a baton when in fact the child was alive and not injured, court heard. While delivering judgment, the judge said Mahere had undermined the authority of the police and should have verified the information before posting it on social media. The prosecution had called for a jail term, but the judge disagreed and decided to fine Mahere because the controversial law under which she was convicted no longer exists in the country. And outside Africa, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre condemned any attacks on judges on Wednesday following criticism of the charges facing former President Donald Trump. The office of Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney, charged Trump on Tuesday with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records over allegations that he orchestrated payments to 2 women before the 2016 election to suppress publication of their sexual encounters with him. Trump over the years has complained that law enforcement at the national and state level were targeting him for political purposes, as his fellow Republicans in Congress have held hearings to examine what they describe as the weaponization of government.
And we've been very consistent and very prudent about that, so we're going to continue to leave that there. But more broadly, of course, and you've heard me say this, you've heard the president say this many times, we condemn any type of attacks on any judge or our judicial system that we have seen over the last 2 years in particular, as the president has been in office. But again, I'm not going to speak to the case specifically, but that is something that we definitely condemn. Just like as we all found out, you all learned through reports, the media reporting, and that's all I have.
The Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, has said the Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kano expressways will be completed by April 30. The minister gave the assurance at the pre-inspection of the completed local Weto Bridge in Nasarawa State on Wednesday. According to him, only 9 kilometers from KM17 to 27 of the road will be left out. He also said the 4th mainland bridge would be ready before the Buhari administration handover to the incoming government.
And one of the things that this bridge has done, first, is to reduce the travel time. If you are coming from the southeast, for example, and you go through Otupo to link Nasarawa, instead of going through Lafia to Kefi, you can now pass Loko and bust out at Kefi. That reduces your journey time by about 4 hours. Dates that we have now for the completion of the link road, because the bridge itself is finished, as you saw when we went there. That's the second Niger bridge. The link road that will formally open it to traffic, the date we have now is the 15th of May, as at yesterday. So we are rolling out all the stops to support the contractor to see that that date is achieved. And so a lot of snag resolutions are going to start. Lane marking on the bridge will soon start. Erection of signages, as you have seen on this road, will also soon start. So touch wood, just about 2 weeks before end of term, the president will be invited to the completion, and maybe any day thereafter.
In some entertainment news, multi-award winning Beninese music legend Angelique Kidjo has become only the 3rd African to win the prestigious Polar Music Prize. The Polar Music Prize, which is also tagged the Nobel Prize of Music, is a Swedish international award founded in 1989 by Stig Andersson, best known as the manager of the Swedish band ABBA, with a donation to the Royal Swedish Academy of Music. The award is annually given to one contemporary musician and one classical musician. Kidjo joins South Africa's Miriam Makeba, who won in 2002, and Senegalese Youssou N'Dour, who won in 2013, as the only African to have won the Polar Music Prize. And before we go, let's give you some sport news. For fiscally assaulting a referee, Kene Abubakar Adams, who has been elected to represent the Chinkun Kajuru Federal Constituency of Kaduna State in the House of Representatives on the platform of the Labour Party, is to be prosecuted in court on the orders of the Interim Management Committee (IMC) of the Nigerian Premier Football League (NPFL), who is also the general manager of Remo Stars Football Club, has been banned also from all NPFL activities for the rest of the season. The attack was carried out by the politician cum football administrator and referee Ndubisi Uka, disrupted the match day 12 fixture of the 2023 NPFL between Remo Stars and Gombe United in Ikenne. The match, which started on Sunday, April 2nd, was conducted the next day after the referee was assaulted in the dressing room at halftime, and the IMC has said the unfortunate incident happened because Remo Stars failed to provide adequate security for the match officials. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Ifeanyi Elumezim. Many thanks for watching. Good evening.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Here are success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Tita woke up with a start. She was experiencing intense cramping in her stomach, a sign that her menstrual period was here. The severe pain made her wish sometimes she was a man. When she was still married, her period felt like a curse, showing up every month without fail, meaning that she failed at conceiving yet again that month. The singular act that would truly make her a woman kept evading her, and her potential children came out as blood clots. Thankfully, she is in a better headspace now. She carefully got out of bed, grabbed a change of underwear and a sanitary pad, and went to have a bath. She felt some relief after the bath. She reached for some ibuprofen in the drawer by her bed. As she swallowed the pills, she prayed silently, a practice that she had rediscovered recently. Dear God, you know my desire to have children. I know you're the one who placed the desire inside of me. You have formed my body in my mother's womb. Take control of my body. As she drifted back to sleep, she thought of only the future, a future she so badly wanted Ifunanya to be a part of. Bright and early the next morning, she was off to the market. She needed to get some foodstuffs for the week for both her and Ifunanya. Thank God it was the weekend. Even though she was in pain, she still had a lot of things to do that would help take her mind off it. Halfway through the market runs, the cramping became unbearable, that she had to find a place to sit. She always carried water and painkillers with her, so she quickly took some and waited for the pain to subside. An hour later, she was back home and in bed. To help with the pain, she held her trusted hot water bottle against her stomach as tightly as she was wrapped in her blankets. It hadn't always been like this. When Tito had first gotten her periods at 13 and throughout her teenage years, she hardly had any problems. By the time she reached her 20s, her periods had stopped being regular, and when she managed to get them, they came with excruciating pain. Her insides usually felt like someone was wringing a wet piece of cloth. However, in her youthful naivety, she had not worried about it because she thought it was just a phase. She soon found out the hard way that it wasn't a phase. The first miscarriage after she got married marked the start of her journey in the fight against infertility. She soon realized how much culture and tradition were stacked against her. Hi, my name is Shay Amaro. I'm a brand business consultant and author and founder of PCOS Conquerors. Yeah, so with PCOS, I think every experience is different for women. For me, I kind of fell on the scale where what triggered my interest in my hormonal health was really I was having prolonged periods, which then I didn't know it was also a side effect of PCOS. I wasn't even aware I had PCOS. But the more I look back at when I started having these issues, I realized the first time I had issues with my period was like when I was 18. And at 18, what happened was I didn't see my period 1 month. I went to see a doctor. She was a female doctor. She's an Indian woman with my mom. And basically, she all but, I don't even know, accused me of having premarital sex. And I was like, okay, first of all, I'm a young girl, fine. I know people are active and stuff, but I said I'm not active. But she didn't believe me, just basically gaslighted my experience. And then my period came the next day. So I just thought, you know, I'll never ever do that again. And once I didn't, so that for me was almost like, oh, it's like my body is now giving me a break from periods and stuff. So when it started becoming regular, like every year, because it was after 18, I started noticing I would miss my periods. I didn't pay any attention to it. And it didn't, and that was until maybe I was like 26 or so, when I started noticing my body was changing and everything. So I went to see a doctor. That was when the doctor, they didn't call up PCOS, but he was just like, okay, you're getting married soon. You know, just let's watch and see. It was always let's watch and see, nothing definitive. And even when one doctor said, okay, he was going to put me on birth control, he didn't really address my concern. I was concerned I was gaining weight. He was telling me I'll put on more weight. So obviously I was like, yeah, I don't think I need birth control. And when I finally got diagnosed, and this was like 2017, I remember the experience just being a bit horrid because the doctor, who happened to also be a childhood doctor for me, it was more like an experiment where he was, you know, just checking my stomach and then calling his nurse, or I don't even know, maybe resident doctor to like, oh wow, like this is a classic case of PCOS. And I'm then like going crazy because I'm like, okay, I've read the things online, it looks scary, and there was nothing done to elevate, you know, what I knew or what to do next. So the same thing was let's watch and see. So it was always let's watch and see, no active solution. To be honest, it was until I started taking some interest in my own body that I started finding out things I could do to help myself get better. People judge books by its cover. Yes, I mean, I think that was one of my biggest lessons because I just spoke about it because I knew when I picked the cover, I knew what I was trying to depict. And because I'm the kind of, when I read, I'm quite cerebral. I like when people like hide things in like covers and stuff. So when I'm reading a book, I like going back. So I wanted to give my readers that experience, but I realized not everyone would see. And especially if people don't know. Some people are like, oh, they see a book, they read the back and they want to get to know it. But most people would literally judge, okay, is this something I want to read? And especially if people don't know your name. You know, your book cover does a lot more for you. I'll say, you know, maybe building your team early on, you know, yes, write the book, but then having a full team. It's not just the publishers. You need a publicist, you need a marketing strategy, really, really counting the costs because it's expensive, y'all. Well, it happened during lockdown. So I think yeah, we're stuck at home. So that was, I don't know if I'll call it, okay, I'll call the challenge, kind of getting discovered, because I've never written a book before. People don't know me. So it was almost like coming into like a whole market and trying to get the message, and not really knowing the process. There was nowhere I could go to be like, and I'm sure maybe there was, but I couldn't really find anything. And then I did try reaching out to certain authors that, had the experience, because you think, oh, let me reach out to this woman. She might be candid enough. But yeah, I didn't really get that much feedback. Although my publishers, they did help me a great deal. I had this story. I had this story since 2018, and it wasn't until 2020 that I was able to just sit down and write it. So I think if I had a lot of guidance at the start, I would have done a lot of things different. I mean, one of the things I had to do was change my book cover. So having that kind of guidance, at least it would have known, oh, this might not work, the people might misinterpret it, that kind of thing. But I just said, you know what, I'm just going to go for it and then learn from my mistakes and just see how as I go. And that's how it's been for me. I've been figuring things as I go. I feel like I have an authentic story, and hopefully it sells itself and gains the traction. I think it's amazing. I think it's a thriving, right now, I feel like it's such a thriving market. Like, I've seen a couple of books come out recently, and I've been seeing more female authors. So initially, it seemed like something that only select people could be a part of, and then you have to, have that name before you even get to sell. But I'm seeing more people kind of break the glass ceilings with their books, like once they understand the market. So it's something like I want to get into even more. Like, I just wrote a book and I'm like, okay, cool. I wasn't thinking I was going to really delve into it. But the more I started connecting with more authors, the more people seeing their books, Dami Adetu, she has a beautiful book called Home. The more I'm like, okay, this is actually something I really want to be a part of. I started a conversation, I think during lockdown, about Publish Her, just like an initiative, just encouraging more women authors from this space. So I think it's be good to see more people. I mean, we're already seeing it. So it's just, let's create more forums for people to dialogue and even learn more, because it's something that can take us to the world, especially if we have a great story that can be produced internationally.
Switch to on, light on. Pressing command for internal. Expectedly back, DW. Fuel tank pressure 60 Your nav state with back and is perfect.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. Today I'm going to be talking about tribal division strategy. Tony will be talking about creative curriculum, and Stephen will be talking about the Bojiman arrives, the 2023 Lagos gubernatorial election. We will be right back after the break. Please stay with us. First, I must really commend the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for a fantastically executed election. Right now, I dare say that the US need to come to take election lessons from Nigeria. This is by far the best election in the history of elections. I'm sure you would agree with me. The past few weeks has left me really appalled at the level of impunity and moral decadence that we have experienced as a nation. These events are truly a reflection of our value system. We've got a huge problem on our hands. To be very honest, I'm still waiting for the gubernatorial elections because I'm so sure that what we witnessed last Saturday was just a movie rehearsal, and judging by the performances of various actors, we're going to make an incredible film worthy of the Oscars. Are we all going to just sit here and pretend that we had an election? Really? I'm not even talking about free and fair. That is another conversation for another day. Did we really have an election to start with? Two powerful division strategies have always been religion and ethnicity. Education is always internal, or is always the internal fuel powering these two division elements. Keep the people mentally malnourished, and they would forever become slaves. They would never be able to make quality and progressive decisions since their education bank capital is zero. Many ways. Of course, we can see how the conversation degenerated to Igbo versus Yoruba. Young people, this is the time to arise and really get above this defeated thinking pattern if we must make meaningful progress in our nation. This is not the time for some tribal segregation. You know, the big guys are creating this division, and they are also dining with themselves at the top. We've got a much bigger problem in our hands. And I strongly believe that this question will bring a much better perspective to the whole tribal division. And I'm going to ask, if you had 1 hour to live and the only available doctor that could cure you is of the opposition tribe, what are you going to do? Why I leave it to ponder on that, let me now turn to my fellow advocates here in the studio. And I'm going to start with Stephen. What do you think about, the presidential elections, and most recently, I know we can say that we didn't witness as much violence as we did, with the just concluded gubernatorial elections. What do you have to say? What are your thoughts?
Okay, a quick rundown on the elections now. Well, we had the presidential elections and all that. Before it, we were told that, I was told by my friends and many people in the public that technology was the solution, BVAS was here, and it was going to cure all the problems we were going to have. So then we went to these elections, and then we found out that BVAS was no more than what you could really do on your phone. Only your phone will do it better. Your phone will take a picture of something and send it instantly to the next person. But that this BVAS couldn't really do that because there was a server problem somewhere and all that. We also found that, it could accredit someone, but you can do that with the register and all that. So INEC had 300 billion or so to spend on all these things, and that's all they really did, something my phone can really do, Then, of course, you had for over 24 hours or so, they really couldn't upload anything. There was opportunity for, we know what happens in Nigerian elections, you know. Then we moved from there. We now found out after all the voting, we have 93 million registered voters. INEC had said 87 million people collected voters' card. The person who putatively won the presidential election won with 9 million votes. So what happened to all the people in between? We have been having low voter figures before this, but then what happened really then is the figure of those who voted in presidential election, in the last election, ensured that we have the lowest, one of the lowest voter turnouts in the world, and certainly the lowest in Africa. We are now the undisputed champions of low voting. You can see. Then we went to the gubernatorial elections, and then we had all this, the campaign itself. We are still going to come back to it because of my own presentation, but the campaign itself was shameful.
Something was wrong somewhere.
No, it was shameful. The thing that one can say about it, it was primitive. We are really beyond what happened. I hope we are beyond what. Really? I hope. I can only hope that we are beyond that kind of primitivity. The campaign itself was the problem. The campaign, the bitterness of the campaign, the 60s to 50s feel of it, as if, you know. Now, if we are not careful, you know what the 60s ended with. You know, that's what kept coming back to my mind. How could we descend that low? It was as if we are going around in a cycle, going down.
So I think that's a mistake we make. I think we believe we are far more ahead than we actually are. You know, we compare ourselves, like say, to the US, or even in everything like our animations and deals that have been done, and we will compare ourselves to Disney. We really need to take stock of who we are. I don't think we have advanced as far as we think we have. Yeah. When you consciously miseducate and uneducate your population, why would they be interested in getting involved in the political process? They're struggling to just feed. So when you extend that period between the presidential and the gubernatorial elections, and that gives you the extra time, gives them the extra time to spew, you know, this nonsense.
Indoctrinate.
And then go to these communities and drop bags of rice, which is what they were doing. And, you know, sending these messages and putting these tribal things. That's enough time to really put those who had some spirit to come out to not come out. Why would they bother? I can tell you the number of people that told me, oh, I'm just an Olodo for going out again to go and vote. But for me, it was important to exercise my right to vote. So it's not a surprise. I don't think we are where we think we are. We are probably still where we were, to be honest with you, if not worse. And it impacts on the future of our nation. I don't think we've heard, I've never heard my parents, my godparents talk the way about Nigeria that they are now, that they ever did. They lived through the war. They were in the war. And they are seeing things very similar and very scared for us. They're telling us to go, that we should leave. Some of us just, this is our place to be, and we don't want to be anywhere else. But I think people really need to understand that this should not be a surprise. It's just slightly below the surface. You know, when you ask that question, 1 hour to live, and the doctor was opposite tribe, for me, that's not a problem, because I'm like every tribe in Nigeria plus foreign. So for me, I'm like anyone that can do the job. But for a lot of people, it's still an issue. You know, so I just think that we need to dial it back to reality. The problem isn't the technology, the BVAS or the IREV or whatever. The problem is the people. And we can't just blame the politicians. You know, the politicians are a reflection of ourselves.
True.
And so we have to kind of just have that reality check, I think.
Tony, let's talk a bit about, I saw lots of gory videos. Some were in Ableado, part of Lagos, that's Ojo, where literally the police officers were empowering Yorubas to shoot at Igbos. Let's look at this Igbo Yoruba thingy. Where do you think it's going to get to? Because Twitter is really agog right now.
I don't think Twitter should be a reflection of what's actually happening in main society. That's just a microcosm that has a louder voice. I think, to be honest, I still have hope that sanity rules. And for most people, they just want a decent standard of living. That's what it is. And that's why people can use this kind of rhetoric. Because people are hungry and they want to blame the next man. So you dehumanize the next man so that you can blame somebody. But it isn't a Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa or Shekiri or Ijo, whatever. It isn't. It's a Nigerian problem. And I think that we have to always remember that the other person is another human being. I mean, it was happening here in Oniru. You know, when we went to go and buy car battery, the Igbo guy we buy from, they chased them from the market. You know, but as you say, some people say, there was a joke that, I said, if anybody asks them, they'll say, oh, they're voting APC, but they'll press their hand Labour. So people are also voting secretly. You keep it to yourself, but everybody has that right to exercise their vote, and you don't have to agree with it. It's their right.
The tragedy of it all was there was enough to campaign on rather than primitive things. For instance, I thought you only needed to look at the CVs of all the candidates and say, okay, is this person really qualified to be governor? You only need to then look at the incumbent and say, let him sell himself. What has he done in the health sector? He even had something to sell. I think they've done relatively well in the health sector. He could have sold that. Then he would have come to education and defend his record. Have I done well in education? Have I done well in this? Have I done well in that? There were issues on the ground. But you see, what we did, we just left all those issues. It now became, I don't really want to repeat it on the air. Igbos want to drive us out of Lagos. And when I hear otherwise educated people tell me that, I say, how? Tell me. To drive you where? To the sea? And
Although and also if you are a Yoruba person and voted for LP, you're a traitor. You know, also you're betraying your own.
So we left the issues. But that should show the fact that, like you said, I agree. Maybe we overrate ourselves. We've not gone past where we think we've gone past. Because you know why I mentioned Twitter? I assume, because they say that once you win an election on Twitter, you are a Twitter president, right? So, and there's a grassroots, right? So, but here's the thing. The so-called Twitter people are supposed to be more exposed. I saw people who were learned, who were arguing and who were blocking people, who were, stooping so low to pretty much, like it's
stupid
funny.
Leading the stupid. And stupid doesn't mean you're not educated. You can be stupid, you can be educated and stupid.
Well, can be learned and stupid.
Exactly.
Education is probably
you can be
learned
and stupid.
So you know why I'm concerned? So if those on Twitter, because for you to have a Twitter account, fundamentally you have sense, you can be on Twitter. What would you say about the pepper seller or the market woman? If we're arguing about Igbo, Yoruba on Twitter, then that means we really have a long way. The so-called learned people, what are you going to hand over to? How do you go back to tell your parents or your aged uncle to say, oh, this is a strategy to divide us? Now, you that you're learned, you're on Twitter dragging Yoruba or dragging Igbo. That sends a very, very... it's a signal that is very disturbing for me. It means that there's a huge education gap. There's lots of learning, but there's an education gap.
Let's not forget that the generation of the Civil War is still very much here.
Well,
and that mentality is therefore still very much here. We're only 1 and 2 generations down from there. So it's still there. They are still speaking that same rhetoric, that generation. So if you think about the next generation for the Civil War, which is my generation, we were hearing this, you know, and that's what you grew up with. So it's been up to us. Yes, we kind of heard that rhetoric going on, but it's also up to us to think about exposing ourselves to different people and understanding that people are just people, but it's not far removed. So I think that this thoughts of that, oh, it's so far away, it was old, it's not old at all. It's still very present, and those are still the people running this country. So it's still very much a part of our makeup, and that's just a fact.
Wow.
We will come back to it. We'll come back to it.
All right. You know, I mean, it's just very important for us to know that. Like I posed a question to you watching right now. I mean, and I'm posing that question again. If you had 1 hour to live, and then the only person that could cure you or save you is of the opposition tribe, right? What are you going to do? And as you step into this week, I'd like you to just think about it and look at it with the spectrum of what is happening in the political space in our dear nation, Nigeria. Tonya is going to come up next after the break. Please do stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Creative curriculum, #with us, not for us. That has been the theme for this year's World Down Syndrome Day that happened on the 21st of March, 2023. My daughter has Down syndrome, so it tends to be a day not only filled with awareness-raising activities, but also a time to reflect and take stock. Am I doing all that I can for her? What can I do to help others in the special needs community? Again, I go back to the theme, with us, not for us. WorldDownSyndromeDay.org says, the message of with us, not for us is key to a human rights-based approach to disability. Moving on from the outdated charity model where people with disabilities were treated only as objects of charity, deserving of pity, and relying on others for support. I must say, it has had me really thinking about what that means. Over the past few months, I have attended a few panels and meetings on education, technology, and the creative industries. Having a daughter who is neurodivergent, that is, her mind functions in a way not considered typical or normal, our approach to her education also hasn't been typical. And we have relied heavily on a creative curriculum and technology to give her the tools she needs, and she's excelling. Her brother, who is neurotypical, or quote-unquote normal, has been a beneficiary by default. and we have been able to pick up some of his difficulties via creative forms of learning. But wider than this, we know that in Nigeria, the educational system is flawed, severely outdated, and culturally inappropriate for the Nigerian context. It is rigid, rote learning that is more about memorization than critical thinking, reasoning, and the imagination. We don't look at an individual's child's needs to see how they learn, but force them into a system to which many fall through the cracks for reasons such as poverty, access, neurodiversity, disability, corruption, and more. I was shocked to learn from a panel hosted by Happy Lady Bird app that by 2030, Africa will have 1 billion children, and 40% of that population will be Nigerian. Looking at the current state of education and employment, we are sleepwalking into a full-blown crisis in which the result will be dire for the nation. So what does this all have to do with Down syndrome or special needs? Well, government systems are slow to change, but I think we can really learn from the neurodiverse approach to education. An example is Chess in Slums, which is opening up education for marginalized children through chess. Children who have found themselves on the street, or parents can't afford to send them to school, or those labeled as class olodo and troublemakers, are finding empowerment and their value through what many would consider just a game. Outside of agriculture, oil and gas, we know that the future of the job market is in technology and the creative industries. We can already see what is happening in the fintech space, as well as our music and movies. If we are not preparing the children and youth for the opportunities that lay ahead, what are we preparing them for? Edmund Rice College says, studies have shown that students need 7 survival skills to be prepared for the 21st century, for life, for work, and for citizenship. These are critical thinking and problem solving, collaboration and leadership, agility and adaptability, initiative and entrepreneurialism, effective oral and written communication, accessing and analyzing information, curiosity and imagination. Creative arts are integral for the development of the identified skills needed for the 21st century and provide the logical conduit through which these capacities and related skills in both the social and emotional domains can be developed. For Nigeria, there are some rays of hope in programs like IDICE, Investment in Digital and Creative Enterprises from the African Development Bank, and the Creative Industries Development Bill, that's CIDB, that we all need to be supporting, in which access to funding, skills, and training from early childhood are core aspects. There's a lot we can learn from the special needs community approach to education that we can apply on a wider scale for all our children. But we must put our ill-conceived notions and prejudices aside and remember, hashtag, with us, not for us.
It's big.
So, yeah.
This is a big topic.
It is a big topic.
You see, first of all, Nigeria has a problem of investing too little in education. That's one of our problems. I was looking at the cost per head, what is spent per head on education in, say, Rivers State, one of our richest states. I saw it was broken down to about 8,000 naira per child. I mean, what's that going to do? In Lagos State here, I think the regular budget is about 240 billion or so, between 240 and 270 billion in the budget. But then you go to these schools and you find what is there. The ambience and environment don't indicate it, that this amount is being spent. The quality of instruction, the quality of the teachers, very low. I mean, no lower middle class person can send his child to a Lagos public school. Mm-hmm. So you start with that. That means that when we talk of education, we talk of private school education in Nigeria now for everyone. Really? Is that how you are going to develop? What you are doing is you are developing a small elite class, and the masses can go where they want. This is in the South here. This is in the South where education was previously prioritized. You talk of the North. In the North, I mean, we still live in a world where you do have Quranic schools, and there's nothing wrong with them. But are the students being taught Arabic? Are you teaching them physics in Arabic? Are you teaching them chemistry in Arabic? Because I would be okay if that's what you are doing. Or are you teaching them all these subjects in their indigenous language? Or are you just teaching them religion? How are you trying? I think President Jonathan tried to address all these topics and all that. And so that's just for the normal child. Then you now come to the child with special needs. For public schools, I'm not aware of any provision at all.
There are actually provisions. It was actually put into law about 5 years ago for that the schools, government schools, must be inclusive. So there are provisions. You do have special needs units in public schools and things like that. But obviously, they're severely underfunded. They're severely undertrained, and often what happens that even if you have a teacher who wants to help these children and who is there for the passion of it, they don't have the capability because they're only one or two teachers to many children, and so to take that time with that child or with those children is difficult. So they're usually in their own unit, or they end up being in the back of the class, or it's not as it was meant to be. But even with that aside, and we look at the state of things currently, what is being taught? Like, if we say, okay, everything is working okay, let's actually look at what they're actually being taught. Is this really setting them for life? It isn't. You're training them, you're educating them for like the 1980s and 1990s. You're not educating them to compete in a global economy, on a global market. You're going to churn out these students from school, from university, who are not going to be able to get jobs. You know, so there's this mass generation who are going to be unemployed. And what will happen? You know, for me, it makes more sense that, okay, I do my best to send my child to whatever school I can, but if I'm bright, I will save money to make sure I have data, I can buy them a tablet, and I use internet and educate my child. There's YouTube. People are earning because they've gone to the University of YouTube. So you're finding these young children, well, they're not young adults now, who are in the early 20s, they've gone out to university, that's if they finished on time, and they can't find a job. But they've said they're on Twitter, right? They're on Instagram, and they're saying, oh, learn this skill, be a business analyst, and earn this. And so they're like, okay, I can try and find where I can do these things for free, educate myself, and see if I can get remote work or even get a decent job. And that is how I know some of the brighter ones who are realizing that they've just wasted their time in university are finding employment. They're going to educate themselves. So it's not only that the system is old and poor, it is just irrelevant. So if we're going to have 40% of 1 billion children, that's people who are under 18, and we're educating them now because we're in 2023, that's 7 years' time. We're educating them now in this way. What are we going to be doing with all of them?
I would even say it's old, irrelevant, and regressing. Because the quality of education that I or you or him have is actually not the one our kids are having. When my kid was in school, I remember my own love as a child was literature and all that, and then so I was particular about in class 1 and 2 what literature book he was reading, and then when I took it up took his book up and I read it. It was about someone impregnating another person, and I said, this is completely inappropriate. Don't you have... Nigerians are writing good creative material that can be used for literature at that level in the school and all that and all that. I got into so I went to the vice principal of the school, got into a talk with him and all that, and this is the one that the Ministry of Education recommends, so and all that. And we all know what happens. It's those that lobby them that take schools. So it's not really, it's not only that it's old and irrelevant, it's regressing. It's what the State Ministry of Education wants them to know. That, like you are hinting at that, the world is moving faster. You have robotics, you have IT being the first thing that easily a graduate can use to make money. That's why they go to YouTube and all that to develop those skills and all that. They can. I like what you said. YouTube University. You can actually teach yourself how to do IT and all that. Maybe robotics is even a little more difficult. You need to be actually taught, but you can actually teach yourself to do IT. But this ought to have been what they were campaigning about in this election. So what our governors, our local government people doing about, since IT is so lucrative now, what are they doing about incorporating it in school syllabus? But even if you are not doing that, because we have a large army of unemployed people that you use for this nonsense in elections. The president of France the other time, some years ago, I saw him opening a large cafe, very cavernous place. What were they doing there? They said, okay, we'll bring the youth of the displaced youth of Paris into this place. We teach them IT. We want to match America. You know, that's a dream. That's...
You know, you raise a good point, because our creative industries is really growing, and growing at a rate where we do not have the capacity to fill those roles. And we have young people who are being educated as just not with stuff that's relevant. And we need those, we actually need those skilled workers, you know, we need them. So, you know, it makes me happy that I'm seeing this, you know, Creative Industries Development Bill, I'm seeing the IDICE program, but it's, I wish there was more. And CIDB might not even be passed. We're hoping it gets passed, at least it will set an example. But there needs to be so much more of that, like magnified to a huge scale. You know, I dream of, okay, if in schools, you know, children from age 5 were really having a creative curriculum as part of their program. Even if you don't change the school curriculum, because we know that is hard to change, you can implement things using technology. You can implement things using, you know, the creative arts. You can teach them filmmaking. You can teach them visual arts. You can teach them creative writing, storytelling. Storytelling. That is huge. We need to take ownership of our own stories, and we need to let these younger ones know how to find their voice and to find their stories, because right now we are just absorbing everybody else's, you know, stories, or they're going to come in and tell our stories for us. You know, that's the strategy that's happening. We can see all these Netflix and Googles and Amazon, and I think the Indians are coming too, and which is great, because it means there's more eyes on our creative industries. But at the same time, who's controlling the purse strings? Who's controlling the narrative? It's not us. So all this starts from education. From the very beginning of our education, when we send our children out to school, what are we teaching them? What are we telling them? What are the values? And then this spills into, or comes from or spills into, is a chicken and egg thing in terms of the political environment, right? Our educational system is a result of this political environment and corruption. But it's coming to a point where it's going to tip over. We can't come back.
It's a big problem. I hear you when you say we make laws and all that. I'm a lawyer. So the first thing I say is, code letters of law don't do anything for you. You can make the law, but if you are not implementing, even if you didn't make the law, you can still do what you are doing. Laws don't come and do it for you. So it would probably be more effective if you sit down and say, oh, we have how many, what's the population of unemployed people on the streets in, say, Yaba? Okay. These are the number of, so what can we do for them? What are they doing? Okay, let's gather them together, give them a stipend, or train them in computer technology. Instead of the kind of thing they do now, give them rights and go and fight on the streets.
You know, but it's not only that. You look at people who are already working in that space, doing work in that space, right? So there are all these hubs that you know, are working with literacy with children and storytelling with children, hubs that are impact hubs, creative hubs, and you give them what they need to grow.
Exactly. I tell you, the people in this industry, the creative industry, the computer industry, all these people, many people there are willing to give their time if you create the environment. If you say, oh, come once a week, we have this program. Can you fit in? Can you teach? Oh, I mean, they will be excited. But there's no, we are not there thinking about these things. We are thinking about other things. Oh, I built a road. I provided water. Yeah. I mean, in the 21st century, I'm a governor. I did road. I mean, I wouldn't name a governor, one of the richest states now. Let me not name him. All he does is to take along with him a standing choir. He's opening a new road. He says he's bringing development. Is the road development? Is it not the people that are going to, if you build London in Lagos and put unprepared people there, they will bring it down to the level of Lagos.
You know,
you haven't said much. You've been suspiciously quiet.
Yeah, I'm part of the people destroying the country. but you know, I mean, there's not so much to say because I believe it piggybacks to our value system. What do we truly value? Why do these people who also try to keep Nigeria stripped and Nigeria impoverished, they send their kids to where they will get the creative curriculum, where they will get the kind of education that, you know, they are able to pretty much generate massive returns on investment? Why do we need to have all these ad hoc, you know, schools, tech schools and all those kind of things? Why shouldn't I learn about real entrepreneurship, right, in school? Why do I, you know, when they brought that to my school, I mean, luckily when I was leaving school, and what would they call entrepreneurship? It was just a sham. They just sent us to go and learn soap and a barber. I'm just saying, it's not like it's wrong, but that wasn't really entrepreneurship. There's nothing creative about learning all of those things, right? You know, and we came back worse than we were. We waited about, you know, a whole semester, you know, going to stay with who is sewing dress or making soap or making liquid soap. Is that how we're going to compete? When they stand on the global stage, are you going to compete with that? Is that what we're talking about at you know, age 5? The child's talking about artificial intelligence, robotics, you know, and big stuff, big data, AI, and then we're talking about soap making. Is that what we're talking about? So that just tells you the decadence, right? And for me, I think it brings us back to the value system. What do we truly value as a nation? You know, I believe that we have the resources to really transform education. I must give it to Mr. Peter Obi, you know, who had done some really incredible work when he was a governor. But I know that there's still a lot of work to do with education. And even coming to special needs children, we've not even been able to figure out our education on a normal level. So how do we even really think about, when you're saying these things, like you're speaking like an alien. What are you saying? Are you in this country? Right? I think when we come back to the drawing board and really decide where education is in the grand scheme of things in our nation, then we can truly begin to fund, because where your treasure is, that's where your heart's going to be. So the things that we fund determines our value system. We don't fund
there isn't a value put on education
at all. And I think it's deliberate so that people can remain impoverished, so they can't think beyond a certain level, so they don't rise up, to the opposition or rise up, because once real education is, being liberated from the things that hold you back. And once we can rise above it, and that's why a Nigerian lives to another country and they are smashing, they're doing great things. So I think it's not really about being a Nigerian. If it's about being a Nigerian, we're going to be failing on the global level. It's really about that enabling environment, enabling system, driving policies, and truly determining where do we put education on a global scale, on a pendulum. Where is education? And if we don't have that simple conversation, all of these big words mean nothing. It means nothing. So we need to really decide where do we put education, and that will determine where the funding go and where the attention go to.
We'll come back to that. We'll still come back. I keep saying we'll come back.
All right, that's the much we can take on creative curriculum. That was a very great one by Tonya. So Stephen is going to be joining us after the break to talk about the gubernatorial elections. Please do stay with us.
The boogeyman arrives, the 2023 Lagos gubernatorial election. The elections of 2023 has come and gone. The last of the elections was the Lagos gubernatorial elections. Lagos is, of course, the first federal capital of independent Nigeria. And on the heels of a rural to urban drift that reached its crescendo in the oil boom of the 70s, people of many ethnic origins within Nigeria and even from outside trooped to Lagos in the kind of exodus that's been replicated many times in history in the world's greatest cities. It is as if Lagos had issued an open invitation to a great unending feast, and it has indeed been a wonderful host in its liberality, eschewing in its social, commercial, and political life the worst aspects of parochialism that has hobbled the nation as a whole since its birth. In the last elections, it seems though a new phantom, a bogeyman, if the political tale bearers are to be believed, has arrived after a few years stealthily sticking its toe in, inch by inch. One of the guests has become an invader, seeking to drive out the indigents of the home. Lance Morrow, the one-time editor of Time magazine and preeminent columnist, warned us long ago that the secret of much evil doing is the ability of man to treat his fellow not as a human being like himself, but as the other. In other words, to do evil, we must first dehumanize the other human being. Otherwise, evil is impossible. Throughout history, this has been the case. The Jew had to be rampantly evil, heartless and greedy for the Holocaust to be justified. The Gypsies had to be dirty, deceitful, and lazy nuisances for robbers to be more welcome than them. The Hutu had to be different from the Tutsi to justify genocide in Rwanda. All this find resonance in the early years of our independence, in the history our nation wants to remain in amnesia about. But this was never so in Lagos. Lagos is the place, to paraphrase the Brazilian novelist Paulo Coelho, where it was possible to walk in the streets and mistake the approaching stranger for your brother. But this bogeyman has arrived in the politics of Lagos and will, without question, wax strong for a while. Still, we must hope that all men of good will recognize that the boogeyman is just a phantom. It has no substance. Okay, so let me start. For those that don't know what a boogeyman is,
I think because who is the boogeyman? Because this boogeyman.
So the boogeyman is a kind of mischievous spirit.
Okay.
In fables, we used to frighten children. In this context, we are frightened. We are being frightened by the bogey of tribalism. We are being corralled. Oh, he wants to take over my land. He wants to drive me away from my land. So
let's call it what it is. We're in Lagos. They say the Igbo man.
The
Igbo man wants to come and take everything from the Yoruba man, including his land. That's the rhetoric
that's a kind of fable, because you and I know it. How do you do that?
We know it's not true.
It's not true. We know it's not true. But you can say it to children. Children will believe anything. You know, so it's a fable they tell to people who should know better, but they don't know. They don't know that it's untrue. Now, I start with a preamble. You know, our constitution, in the qualifications for who should be the governor of a state, does not provide for indigenes. That's the truth. If you go and read the qualifications for being a governor, say of Lagos State, it does not have in it that you must be an indigene of Lagos State. This is the truth. All it says is you must be a citizen of Nigeria. So what it means is that I am from Edo State. I could go to Sokoto State and contest for elections. That is really what it should be. It doesn't matter where I am from. So we were, in these elections, these campaigns were based on a moot argument, something that, in fact, we were discussing on real things. Some campaigns were based on unreal things. Because the truth is that even if I'm Igbo, I can contest in Lagos for governorship of Lagos State. Even if I am Hausa, I can do the same in Akwa Ibom, in Cross River. That is what the framers of our constitution did. In that, they were very mature and forward-looking. There's no, in our constitution, definition of indigene of any state. The Senate, our Senate, under one of the contestants now, Senator Omo Agege and his committee, did in 2020 try to propose an amendment of our constitution to include such a provision for indigenship, so that then you would have to go to your the local government in your state. If you had paid tax for 10 years or so and all that, you could then get a certificate of indigenship and all that. But the makers of our constitution didn't go to these levels. So it's like we are, like they say sometimes, engaging in democratic or constitutional backtracking. We are going back to do, thankfully, that provision has not come to light. It has to go through all the roundabout, all the state House of Assemblies.
So, Stephen, you're a very sweet idealist. And a lawyer, too, which I'm surprised that you're such an idealist.
But this is our, the makers of our constitution are idealists.
So there's two things I would say to that. One, in that I can't remember which state it is, but there is a governor who just won, who is a Yoruba man in a non-Yoruba state, which I think is brilliant. But essentially, when we are still filling out forms and still saying where you're from, like I still have to say I'm from Bayelsa State.
Do you understand?
But meanwhile, really, have I ever lived in Bayelsa State? I've never lived in Bayelsa State. I've been there many times, but and my name is clearly from that side. But I'm a Lagosian. Second is probably a Port Harcourt babe. That's it. So we still have the basic forms that say that. Why do we need to put that? So it's still very much inbuilt into our system of where are you from, and you have to put that on actual documentation. So until we're able to even remove that, you know, it surprises me that you don't have to be honest, that you don't have to be from the state that you're from to run, which is brilliant. I think that's excellent. I don't think it should be like that. I think it should be the best man or woman for the job.
For the job.
You know, who can get us what we need. Let's put them there. It shouldn't matter where they're from. Yes, they should have not just come into Lagos like yesterday and then be running for governor of Lagos. You have to show that you've cared about the place where you are living, where you're staying. You've worked with the grassroots. You've put out into the community. You've done the work. That is what would qualify you to run, not whether you're from that state or not. It's how have you committed to giving back to that place where you live, to the people where you live, to the system where you live, to say that you think, because it's very much an ego thing, you think that you can stand here and run this state. So you have to prove what you've done, not where you're from.
True. And I think that's the low-level conversation that we always keep having, right? It's just pretty low, you know, where you literally, I think Leke Aude did that, you know, voter segmentation, people who vote based on this, based on that, you know, religion, there's ethnicity, there is he intelligent, there is he my own person, you know, and things like that. And you see that oftentimes how we make decisions, right, we don't have quality of depth in our thinking process, right? We just make very shallow decisions. And like John said, you know, what is where are you from? What has that got to do with your pedigree, right? What has that got to do with your track record? So we want to look at your track record. Have you done granular work that can be verified, that is trackable with evidence, success? You can show traction, right? You know, I mean, when VCs want to invest in a startup, because I play in that space, they will ask you, where's your traction? You have traction. Okay, so if you don't have traction, they're not going to want to talk with you. So they don't say, oh, wait, are you building an Igbo startup or Yoruba startup? They won't ask you that. You know, they will say, what's your traction? They will fund it. If your traction is good, they will fund it, right? If Netflix wants to hire, they will say, oh, are you Dubai? Are you from Kenya? You're good, you can do this work, that's it. So I think really we need to just change all of this orientation and begin to look at what really matters. I think it's super important.
You see, what I think, okay, first of all, constitutional drafters have to be, and our constitutional drafters they have to be idealists for the future, because you want to build a nation, you're aspirational. But the drafters of the American Constitution, which you copied now, for instance, they didn't sit imagining that America will always be in the 18th century. They imagined that down the line, America will progress. Our constitutional drafters did the same. They imagined we will progress. But I agree with you. There's something beneath the Constitution. Like I said, laws can't implement themselves. There's something beneath the Constitution that is not working. The Constitution doesn't hang there by itself. It can't implement itself. There's something beneath it that is not working. And that's where I say that is an agreement between, that there's no agreement between our ruling elite classes about whether Nigeria should move forward. You see, I say to people, Nigeria is many Nigerias. You go to Sokoto, they say Nigeria. You go to Akwa Ibom, they say Nigeria. You come to Lagos, they say Nigeria. It's not necessarily one uniform as in many places. But to make one Nigeria, you would have to have the most important people want it to be so. Just as we were saying about education, if you really want Nigeria educated, you have to want the people who matter to want it like that. So what you had in America, you had people like that who sat down and wanted progress. We need to have people in our ruling classes sitting down across the Niger to decide Nigeria must progress. That's what we have not had.
All right. The end always seems to come too soon here on The Advocate. I trust you enjoyed today's show. However, The Advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa with the hashtag TheAdvocateNG, and on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. You can catch up with our previous broadcast by going to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let us keep advocating for a better society. Bye for now.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
On Plus Reports this week, Labour Party chairman accuses INEC of rigging. Key players task government to invest more in education system. Citizens bemoan inability to access cash, calls for immediate aid. This and many more on this episode. A large crowd of women in Kaduna staged a peaceful protest demanding justice and restoration of the people's mandate after the declaration of Senator Uba Sani of APC as the winner of the governorship polls. Plus TV News correspondent Habila Darufal filed in this report.
Barely 72 hours after the declaration of result by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), it continues to generate issues by the opposition parties and residents in the state. Women of all ages took the streets of Wharf Road to express their displeasure over the outcome of the election result in 23 local government areas. The women leader Northwest comrade Aishatu Medina, who led the protest in Kaduna, says the will of the people was surmounted by the ruling party and electoral umpire by abandoning the Electoral Act during and after the process. She stated that INEC Arab results are authentic and verifiable to the public domain, adding that even with the over 300 billion spent on beavers and other materials for a free, fair and transparent election, INEC could not deliver the will of the masses.
Everybody knows that the Electoral Act stipulates that once the margin, the difference in the margin is below the cancelled vote, that vote should even be declared as inconclusive. That is even regardless of the fact that so many of our votes were deliberately reduced in various local governments. Now we said they should refer to the RF, which was created by the INEC. It was INEC. RF is not PDP's property.
They further lamented that INEC went ahead to announce a winner of the governorship election, despite high numbers of cancellations and some polling units and contention and the result that emanated in the process.
They jettisoned that and went ahead to declare a winner. That means the INEC is subjective. It's serving the purpose of the ruling party to the government. It's not being transparent, and we cannot continue to take this. Now we are writing a petition to INEC to review this declaration in Kaduna State because it has that power to do so.
Some of the protesters who spent several hours in a queue to vote for their preferred choice say that is not what they voted for, as their vote did not count.
That they collected this thing and they give it to the person that they want. A small child of 3 years is crying because of what they have collected from us. Please, we are praying. We are calling the people of Kaduna State and all the nation. They should stand for us, that we want this election to be back to us.
They called on the international community, the judiciary and INEC to ensure that justice reigns supreme and restore the mandate of the masses for equity and transparency.
We vote Issa Ashiru Kudan, and it's Ashiru Kudan we need as a governor. Let the international body intervene for us, and we want God to intervene for us.
Ashiru Kudan, he's the one that wins, and we need him in the seats. We don't need APC, we need PDP. We are tired. We are tired. The people are tired.
Residents of Victoria Garden City, VGC, held its rescheduled governorship and state assembly elections earlier slated for Saturday, 18 March on Sunday, 19 March, due to the refusal by the residents to vote outside their estate gate for security reasons. Plus TV News correspondent Emmanuel Olubobokun was at the polling unit and now reports.
As early as 8 a.m., officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) arrived at the Victoria Garden City (VGC) in the Lekki area of Lagos to set up for the conduct of the governorship and state assembly elections in 10 polling units, which was postponed from Saturday. Voting began right on time at 8:30 a.m. in some of the polling units located in the VGC Park. This rescheduled election, which was to have held on Saturday 18th March, was shifted to 19th March due to the residents of Victoria Garden City VGC's refusal to vote after INEC relocated the polling unit from the back outside the gate of the estate, as they said security was not guaranteed outside the estate. The governorship candidate of the Action Democratic Congress ADC, Funsho Dirty, whose polling unit is in the VGC, scolded INEC for the poor arrangement, saying the situation is unfortunate.
Obviously, we had the hiccup yesterday, which was unfortunate, but we are here today, and people seem to be pursuing things in an orderly fashion. The turnout seems to be a bit lower than we saw yesterday, which is a bit worrying, but it's early in the day, and we're hopeful that people will turn up in larger numbers.
A former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Olumide Akpata, also said it was illegal for INEC to change the location of the polling unit of the VGC residents, however expressed satisfaction over the turnout of events at the polling unit.
Plans to fail, so our modus here is to always plan to ensure that we have a proper, that things move smoothly. So I'm happy that it has happened. I'm however unhappy that it had to come to this. All that happened yesterday was really quite frustrating, and then unfortunately, the innuendos that was going around town that the VGC residents were being entitled or elitist. No, this is the designated polling unit. It's called VGC Park.
However, during the course of the election, at around 2:30 p.m. there was a bit of a scuffle as party faithfuls were in disagreement, leading to a bit of a fight. Although the quick response by the security personnel on site eventually led to a calm in the park where the polling units were located. A Labour Party spokesman, Akin Olaoye, made comments on the general conduct of the election, stating his disappointment at INEC not being able to learn from the outcome of the presidential election.
Many of us were looking forward to peaceful elections, fair play, as we call it, transparent. Safe to say that INEC has been somewhat disappointing, given some of the events from the presidential elections and how we thought they would become a lot more efficient, a lot more competent. But we've even seen a worse outcome with the state elections, from polling agents, from presiding officers not showing up at polling units, to late arrival of materials, even to placing polling units outside of designated areas.
At the end of the voting exercise at the polling unit, Labour Party eventually had an upper hand. Moreover, despite the earlier misunderstanding between party members and the residents, everyone returned to their various homes with a smile. Emmanuel Olubobokun, Plus TV News.
The Nigerian Armed Forces has assured its commitment to continue providing needed support to enhance quality training of cadets at the Nigerian Defence Academy in order to meet the manpower requirements of the armed forces. The Chief of Defence Staff General Lucky Irabo stated this during the inauguration of 15 troops carrying vehicles at the Nigerian Defence Academy, Kaduna State. Plus TV News correspondent Habila Darufal filed in this report.
The troop carrying vehicles are to ease the movement of personnel and cadets during the training exercise. This is to boost personnel morale in combat missions to counter enemies of peace in the region and country at large. The Defense Chief, General Lucky Irabo, expressed delight with the facilities, quality of training and developmental institution at the Academy, and assured Nigerians of the armed forces' resolve to deliver security they will be proud of.
These vehicles are intended to close up that gap or to boost what is available with the Academy in that regard. Those who are training will now get to know how movement of troops in the field, what it is like. And so ab initio, they are able to get acquainted with such movement and the resourcing required for such movement and what their place is in making those provisions. So that's precisely what we've tried to do. And I'm glad that we're able to do it. I think Nigerians should be proud of the armed forces that we have in delivering, security to them.
In a related development, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, who also inaugurated a prototype armory and magazine precast structural element for the 37th Demonstration Battalion at the NDA, said the military needs professional training, demonstration with adequate accommodation units to enhance cadet performance to meet security standards.
It's usual in training institutions to have a demonstration unit. Their work is the security of the place because others are on training. The other important job they do is also to demonstrate action and activities. Like in the military, everything is bordered around training, and we demonstrate how it is done. Then you need instructors. Now this instruction comprises demonstration. For them to demonstrate well also, you need their administration. Administration include accommodation and infrastructure. That's why now we are making effort, like you have seen, we have commissioned several of them here, so that the demonstration battalion staff are well accommodated and catered for to provide that arm of instruction in the Nigerian Defense Academy. Like Defense Academy is a premier training institution. All of us pass through here. And with this, all officers in all the services, Army, Navy, Air Force, are behind us in this. All of us pass through here.
The service chiefs insist that the armed forces are committed to providing the needed support in the training of cadets in order to achieve the mandate of the Nigerian Defense Academy.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Traditional leaders and key players urges government to invest more in education sector, saying no nation develops without investment in education of the younger generation. As part of efforts to improve the standard of education and conducive learning environment, traditional leaders and educational key players have called on the government at all levels to invest more to save the nation's educational sector from collapsing. They say education is key for growth and development of any nation to meet 21st century standards. Plus TV News correspondent Habila Darufal filed in this report.
For every nation to be developed in the 21st century, there is a need to invest in the educational sector of its younger generation to compete with their counterparts across the globe. Speaking at the commissioning of the Faculty of Allied Health Sciences at the city campus in Kudenda, Kaduna, Emir of Zazzau, Nu'u Bamali, says provision of quality facilities will encourage young minds to thrive for education, stressing the need for more investment in the education sector through establishment of more universities in the state to meet the demand of the people.
The number of universities here is not enough to cater for. Greenfield University now in the city of Kaduna will certainly complement what is in place, and then certainly a lot more students will gain admission into the tertiary institution, especially medical sciences, computing, and then health sciences, which these are some of the most needed, faculties that you require in every university.
He urged the youth to embrace education and shun any forms of social vices capable of affecting growth, security, and development of the nation.
Has a bright future if the promoters or the leadership in every university as serious as Greenfield. I think they're doing well, and we hope and pray that they will continue to rise.
More so, the Pro-Chancellor of Greenfield University, Engineer Simon Wakacha, alongside stakeholders, says that government investment in education is not enough to meet the demand of Nigerians, stressing the need to prioritize the health sector to compete with the Western world.
And general investment on education is not yet as high as we shall desire for a country like ours. We are asking government, therefore, to invest more in education, because if our people are educated, many other problems will be solved.
Education is the key, and that's why we encourage all the investors in the industry, in the educational sector, and everybody who has made their mark. We encourage them to continue, because without education, the society will be ignorant, society will never progress.
They appeal to the government at all levels, education and stakeholders, to prioritize investing in education of younger generations for the development of the nation.
If you choose to be a doctor, you must have perseverance, endurance, sympathy, and must have the interests of the patient at heart, with the sole motive of saving lives first and not about money. This was the thrust of an autobiography of Professor Samuel Adetola titled Precious Heart in My Hands, launched in Lagos. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedoku was there and now reports.
The book presentation brought together family, friends, alma mater, and close associates of Professor Samuel Adetola Adebonojo, a cardiothoracic surgeon. Titled Precious Hearts in My Hands, the book speaks to the very essence and nature of what Professor Adebonojo lives for.
The message is, if you choose to be a doctor, no matter which doctor, one, you have to be persevering, you have to have the endurance, the strength to withstand, and you have to be sympathetic and have the influence of the patient at heart. It's not money. It's not money, it's the patient. I never did any private practice. I had very little money. Money was not my intention, but saving lives was my intention.
The 222-page book x-rays his journey through life, education, sojourn abroad, medical profession, and into the U.S. Army. Chief Akin Pukwola is a book reviewer. He aptly encapsulates the exploits of the author in the book.
In the book, I didn't know that Omoba do walk to school barefooted. This was really interesting to me. So Baba walked barefooted to school. He started at Borogu Primary School and on to Ijebode Grammar School and transferred to the CMS Grammar School where he completed his secondary school education.
Otumba Michael Balogun is the chairman of the occasion. With emotion-laden tone, Otumba Balogun told the story of how far he has come with the author.
Tola appreciates relationships. He will sacrifice anything to make you feel proud that you have someone related to you doing all these things. I have learned a lot from him. That is what I mean by his good-naturedness. Apart from that, God blesses his soul. He would sacrifice anything to make a cousin happy. He is a cousin I would like to have any time.
The occasion presented an avenue for outpouring of tributes to the author.
You say he's strict, I agree. But what do you expect? Somebody who's achieved so much, from self-discipline, from commitment to whatever he does. You can't expect a better standard from such a person. Because life is not a party. And because life is not a party, people don't only work hard to get to where they are, they also work hard to stay and go above where they are.
It's a reflection of the kind of upbringing we had in our time. And when this generation reads it, I'm sure they will learn something from it. And it will help improve the current generation and probably generation coming.
Life of the author of the book. It's an autobiography. So you are hearing technically from the author's mouth what he went through in life. And like I did say, he came to CMS Grammar School. The school has values. We have our values, we have our traditions. Some of those values and traditions were the things that have helped Professor Adebonojo even up till now. Number one, is very, very sensitive with time and appointments.
The consensus is that the book Precious Hearts in My Hands is one that is bound to inspire and impact positively on evil generations unborn. Love Ikuku Uyidoku, Plus TV News.
The current hardship citizens face over the accessibility of cash is alarming, increasing and leading to many waiting on long queues for hours just to access the cash. Plus TV News correspondent Emmanuel Olubobokun was on the streets to get the reactions of Nigerians over the challenges they face in accessing cash. The reports.
It's been weeks since the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, declared the old 500 1,000 naira notes as legal tender to reduce the hardship citizens face in assessing and making use of funds. Recall that December last year, the CBN declared that the old note will not be in use by January 2023, allowing the redesigned naira notes to be the only ones in use. This led to a series of crises in the form of protests and long queues at banks and ATMs. However, despite the intervention by President Buhari and the Supreme Court to allow for the use of the old naira note till December 31, 2023, citizens still face their challenges in accessing cash from the various banks. Long queues can be seen at various banks, with citizens finding it difficult to access their cash. Some individuals speak about the challenges they face while trying to withdraw from their banks and ATMs, noting how they have to wait long hours just to get the cash as network at times isn't available to do transfers.
Actually, the problem we are facing in Nigeria is getting much. Well, look at, there's only one machine that is working, and there is thousands of people inside there, so it's not easy. I don't know why our leaders decide to treat us this way. So it's not that the cashless have made the economy to improve. Instead, everything is getting worse.
The cash withdrawal is actually a problem. It's causing a lot of problem in Nigeria. We are using our own money to buy, as in using our own Nigerian money to buy Nigerian money again. Why? Because most of the ATM, the POS users, as in agents, they charge a lot of money. Even imagine somebody withdrawing 5,000, you have to pay like 1,500 to get your 5,000.
Market this morning, to get some few stuff, but I can't because I needed cash.
transportations, movement, except maybe you want to go through maybe Uber to order Uber or Bolt and stuff like that. But like, you know, our everyday life in Lagos, you know how we move in Nigeria here. So definitely I will have to, you know, to take Uber or Bolt. But not everybody is having that means to want to, you know, to go through Uber or Bolt.
Amongst the individuals who spoke with Plus TV News was Patrick Nyekachi, who expressed his grievances, noting that he would prefer his money being given him and he keeping it under his pillow.
I cannot enter transfer, I cannot eat what I'm about to eat. For what? I'm there now. They said they will be paying 50,000. No money there again. I'm here now, queuing under the sun with my own sweat. It's very, very obvious. I'm not happy. They should withdraw my own and give to me from all my banks. Zenith, GT, and Access. Give it to me, let me put it under my bed and spend it by myself.
The further beckoned on the federal government to find a lasting solution to the current hardship Nigerians are facing as regards cash accessibility.
I think the government needs to create an avenue or make the cash available for the time being. So as time goes on, you could let the people know or find a different means, you know, to pass the information or to teach the people. Because at the end of the day, it's all about the people, and the people are affected.
Since their tenure is already almost done, they should just pack their thing and move, because they are afraid Nigeria. This is not what Nigeria was expecting from them.
It's, however, imperative that the government find a lasting solution to the current crisis to enable citizens to access cash with ease. Emmanuel Olubobokun, Plus TV News.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Thanks for watching.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Good evening, I am Ifani Elumezem. This is the news update. The All Progressives Congress APC chapter in Rivers State has refuted and disputed claims that its state chairman Emeka Beke was suspended by a faction of the party in the state. This came just hours after Beke, Ihanyechukwu Azubike, the state legal advisor, and Darlington Nwoju, the state publicity secretary, were all suspended by the party's state executive council on Wednesday. Some members of the State Executive Council had earlier announced the suspension of the state chairman of the party, Emeka Beke. The executive members at a media briefing in Port Harcourt also announced the suspension of the legal advisor of the party in the state, Ihanyechukwu Azubike, and State Publicity Secretary Darlington Nwoju.
It is on record that the Right Honorable Chibike Rotimi Amechi, Chief Emeka Beke, and the legal advisor, Mr. Ihanyechukwu Azubike, voted for Atiku Abubakar, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the just concluded election. However, this earlier instruction by Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi to vote for People's Democratic Party boomeranged on our party during the governorship election of 18th March 2023. And this accounted for the party's loss in the 18th March governorship election and that of Rivers House of Assembly election. Instead of being remorseful for that, for what he did to the party, Right Honorable Chibike Rotimi Amechi decided to hinge the blame on our dear President-elect Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu, claiming that he single-handedly appointed the INEC chairman, Professor Yakubu Mahmood. As party faithfuls, we consider this statement by Right Honorable Amechi as an affront to our President-elect and the highest level of anti-party activity. Therefore, we stand before the world today to totally condemn and disassociate ourselves from those statements credited to Right Honorable Chibike Amechi.
As the race for the 10th National Assembly leadership of Red and Green Chambers continue to heighten, group under the auspices of Arewa Young Professionals in Politics has called on the leadership of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC to consider zoning Senate presidency to Southeast and speakership to Northwest for political inclusion and national cohesion. The group said it's imperative to distribute power fairly to foster a sense of belonging for every region and religion to prevent any divisive tension that could undermine the government's effectiveness. Addressing a press conference at Arewa House, Kaduna, convener of the group, Malam Yusuf Amoke, says for national peace and unity, each region must be carried along.
As the Arewa Young Professionals in Politics, we are urging the APC leadership and the President-elect to carefully consider the need for political inclusion in the 2023 power equation. We call on them to, 1, zone the Senate presidency to southeastern part of Nigeria for political inclusion. 2, zone the speakership to the northwestern part of Nigeria for political compensation, being it that the Northwest Zone gave the highest vote to the APC government. 3, ensure that the leadership of the National Assembly projects our religious diversity for national cohesion. These steps will go a long way in promoting unity and national integration. We implore the APC leadership and the President-elect to employ wisdom in making this decision.
And let's go straight to Bauchi State, where the state governor, Bala Mohammed, has set up an intra-government transition committee ahead of his inauguration for a second term in office on May 29. Mohammed said although there should not have been a need for the committee, he however acknowledged that a new cabinet would emerge to run the ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs. He asked his commissioners, heads of agencies and other appointees to write their handover notes.
The terms of reference of the committee are as follows: to examine the roadmap of my Bauchi project and its level of implementation so far. 2. Suggest ways and means for continuity of my Bauchi project, especially new areas of funding up to 2027. 3. Propose major projects to be executed within the following periods. First 100 days in office, first 1 year in office, and 4 years in office. 4. To make any recommendation or recommendations that will accelerate development of the state. 5. To suggest the way forward towards addressing the lingering issue of gratuity. 6. To make any recommendation on the security situation in the state. 7. To make any recommendation incidental to the committee's assignment which will be beneficial to the people and government of both states. I would like to call on members of the technical committee to bring their wells of knowledge and experience into play in the discharge of their very important assignment. We have a duty to take both steps to a greater height so that we can be proud of it tomorrow. We want to leave legacies and landmarks.
National Chairman of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Abdullahi Adamu, has lamented the party's loss in the March 18 governorship election in Kano State as a painful experience which was caused by selfish politicians. Adamu, who made his feelings known in an interview on Wednesday, said the party would identify the culprits and dish out appropriate sanctions at the right time. Adamu went on to blame those he claimed refused to do what they were told for the loss of the state to the New Nigerian People's Party, and said when the election noise dies down, the party would take action against the erring members. Stakeholders in the agricultural sector are calling for serious control and regulation of hazardous pesticides used by farmers on their farmlands. According to them, these chemicals found in many of these pesticides have long-lasting effects on crops and are indirectly consumed by citizens.
When you start to use chemical pesticides, at first the idea is to cut down pests, and when it cuts down pests, you could get more yield. But this happens just in the short term. In the long run, the chemicals that we apply on the crops go back into the soil. It kills the microbes in the soil. So when it kills the microbes in the soil, your soil loses retention, your soil loses nutrients, your soil loses organisms that make your plants grow better. So what it means is you have environmental issues at the end of the day. You have soil fertility issues, so you have to spend more money on fertilizers. You have to start looking for more irrigation to put waters on your farm, and then of course a lot of these chemicals, the recent research, global campaign have showed us that a lot of these pesticides, especially those that are highly hazardous pesticide, especially those that are extremely hazardous pesticide, a lot of these pesticides are already banned in Europe.
We are talking to government. Since these products have been banned in Europe or in the US, they should also be banned in Nigeria. We know that we used to do farming without, this pesticide. Our parents used it. They used to do without pesticide, and they were producing food. Government should come up with alternative, sustainable way of, controlling weed and pests instead of using this hazardous, harmful pesticide that have actually brought a lot of problems to the entire country.
Farmers are adversely affected in terms of pesticide poisoning when they use this pesticides without wearing the personal protective equipment, and sometimes even when they wear those equipment. And also we have the pesticides running off to contaminate water, drinking water sources, and water that is used for other functions. And so we have people coming down with several illnesses, cancers, immune disorders, infertility issues, that were not at the rate at which we have them today.
If we are going to tackle the issue of pesticides in agriculture, we need to come together as regulatory agencies and probably, like we canvassed before, have a pesticide Control Council, where we bring together all these agencies in one room for the purpose of regulating the pesticide industry.
In other parts of Africa, a female politician and spokeswoman of Zimbabwe's main opposition party, Citizens Coalition for Change, CCC, Fadzayi Mahere, was on Wednesday charged to court and fined $500 for allegedly spreading false information on Twitter. Mahere, a prominent lawyer and leader of the CCC, which is challenging President Emmerson Mnangagwa in this year's elections, was arrested 2 years ago after posting a video where a police officer was seen fatally striking a baby with a baton when in fact the child was alive and not injured, court heard. While delivering judgment, the judge said Mahere had undermined the authority of the police and should have verified the information before posting it on social media. The prosecution had called for a jail term, but the judge disagreed and decided to fine Mahere because the controversial law under which she was convicted no longer exists in the country. And outside Africa, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre condemned any attacks on judges on Wednesday following criticism of the charges facing former President Donald Trump. The office of Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney, charged Trump on Tuesday with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records over allegations that he orchestrated payments to two women before the 2016 election to suppress publication of their sexual encounters with him. Trump over the years has complained that law enforcement at the national and state level were targeting him for political purposes, and his fellow Republicans in Congress have held hearings to examine what they described as the weaponization of government. And in some business news, the Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, has said the Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kano expressways will be completed by April 30th. The minister gave the assurance at the pre-inspection of the completed Loko Oweto Bridge in Nasarawa State on Wednesday. According to him, only 9 kilometers from kilometers 17 to 27 of the road will be left out. He also said the fourth mainland bridge would be ready before the Buhari's administration handover to the incoming government. And in some entertainment news, multi-award-winning Beninese music legend Angelique Kidjo has become only the third African to win the prestigious Polar Music Prize. The Polar Music Prize, which is also tagged the Nobel Prize of Music, is a Swedish international award founded in 1989 by Stig Andersson, best known as the manager of the Swedish band ABBA, with a donation to the Royal Swedish Academy of Music. The award is annually given to one contemporary musician and one classical musician. Kidjo joins South Africa's Miriam Makeba, who won in 2002, and Senegalese Youssou N'Dour, who won in 2013, as the only African to have won the Polar Music Prize. Before we go, let's give you some sports stories. Frank Lampard has returned to Chelsea as interim manager until the end of the season following the sacking of Graham Potter, the Premier League club confirmed on Thursday. The club's record goal scorer previously spent 19 months as manager at Stamford Bridge before being dismissed in January 2021. The 44-year-old former England international will be tasked with getting as much as he can out of what remains of Chelsea's season after they spent almost £300 million in the January transfer window. Winning a third Champions League title now appears as the only remaining path to securing qualification for the competition next season, with a quarter-final tie against Real Madrid to be played this month. That's the news updates. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Ifani Elumezem. Many thanks for watching. Good evening.
advocate for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
I like rolling my strong this way. I call it strong. I call SK Popo. I call them strong because, as I said, it motivates me, it gives me energy, it makes me move. I'm addicted to Tramadol, Baba Blue. Everyone knows it as well. No, codeine. Benelin with codeine. Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. My name is Tunde Smith. I'm a drug addict and well, I'm here to tell you my story about drugs. I started taking drugs when I was 20. I was this kind of child then that I was always trapped in my house. My dad didn't always allow me to go out and my mom didn't always allow me to go out. So when I got out to the world after I finished secondary school and I spent 1-2 years at home out of frustration, then I started going out, meeting people, and that was when I now found out about SK. That's the street name outside. It got to a time that without it, I couldn't eat anymore. I was very, very much fatter than this, but I guess it's drugs that did this to me because I lost my appetite. I didn't know how to get it first of all. It was always a friend that always bought it for me. So when he was not around, when he had to go to school, leaving only me around, I had to wait for a while before I could find my way to get into the Zanga zone and get the drug, you understand? So it was very, very hard for me to hold on to it, saying, okay, fine, I won't take this thing for a long period of time. But when I had the chance to take it, I took it excessively. I took it like there was no tomorrow. I took it like that was the last one that was on earth, just to make me feel good. I won't say I'm proud to say I'm a drug addict, but well, I guess I found myself here and I have to actually tell myself the truth. So yes, I am a drug addict. I steal money from my mom, I steal money from my dad. I just try my best to get a shot of it a day at least. My curiosity always got the best of me when it came to drugs. So I moved on from just taking SK to taking other ones. And it got to a point in time I tuned into hard drugs. So I was taking all of them together. I would take Tramadol, I would take Ruchi, I would take all those kind of stuff. I would take them, just to know what this does and what this does. All those kind of drugs, they're very, very easy to get. All you can do is just go down to the pharmacy and just ask for it. You don't need prescriptions, you don't need anything. You just go there, you get it. Hard drugs like that, I call it hard because of what it does when you take a large amount of it, because the feeling it gives and everything like that. And it's so easy to get. It's like Just walk down the park and you get it so easy.
Psychologists receive phone calls day and night from addicts who want to give up drugs. Every 2 calls is about one particular medicine, tramadol.
Parents shouldn't give their children medications containing the narcotics codeine or tramadol.
Tramadol was given to me by my father. He too, he didn't even know what it was. When I don't take it, it makes me feel like the whole world is on top of me. It makes me feel like I am nothing. I'm about to go get some supplies, talking about the usual stuff, everything, tramadol, popcorn and stuff like that, It's not an easy task getting these things and actually trying to get a video of it as well, but let's just pray that I don't get caught. But I just want to show you how easy it is to get these things at no extra cost. It's quite easy. Okay, this is where I have to pass if I want to go get, if I have to go get the stuff, It's a very, very long way. It's a way and it's known to everyone. Everyone knows that if you want to get drugs, this is the place to be if you're in Lagos, especially this Yaba side. You can see the environment is a place whereby it's not conducive, You can see everyone, no one knows I'm doing this. So, if I'm being caught over here, if anyone should just suspect that I'm doing something like this, I'm screwed already. Like, I'm literally screwed because the police is not going to come here on time. This place is so deep inside the location that I'm going to this stuff. Before the police gets here, I would have been dead. It's so sure about it. This place that I'm about to enter now, I want to go get tramadol. It's, as I said, it's just another shop, another pharmacy that you can just walk into and just get anything you want. Hello. Good afternoon. Do you have tramadol? Yeah? 100 milligrams. Okay, let me have one then. I'm asking for her now if I could get tramadol, and she says yes, she has it. I'm going to take 100 milligrams. That is about 5 pills. So I'm just going to wait for her and let her sell it to me. In the meantime, I'm showing you guys around the pharmacy, As I said, it's all being done secretly, so no one knows I'm actually doing this. As you've seen right here, this view that you're looking at is what we call Zanga. This, as you can see right there at the far right corner, you can see some guys sitting around there. I can't go down there because I'm not meant to do this kind of thing at all. If I'm caught doing this, that's it for me right there. But as you can see over there now, you can see those guys seated right there. Those are those people that take drugs. They're always there. This is where you can do anything you want. In fact, this place that you're looking at right here, it's not even on the Lagos State map. This place doesn't exist at all. This place is it's meant to be a canal. There's a canal over there. That's where you see the bushes. Right at this corner, after this house, there's a canal that passes through that side. So all this place is meant to be like a gutter, But you can see houses everywhere. Everyone just trying to survive. Over this place that you're looking at, the guy that you're seeing over there, that's actually the dealer. Because he sees me standing here for so long, he's wondering what's up. He wants to come and meet me, but I'm just giving him the signals not to come yet, because I don't really want anybody to see me doing this. That's it for me. Tramadol, this is 250 milligrams of tramadol, just one pill. You have some people that take 2 sometimes, and they really want to get high. Then this one is the normal one, the ones that you get anywhere on the streets. Anywhere you go, you can just ask anyone and you get it. This is 100 milligrams. The normal dosage, any normal guy that takes trams, when they start, this is what they start with, because before you get to 250, you have to start with 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams. You can't just get up to here, you just get messed up. Rochi. This is Rochi. This one you take. This is just. This is 100 milligrams. Yeah. This is 100 milligrams. Just one pill. Just one pill of this, and you're good to go. Having like the motivation to like come out and speak about this is because it wasn't easy for me as well. I had to like seek help from, you know, a doctor. When everything was going crazy for me, I had to like seek help medically, and they were the ones that gave me the motivation to like do what I'm doing here today. If there's anyone out there, that it's into drugs and feeling depressed, and you just feel that okay, fine, you want to step out, but you don't know how to. It can be hard, but it all starts by that step. It all starts by you just going out there and just seeking help. No one is going to like hunt you down. No one is going to arrest you. It's just about you just coming out and just saying this is it, because that was the step I took.
Slick City Empire.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719. or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa. My name is Mikhail Tinubu. I am your host for this evening's edition of the show. I am joined on the line by Gbenga Gboyega, all the way from Abuja, a sports analyst, to discuss some of the sports stories that have been happening over the course of the day. Gbenga, good evening.
Good evening, Mikhail. I'm happy to be here with you. Hope you're good.
Yes, I'm very good. As a Chelsea fan, I have a certain bias towards this first story of ours. The major club football story of the day: Frank Lampard has returned to Chelsea as caretaker manager until the end of the season, following the sacking of Graham Potter. The Premier League club confirmed on Thursday, April 6th. The club's record goal scorer previously spent 19 months as manager at Stamford Bridge before being dismissed in January 2021. Now he returns while the club seeks a full-time replacement for Graham Potter, despite a spend of almost £300 million on new players in January. The former England midfielder has cult status at Stamford Bridge, and many fans were disappointed to see him fired by former owner Roman Abramovich after a run of poor results. Lampard's first task will be to prepare the side for Saturday's away trip to Wolverhampton Wanderers in the Premier League before next week's Champions League quarter-final first leg away to Real Madrid. Lampard will know many of the players from his previous time in charge, but will also have to try and find the right blend of new signings, something Potter struggled to achieve. It also offers the 44-year-old, who scored 211 goals for Chelsea in all competitions during a trophy-laden 13 years as a player, a route back into coaching after he was sacked by Everton in January.
A different path since I left Chelsea, but to come back in a time where the club have asked me to come and take the role, of course that's the most important thing, but also with a belief that I can come and help the cause in this period to the end of the season. So I'm delighted to get that opportunity, and I want to be, I'm thankful for that, to the people that have decided to give me that opportunity. I'm confident in myself. I have a good understanding of the squad. Of course, I've worked with a lot of them before, but also the training ground, the stadium, the fans, what Chelsea fans want, and I'll do my utmost in this period coming to give them what they want with my own hard work. So again, I don't want to jump forward to that. I understand I'm probably going to get asked that question a lot and asked a series of questions. I've got my eyes wide open. I expect those questions. But the important thing for me is to kind of park that to the side and focus on the job in hand for me. And I'm very excited to do that, along with the staff that I will be working with and the players that I will be working with, because I was at the game on Tuesday night. I know there's a lot of talent in this squad, not just the players that played on Tuesday, but generally I'm excited to work with that talent and help them. And that's why I'm here. Yeah, it's a big challenge, but aren't they all? And that's not just my own world of coming to Chelsea at the first time with a lot of young players and a transfer ban. Everton, everyone saw. That's my story. Every manager will have that story. Everything's a challenge. We're seeing how the Premier League is, so I have complete sympathy for all managers that maybe lose jobs and move on, and also congratulations to managers that have success, because I know the work. So I'm ready just to put my work into this challenge that's in front of me and take it day by day. I've got a clear idea of what I want to do in this period. But the biggest thing for me now is to be able to speak to the players and to feel them out on the grass. And
it's deja vu all over again. And this time around, though, Lampard is only going to be a stopgap measure. As a club icon who, as soon as he got asked, he said yes. Does this lift up the mood around the club, Wenger?
Well, first of all, the only way this appointment or caretaking appointment will make sense is if Lampard is retained at the end of the season. That's the only way it's going to make sense. I don't see any footballing reason why you take out an interim manager to bring in a caretaker manager with 10 matches to the end of the season, talking about league games, when you're about to face Real Madrid like in 6-7 days time. I'm trying to understand the mood around the camp. I'm trying to understand the reasoning of the owners, because these were the owners who came in with a sense of stability. Meanwhile, in their first season, they're about to have 4 different managers, something Abramovich has never done in his entire 32 years in career. So Chelsea are under a transition that they need to pray harder. I don't know why I'm mentioning prayer in this context, but they need to pray harder because it's beyond footballing reasons right now. And yes, like you said, deja vu. The first match for Thomas Tuchel when he took over from Lampard was against Wolves. Now Lampard is coming back to take over from Southampton and is playing Wolves on Saturday. Hopefully, it starts from there and the results are good for Chelsea.
What the intentions of the ownership must be for this? Obviously, there is that condition, that situation that tends to happen where a new manager comes in and it's known as new manager bump, and the team picks up results. Unfortunately for Graham Potter, he was never convincing, even in the early days of his management of this club. Whereas Frank Lampard is well known around the club. Many of the players within the squad already know him, the Loftus-Cheeks, Kovacic. He was the one who brought Kovacic to the club. Conte has played with him. Reece James, leaders, Mount in the team have played with Frank Lampard. So there is some expectation of a new manager bump. Add the fact that this is a club icon with a lot of respect around the club. And when it comes to a end of the season run, confidence can be such a major part of how well a team does. Surely Frank Lampard can provide that boost of confidence that can potentially see Chelsea even overcome the challenge of Real Madrid.
So, like you said, new manager bounce is one of the reasons why I still don't understand the footballing reasons behind bringing Lampard back. All right, so when Potter came, I think it was November, December, he had a run of games, like 10 or 11 unbeaten run, right? Now, Lampard is coming when we have that same number of games to the end of the season. So imagine if the new manager bounce happens and Chelsea go on a run of games to the end of the season. Does that mean Lampard should stay to the next season?
No, obviously not. Obviously, this is not a matter of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer and Manchester United winning a few games come the end of the season, and then everyone from Rio Ferdinand to Gary Neville, all of them clamoring for him to take over. Obviously, the ownership clearly has a strategy in mind. They want to hire one of Pochettino, Julian Nagelsmann, Luis Enrique. They are looking at 5 or so permanent choices for management. Frank Lampard is obviously a stopgap measure. And as regards your point as to replacing an interim manager with a caretaker manager, Solitaire has a connection to Graham Potter. If the club wants to break free completely of the remnants of the Graham Potter's management, perhaps it is for the best that Frank Lampard comes in and takes over as caretaker, at least until the end of the season, don't you think?
So that's the point I'm trying to make. Imagine the statement if Chelsea drop out Real Madrid. Whether maybe a draw at home or a win away and probably a skill through. And yes, there's no away goal rule. They can just score a goal and lock up shop. And he has a good result. Probably they don't win Champions League, but they get to final. That's a huge statement. Still doesn't determine Lampard as a permanent resource for Chelsea. That's the point. This is the wrong time to bring in Lampard to say he wants to steady the ship. What was Potter supposed to do when Tuchel was sacked?
Okay, I will say this. There is an argument to be made for where Chelsea are right now. Graham Potter being sacked seemed like a necessity because Chelsea are 12 points from the top, 12 points from the bottom. They are within risk. Now, a lack of confidence from the players in the manager, and I think it's clear to everyone to see that Graham Potter could not figure out his first 11, could not figure out the best formation, could not figure out the best tactics to go into any game from game to game. Frank Lampard can, 1, provide a boost in confidence, 2, can stabilize the rut that has taken over the squad, and 3, can provide the players shelter from the criticism that has taken root throughout the season since Graham Potter's season drastically started going down the drain. I think the fact that Lampard isn't there to be a long-term solution shouldn't matter as to regards how we rate his performance. If he gets the team to even the finals, if he prevents the team from going out of the competition, the Premier League that is, and being relegated into the Championship, surely that is enough for the team to start again in the summer when a new manager, a longer-term project can be initiated.
Yes, so we go back to history. The first time Chelsea had an interim manager that did magic was Di Matteo, right, in 2012. Now, he did magic, like we said, he won the Champions League. The following season, they were struggling because he didn't just come half season. He came quarter season. Like January, February had already happened before he came. Now, this is the same thing happening under Lampard, right? The point I'm trying to make is it's not all gloom and doom for Chelsea. It's not like Lampard is going to come and nothing positive is going to come out of it. The point is the mission of Todd Boehly and Egbali and Clearlake Capital and all the owners behind the club of Chelsea when they came in was stability. Check out 6, 7, 8 players that they bought in January. Almost all of them have 8-year contract, 9-year contract, 7-year contract. Most of these players are not playing football. In the next 2-3 seasons, they're going to lose value. Who is going to buy them? So that 8-year, 7-year contract is a total waste. Now, you're supposed to bring in a coach that from now starts to know his players. Is with them during the preseason, during the summer, and starts the new season with them, which was what Potter was complaining about when he came in. He didn't have preseason with these guys. He had no idea. 10 players came in the summer, an additional 15 came in the winter. He had about 31 first team squad. In fact, there were reports that some players were dressing outside the dressing room because there was no space inside the dressing room. How would Potter handle such things? Now, Lampard has come and he has this same talent, these same resources at hand. He may do well, but the long-term project may be affected. That's just my point.
Benga, there is surely something to be said for a stabilizing force. I think you're losing track of what Lampard is there to do. Stabilize the team, give them a chance to get into the summer without losing any more ground to their rivals. And then the replacement can pick up in pre-season where he will have months to implement his strategy. Because this kind of appointments have happened in the past with the likes of Sam Allardyce taking over at Crystal Palace, the likes of Hudson recently, Roy Hudson taking over at Crystal Palace as well. Managers who were brought in, former Burnley manager, I forget his name now.
Sean Dyche.
Yes, Sean Dyche, brought in at Everton to stabilize the team. They might not be the long-term solutions to what ails the team, but they must do what is necessary for the short-term stability of the team. And I think if we focus on simply that, Lampard is not getting the job long-term. He's not taking over next season, even if he wins the Champions League with this squad. The point is, stability is the only thing that matters. He gets them a stable end of the season run. The next season surely a manager like Julian Nagelsmann, Luis Enrique, managers who will need time to craft the kind of strategy that will help the first team, first 11 to win games and win championships. Those will come in, but they won't be saddled with a kind of, shall we say, a poor run of form that could plague the rest of their management if they were to take over at this juncture.
Who is to say Nagelsmann can't take over at this junction and still do what Lampard is supposed to do? Who is to say Enrique cannot? After all, Enrique was in London, wasn't he?
These are managers who have never coached in the league. My point. They have never coached in the league. They have
never coached in the league before he came and won 4 or 5 Premier Leagues in how many seasons?
Sorry, sorry, who?
Pep Guardiola.
But Pep Guardiola did not win in his first season, and he did not take over in the middle of the season.
Before he started winning, before he went on that spree, he never coached in England. So why are we saying Enrique has never coached in England as if it's at his detriment? Without several
Wenga, I think we're going to have our first.
Wenga,
I think we're going to have our first disagreement. Pep Guardiola, Jurgen Klopp, all of these managers took over in the summer with the opportunity to breathe their ideas into the squad. We're talking about short-term stability. Nagelsmann, Luis Enrique coming into the squad at this time when what you need is pragmatism. What you need is an eye for an understanding of what the league represents, how the club functions, and the quality of the players. Lampard has experience with nearly half of the squad. He has a reputation at the club that is untarnished, and he knows the league. If this was any other manager, barring the idea that he's unexperienced compared to the likes of Sean Dyche, the likes of Roy Hodgson, the likes of Sam Allardyce. If this was any of those managers coming in with the sole principal ideology of stabilizing the rut, we wouldn't be having this conversation, would we?
Again, you keep mentioning stability as the reason Lampard is brought in. And yet he is the 4th manager in this season and is not guaranteed to be there next season, which means next season we might have the 5th manager under Todd Boehly. There is nothing stable about that story.
Not might. That is the intent.
Exactly. The point is, I don't know if any other person is saying it the way I see it. This might be a stain on Lampard's journey if he doesn't do well in the next 9-10 games. Because it will be the second time he's going to be sacked. We are not seeing that coming. We are not seeing that happening.
In your opinion,
probabilities that might happen.
In your opinion, they should have just gone ahead and hired Luis Enrique and Jurgen Nagelsmann, or whichever one of them.
In my own opinion, if stability was the main issue or stability was the main cause, leave Bruno Salto there to the end of the season. After all, he's the interim manager. Leave him there to the end of the season. He will not have any pressure on his head because he knows he's not impressing anybody. He's just going to stabilize the team till the end of the season. Then come next season, probably at the start of the summer, you employ Enrique or Nagelsmann or Pochettino or Zidane or whoever comes to your mind. But you don't take him out and bring in a caretaker that will also be taken out before another coach to come in. So
I'm going to make one final point, Benga. We need to wrap up. I'm going to make one final point for you. Salto is remnants of the old regime. Him taking over and managing the squad till the end of the season is more of the same philosophies that got the club to this point that they are at. And the reports came out that him being a manager who has never managed a team before. The last game against Liverpool was his first team game as a manager. And a report came out that he is not as interested in taking on the responsibility of being a manager. So I say again, this is not something we need to argue about. Other clubs have done it in the past, brought in a short-term solution, and told the interim to step aside for a caretaker. Anyways, we've run out of time, Benga. Unfortunately, I think this conversation could last another hour. Thanks for joining us on the show.
Because we will never agree.
All right. Have a good evening, Benga.
All right, no problem. Thanks for having me.
To everyone at home or at work, remember life is never boring with some sports. I am your host, Mikhail Tinubu. Have a good evening.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Where would I start from? Because I started acting very young. I started 1997. And what would I say was my downtime? Well, maybe when I started Palace, I couldn't tell my mom that I was acting. But when they would show me on screen, the teasers, I was there. And my mom asked one day that, Foluke, is that what you said? No, it's not me. So I had to go and meet my mentors to come and help me beg her to act. She first refused vehemently that she wasn't going to allow me to act, blah, 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 blah. And I had to beg. I was crying for days. So eventually, she now called me and said, okay, that she will accept on one condition, that I will make sure that I go to school very well. I'm still fulfilling that promise till now because I promised her PhD. And that I'll make sure that I have a home and I'll be a role model worthy of emulation.
Well, my journey into Nollywood has been an amazing experience, actually. I didn't just start off and became who I am right now. I actually started from somewhere. I can remember when I was still in school, UJ, I would jump from one bus to another, going for auditions. And sometimes when I get to the audition ground, I fail the audition. I actually worked with a director who said I failed this audition like twice or 3 times. And eventually I played a lead character, on that project. And it's actually very inspiring. And I also want to talk to everybody out there. Sometimes I believe young people just want to be stars and they don't want to work hard. And I feel it's not right. I feel you must, if you want to showcase your talent, you have to do it right. Focus on the important things, which is go for auditions, be nice to people, be humble, because once you're humble, you find purpose. Yeah.
One of my downtime moments would be probably when while acting, I had a terrible car accident that nearly took my life. My legs were broken, my face got burnt, my hands, legs, and everything got burnt. That was quite a challenging time in my life when that happened. So that's because it was life-threatening, life-changing. You felt like your whole life was coming to a stop. The things that your face is your business. You can imagine your face being burnt at that time and you're feeling that your career was over or your life was over. So that was a quite downtime. But God was merciful throughout this period. He gave me like a very strong, resilient spirit to pull through. But it was a difficult time because I had like series of operation. Like when you do the first operation, you think, okay, you're fine, and then you do the second one and you get heartbroken, and they have to start all over again. So it was quite a challenging time for me, but I drew the strength from the fact that God kept me alive, so I felt maybe He kept me alive for a reason. And He just gave me a new lease of life to do and see things differently, and that's it.
Personal life and life issues sometimes, and family and relationships and things that they have to like settle like as well before being in the state of mind to record and create good music. Sometimes you might just be in a creative block or any of that stuff, and you need time to chill out, because when you force it in that period of having like a creative block, then you lose it. You lose the plot there. And for us, like at some point in our lives, we're kind of like really down. To be honest, I won't even lie to you. Like that was like about 2 years ago, or like a year ago, something like that. It was crazy in the sense that there was a lot of pressure like from us, and we as of the time did not know how to handle the pressure coming from the industry, coming from the fans. The next P Square, we're waiting for you guys to take over from P Square, we're waiting for you guys to drop new songs, and all that stuff. And
increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Obey ECOWAS judgments and end prosecutions for cyber stalking, Serap tells Buhari. And in the aftermath of the 2023 elections, tonight we discuss divisive politics and reconciliations among warring parties. This is Plus Politics. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has urged President Muhammadu Buhari to use his good offices and leadership position to immediately enforce the judgment by the ECOWAS Court of Justice prohibiting prosecutions of anyone on the grounds of insulting or stalking public officials online. SERAP also urged him to enforce and implement the ECOWAS court judgment compelling the government to respect, protect, and promote freedom of expression, access to information, and media freedom. In a letter dated 1st of April 2023 and signed by SERAP Deputy Director Kolawole Oluwadare, the organization expressed serious concerns about the shrinking civic space in the country, as some state governors and government institutions are reportedly using Section 24 of the Cybercrime Act and other repressive laws to crack down on anyone seeking to assert their human rights and media freedom. We're being joined live to discuss this by Kolawole Oluwadare himself, Deputy Director, SERAP. Good evening and welcome to the program, Kolawole.
Good evening. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Let us begin with what this almighty Section 24 is. Give us an insight as to what it portends, what it says, what the implications of this Section 24 are to the human rights and freedom of speech and everything that we're talking about today.
Thank you. The act or the law, it's an act, but it's called broadly a law. It's an act of the National Assembly in Nigeria. Is the Cyber Crimes Act, and it has various sections. But within the context of this discussion and the ambit of its use by Nigerian authorities, Section 24 stands out as a notorious section that has been used by the government to prosecute various classes of Nigerians, particularly journalists or people who are perceived as being critical of government or public officers or those who have access to economies of power. And Section 24 of the Cyber Crimes Act is basically talks about cyber stalking, and it creates some very vague offenses, even with the wordings of the section, which led SERAP to go to court in 2019, that is the ECOWAS court, challenging the provisions of Section 24 vis-a-vis the provisions of the African Charter, which naturally grants every Nigeria being a member of ECOWAS, freedom of expression. And in this instance, freedom of expression, as also constitutionally guaranteed in our constitution, is a two-pronged right. It allows us to have conversations like this, that is to express yourself and to receive information. And we know how this is important to democracy and to what we are as human beings, as Nigerians. And so Section 24 has been used to charge people to court for various offenses, for whatever I said, even WhatsApp messages, postings on social media, and the likes. And that is why we've gone to court. And the ECOWAS court ruled that Section 24 of the Cyber Crimes Act is incompatible with the rights granted by Article 9 of the African Charter, which has been ratified by Nigeria as a member of the ECOWAS. And also, in the 2020, we've gone to court to challenge the unlawful ban of Twitter. And the same ECOWAS court spoke clearly without mincing words, that Nigerian government should take steps to ensure that the freedom of expression of Nigerians are guaranteed. And not particularly Yango. The first judgment clearly gave an order to the Nigerian government to repeal Section 24 of the Cyber Crimes Act. So naturally, what the government of Nigeria should do through the Attorney General of the Federation is to place legislation before the National Assembly to amend the Cyber Crimes Act by repealing Section 24 of that Act. And we've seen the various ways that have been misused, if you ask me. And that is why we've undertaken this advocacy to ensure that unlawful use of a law that has been declared unlawful by the courts is stopped.
Okay, when you talk about repealing Section 24, is it in its entirety, or there are just aspects of that section that are not agreeable to SERAP and whatever we can describe as human rights?
No, it is the entirety of Section 24, and that is why when you see the way Section 24 of the Cyber Crimes Act is worded enough, it is subjective view. It creates offenses that says that if the person who receives a message, if he or she considers it obscene. And so, Yambo, I put it to you. If I send you a message, which is a conversation between both of us, and you consider such message to be obscene, and it's just a conversation between the two of us, that would actually give you a right to make a complaint to the law enforcement agencies to charge me for cyberstalking under Section 24. And we all know that law, as a tool of social engineering, progresses. It catches up, it sets the pace, as it were, for society and the norms that govern being humans. It sets the trend for us to follow. And in this instance, with the advent of social media and the various tools of communication, as technology has brought our way, Section 24 is not only a danger to freedom of expression, it is a danger to democracy in the way it has been used and the way it is couched. And most importantly, a very good aspect of Section 21, for instance, or that's subsection 1, is that it prescribes a penalty of 7 million naira and not more than 3 years imprisonment for people who are found culpable under this act. You would agree with me that that is too heavy a sentence for such a law that can be used as a win, particularly in the hands of law enforcement agencies in Nigeria, who we've seen time and again who have a penchant for abusing their powers.
Okay, well, when we're talking about the fact that someone can just interpret it the way they like it, because like one of my lecturers used to say, meanings are in people, not in words. So you say something and somebody decides to interpret it in another way. But the question is, whose standards or which standard or what standards are we going to use to define what is supposed to be something that can put you in trouble, for instance, or something that you will say is not supposed to be said? It's cyberbullying, cybercrime, cyber whatever you want to call it. What standards are we going to use to define these things so that we know? Because there is a very thin line between this freedom of speech and what we cannot call freedom of speech, where somebody just says whatever they like because of the anonymity which social media, for instance, provides. The proximity or the remoteness that the social media provides, because what you will say to my face, what you might not say to my face, you will say it because I'm not there and all that. So how do we define, at least, because there needs to still be some kind of sanity, no matter what, how do we define standards with which we can use to judge whether something is worthy enough for someone to prosecute you for?
Thank you very much, and that's a very interesting perspective, which is some of the arguments that we have made before the courts in our various advocacy initiatives to government in respect of Section 24 and the freedom of expression. And I think we need to preface this conversation by understanding, firstly, the nature of the act itself and what Section 24 portends, which is why we argue that the section itself and the wording of the section and the use, which are two different things, they are very subjective. So Section 24 provides, for instance, that if a message, if anyone sends a message, I'm paraphrasing, sends a message to another by means of a computer, a system, or a network that is grossly offensive, pornographic, indecent, or obscene or menacing in character, and it causes to be sent, it becomes a crime. And then you ask, like you have asked, whose view will be considered by the court or even by the law enforcement agencies in charging someone to order this section, whether a message is obscene, is menacing, or not? And within the context of this conversation, human rights are not absolute. And the law, for instance, the Constitution in providing for freedom of expression in Section 39 has also provided limits. And this limit has also provided legal remedies when there is a breach, which of course leads to anybody being made culpable for defamation, as it were, or libel, depending on the nature of such statements or the done. But that does not mean that such actions should be criminalized. At best, there are civil remedies for such actions, and we've seen people take this option to go to court over the years, and there's a lot of jurisprudence on defamation, libel, and slander. Do we need to criminalize freedom of expression? No. And that is why the government must act in line with the objectives of the African Charter and the various treaties and conventions that Nigeria ratified, including the 1999 Constitution. The actions of government should promote human rights in this context, freedom of expression, not to stifle it, which is why we believe, and the court agrees with us, and the court has agreed with us, the ECOWAS court, that Section 24 must be repealed to conform so that it can be in line with Article 9 of the African Charter, Section 39 of the Constitution, and various conventions and treaties that Nigeria has ratified to ensure that the freedom of expression of Nigerians are guaranteed and not unnecessarily stifled. So, in this context, what we've seen is the wordings, the subjective wordings of Section 24 and the misuse of Section 24. Those two reasons is why the court agreed with Sarah and gave that judgment, which is yet to be enforced by the
Okay, but when you're talking for the people, because the people are the ones that always get prosecuted as it is. We see radio and TV stations being clamped down on because they express themselves. We also see, for instance, there's a journalist, Agba Jalingo, that has just been released today after so many days in custody because he wrote something and asked a question, and someone who is related to the governor of his state felt insulted and he was taken to prison. And this is not the first time and all that. There are so many other instances that abound. But when we argue for the people, what are we also arguing for, let's say, politicians who are being slandered, is subjective anyway, who are being taken to the cleaners, as it were? What part of your argument is also protecting them?
I mentioned earlier that the law has envisaged that limit of human rights where individuals can be free of the rights of others. And that is why the law has made provision in civil law for defamation, which will libel us if it's written in permanent form, and it will become slander if it's uttered in temporary form. And that is why it is a civil law. It need not be made a crime. And that is what Section 24 of the cybercrime has done, which is why, again, we have seen its misuse over and over. It is a civil law, and there are remedies for defamation. You could get damages, you get reparations. There are a lot of remedies, and people have got to court on this instance. So the question is, why should freedom of expression and the breach of it, if other rights of people are breached, why should it be criminalized? It's a civil law, and the civil remedies. Why should it be criminalized? And that is what has lent itself to this misuse that we've seen. So for people who have their rights infringed, or who are defamed or slandered, as it were, there's a remedy for them in law, and they should take that on.
I don't seem to understand, because if you're being arrested for defamation, and you call it defamation, it sounds as if it is all right because the laws are already there. But if you are arrested because you use the other term, that is cyberbullying or cyber stalking, it seems to be something that you should not be arrested for or something. Make it make sense to me how someone can, there could be a libel, there could be a scandal, and then you can be arrested because the laws are there for them. And you're saying they should not criminalize the same thing that you are being arrested for if you call it a different name. I just don't seem to understand. I'm not arguing differently.
Let me explain.
Yes, please.
Basically, there is civil law and there is criminal law among the various divisions of law. A civil law will be the rights and obligations of individuals either amongst themselves or between organizations or even institutions of government or among arms of government, as the case may be. And in that case, a civil wrong will be, for instance, breach of contract, and defamation is a civil wrong, as it were. So if, as we're having this conversation, I call you a name that you do not like, you will go to court against me and ask for damages or whatever reparations you want. That is a civil wrong. That is not a crime. But Section 24 makes it a crime, which means it is a crime against the state, which is why law enforcement agencies will have to come in to arrest you. So ideally, nobody should be arrested for defamation because it's a civil wrong. You can't go to court. But when it becomes a crime, in this instance, Section 24, it means that it is the state prosecuting you on behalf of another, which is why I'm making that case that it need not be criminalized. There are remedies in civil law that can be explored, and that is being explored.
Okay, I get the argument right now. But to be fair, it is not really a Nigerian thing, you know that. It's not even an ECOWAS thing, because we have instances, for instance, in France, where a 50-year-old woman is facing trial. She was being arrested for publicly, what they say, insulting President Macron. We also had in September 2021 where something like that happened, and a 62-year-old person was arrested as well. So why is it such a big issue here in Nigeria and ECOWAS that you needed to go to court when it seems as if it is happening everywhere else? Or is it that everywhere it is happening, it should be condemned in the same way?
I'm not aware of these instances that you've mentioned, and I'm sure there are contextual facts that will possibly place them in a different realm entirely. But be that as it may, social media and the digital age brings along a new trend of its own, which means that rights are accrued to us naturally in the real world, sometimes been translated to the virtual space. That itself has brought up a lot of issues, and it's a global thing, and that the limits and the extent of these rights are being tested, for instance, digital rights, data rights, and all that. But that does not remove the essence of the fundamental rights as it is enshrined in various laws of countries. And in this context, in the Constitution and the African Charter and various treaties and conventions that Nigeria has ratified, which is why the misuse of these laws in a democracy is bad, not only for us as citizens, but also for democracy. If you can get into trouble and be charged for a crime for a statement that has been made, which in itself is not obscene, is not insulting, but because the recipient feels, and that is very important for us to understand it, the recipient feels insulted, then he activates criminal procedures against you. This sets a very difficult trend for democracy, particularly in Nigeria, where we have been known to have little tolerance, particularly those in public offices who have little tolerance for criticism of any kind.
But I'm trying to draw the line between a right and a nuisance and all that. And leaving that aside, do you think the laws that were enacted before the craze of social media and every other thing that has given people the opportunity to talk the way they talk and get into trouble in some instances, do you think the laws can also speak to the situation we find ourselves now? For instance, what was not insulting 10 years ago could be a very big insult now, but it's not covered by the law. So do you think we should start by tweaking a little bit about the law, or touching the law a little bit, or we should just start by saying we stop everything concerning trying to get people to pay for careless statements that they make? Do you think our laws can still stand?
That will not make for meaningful conversations, which, as you know, is very important to democratic practice. People have the right to exchange ideas, and it's very interesting that politicians, when they want to get the votes of people, use every available platform, including social media, to canvass for votes, including speaking against their opponents. And it is fine at that time until they gain political power. And then all of a sudden, the same tool and instrument they used to fully express themselves to the citizens becomes a tool that gets other people into trouble. And that is why we need to understand the concept of freedom of expression as a right. Its manifestations in various contexts, that is the use and the law, as it were. So to answer your question, yes, laws as tools of social engineering sometimes are slow to catch up reality, and sometimes, depending on the aspect of each country's jurisprudence, sometimes the law also sets a precedent that society follows subsequently as part of the social norms. So you have asked, do we have laws that are adequate for the issues, these digital issues? Yes. The laws are not perfect. Laws are not meant to be perfect, which is why they are amended. And in this instance, judicial pronouncements it is one of the ways of amending laws, because the court has held that Section 24 conflicts with Article 9 of the African Charter and should be repealed. And that means that Section 24, as it stands today, of the Cybercrimes Act, is null and void. It is not a law that should be used at all. The Nigerian government must obey that order of court. So, do we need to tweak the laws? Not necessarily so. What we need first and foremost within the context of our democracy is to have strong institutions that can apply the laws. I can tell you, Yango, that our laws are not perfect, but we have a much more bigger problem in the application of the laws by the various institutions tasked with this statutory duty. And that is what we need to fix first, even as we are in the process of amending the laws. And that is why you see the various manifestations of this misuse of these public institutions in one way or another. It's really becoming a matter of state capture. If we allow this to go on, it doesn't go well for democracy at all.
But this issue of strong institutions instead of strong people and all that is always a back and forth. It's a case of egg and chicken, which one came first and all that. What do you treat first and the others? An institution is governed by laws, and we have the laws. An institution is governed by rules, and we have the rules. But they still are not working. So what is that element that is missing that is making our institutions not to be strong enough? We have a constitution that people are clearly not following. The law enforcement agencies are flouting the laws themselves. The politicians are doing the same. Even the people themselves are doing the same, because no matter what you do, whether you're stealing from government coffers or you're beating traffic because you think nobody's looking, a crime is a crime. So what is that ingredient that is lacking, that is making our institutions not to work the way they should work, and people are rather bigger than the institutions?
Thank you, Ndula. I will attempt to answer to define the cause of this malady. I would say it is the lack of political will from the highest office in Nigeria, from the president to that of the least. You have, as you've said, we have laws. The laws created institutions and created parameters for them to act, including providing for sanctions, whether for acts of omission and commission. So the question is, how far have those laws been implemented by these institutions? If you ask me, very weakly and very poorly. And that has led us to this point. And that again brings us back to the social contract theory. We all know that we have these rights, we have these powers as human beings, which is why they are called natural rights. But we've donated an aspect of this power to the state in this instance to enforce those rights on everyone, to protect everyone. So, but when the state becomes corrupt, when the state becomes inefficient, what you've seen is exactly what we are seeing presently as a country is what that leads to, which is why we need strong institutions that are not stronger than the law. We need strong institutions that obey the law. And institutions, of course, are not made up of robots. They are made up of people. The structures are made up of people, which is why we need every political officer, including the president, obeying the laws. But in a country such as Nigeria, where we see institutions of government, state governors, and individuals, public institutions disobeying orders of court, what do you expect? That is against the ingredient of the rule of law. It's against the core tenets of democracy, and nobody gets punished for it. We talk of corruption every now and then. We've seen individuals that have been found to be corrupt, they've been liable, and nobody gets punished for it. What do you expect? And so that is what has led us here. So rather than complain about the laws we have, which I agree with you is not perfect, we should talk about and really put our money where our mouth is to ensure that the institutions function. Again, the institutions are not stronger than the law. They must operate within the confines of the law. It means even the judiciary is not above the law. They interpret the law, they enforce the laws. It means even law enforcement agencies, including the police, they are not above the laws. They operate within the confines of the law. But what we've seen so far is the exact opposite. And that, unfortunately, has led us to where we are presently in nearly every facet of human endeavor in Nigeria. It's so sad, really.
It is sad. I must congratulate SERAP for a milestone judgment that they have, and we hope that things will work. But while we talk about not gagging the people, we would also like to balance it. If you were to advise, because it's always been a problem, on the one hand, we'll be talking about people making careless statements. On the other hand, we're talking about the need to let people express themselves and all that. But there has to be a balance. At one point, Twitter was banned from Nigeria because of a statement that was made against the president. Whether that was right or wrong, but it tells you that there is a need for all of us to know, to respect ourselves in one way or the other. So if we were to advise on the kind of things to be put in place so that there will be sanity in the social media space and also there will be freedom of expression from the people, what would you advise that should be done? As we wrap up now.
Unfortunately, I will have to go back to what I said earlier. It means the institutions must work and operate within the confines of the law. We have laws already. The Constitution provides for rights, including freedom of expression, and also provides for the limits of those rights. And Section 6 of the Constitution is very clear. It gives the judiciary the powers to be the arbiter between providing rights and obligations and duties between individuals, between government agencies, and between government and the people. But the question is, if the courts give judgments and the government obeys or disobeys those judgments, what do you expect to have? So again, when you talk of social media and the need to govern that space, whatever that means, we have laws already. We have the fundamental human right that prescribes the limits of these laws. And we have defamation laws. We have all those in place. But how are they being enforced? Which is why you see criminal laws like Section 24 of the Cybercrime Act that can be used to people. They are being used more than any other law. And that is the sad, unfortunate thing that we've seen happen, which shouldn't be with democracy.
Kolawole, we are still with you and would like to just wrap up with you very fast as fast as possible. I'd like to challenge Serap and ask you what you're really doing to make sure that you educate the people more about their rights and responsibilities, cultivate the habit of patriotism and every other thing that we need. Because at the end of the day, it is not the institutions that are not having the requisite things that should make them work. The laws are there, the rules are there, and everything. The buildings are there, even though that is not what we should describe as the institutions when we're talking about it. But what are you doing? What is your plan to make sure the citizens come up to speed and even help in the fight that Serap has been fighting all along to make our country, our climate, everything saner, as everybody likes to say, saner climates and all that. Nigeria should move from where it is to another place, a higher pedestal. So what is your plan to make sure the citizens are up to speed with what you've been doing, the fight you've been fighting, and to stand up to their responsibility? Very briefly, please.
Thank you. Public enlightenment is also a critical part of their advocacy initiatives, which is why this kind of letter to the government is what we call a two-pronged advocacy. It informs the government and calls on them to fulfill statutory obligations and also reminds the people of the rights and the duties and the obligations that they have. Even this conversation that we're having presently also fulfills that very important obligation. It is enlightening people, it is educating them and calling on people to obey the laws. So that is what we do as part of our initiative. And I really felt that now when your freedom of expression was briefly taken away, you understand how it feels when freedom of expression is stifled in any way.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Kolawole Oluwadare, for coming to enlighten us on what is happening. And everybody that needs to collaborate will collaborate with you. Keep doing the good job and make sure you do more to enlighten us as well so that we can help you in that fight. Thank you so much for being a part of our program today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we've been talking with Kolawole Oluwadare, a Deputy Director of Serap, and we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking to another guest. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers. You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Okay, this is Plus Politics, in case you're just joining us, and my name is Nyamgul Agaji. The elections have come and gone. A lot of people may be aggrieved, but now we should be talking more about the healing process of our community, of our society, and what do we do about that? Why do the things that even happen in Nigeria happen? We're glad today we're being joined by a political scientist who is going to help us x-ray some of the things that need to be addressed by the incoming administration come May 29. And it's my pleasure to welcome today Mr. Fred Noho, a political scientist. Welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, this moment, you know, we've had this election. A lot of people are grieved. A lot of people are saying it didn't go the way it should go, even though some people may not be complaining that they lost, the people that they supported lost. They're talking about transparency that was not there, so many issues. But now, a major issue that we should be addressing is how we can heal as a country. Let us just get to know, in your opinion, some of the things that we need to start putting in place, even before the inauguration, so that we can move on as a country.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, as a society, as Nigerians who are not new to things like this, it's been like part of us since 1960. We've had series of, you know, issues that has bedeviled our society, our politics up to this moment. Yes, I would have thought that by now we would have, you know, outgrown some of these ills, you know, that affect our society in terms of politics and all of that. But here we are. Well, what's done is done, but again, we must move on. And then, because, you know, society must continue to grow, whichever way you look at it. So some of the things we need to do to heal the wound is, you know, to actually try to talk to the people, the Nigerian society, the common man who do not see as much as the big man out there sees. Because the problem, the reason why we have issues in society is that there's gap in understanding. Once there's gap and those gaps are not being filled, people tend to feel in certain ways, and that leads to, you know, conflicts of issues, and further leads to, you know, what we can call violent confrontation. So first and foremost, we've conducted election. We've seen winners. Those people who has won must see themselves as magnanimous, you know, winners, and they should also be able to talk to the Nigerian society, talk to the Nigerian people, make them feel that, okay, I understand that we have issues, and that the election that has brought us this far is not totally free of, you know, certain ills. So that you need to actually assure the Nigerian society that there is need to tackle certain things in the society that those who have won, will, at the end of the day, attend to those things that seems to divide us more than unite us.
Okay, using Delta as a case study, because you're from Delta, would like to know the political climate in there. Some people before the election were complaining a lot about the governor, who eventually was the running mate to the PDP presidential candidate, Okowa, and they were saying a lot of things about how he could have done better and all that. So in your opinion, if he failed to satisfy the people, I'm not saying he did, but if he failed to satisfy the people, or if the people saw that he failed to satisfy them, even though he did his best, what do you think were some of the things that were missing that he could have done better, that whoever is taking over from him should do? Because everybody would just be thinking someone who is contesting as a vice presidential candidate in an election, you will even win like 100% in your state. It didn't happen that way in Delta State. So which means some people still felt that he didn't deserve it. So what are some of the things that he could have done that the next person would do or should do?
Okay. Delta State is more like a micro Nigeria because it has, the last time I checked, about 5 or 6 different, you know, nationalities in there. You have the Jos, you have the Isokos, the Yorubas, the Chekiris, the Ndokwa, who are also in their own rights fragmented into different people you know, because the Dokwa people are part of the Igbo people, but if you ask the Dokwa person, it tells you he's not an Igbo person. And so we have different people in that place. To be fair to the government of Okowa, he has, in certain ways, done well, because if you compare his administration to the one before himself, you will see a little bit of, you know, improvement in what he has done. But I like to say that it's not important for, it's not really possible for any government to try to you know, satisfy everyone in any society. It's impossible, no matter how good you are. And so to that extent, well, some people will feel that he hasn't done much. But you know, most times, when we respond to issues of politics in Nigeria, we tend to respond based on our political affiliation. So you tend to see that a man in Party A will always not speak well of Party B, even if they are doing the right thing. But you also find that the man in Party B will always speak good about Party B, even if they are not doing the right thing. And so most times our response is colored by where our, you know, our interest lies in politics. Oborevwori is there today. He has been elected, the incoming governor. I wish him well in whatever it is he's going to do. But I also would like to suggest to him that part of the things that the present administration did that a lot of people didn't get to know about or didn't feel good about is that the reason is mostly because civil servants try all the time, always try to hijack those things. For example, this government did something about, they did a lot of empowerment to young people, you know. But if you ask yourself, who are the beneficiaries of those empowerments? They are usually younger ones to civil servants, you know, politicians. My brother must be there, my sister must be there. And you find that at the end of those empowerment, those who got starter packs end up, you know, selling those things right there. So if I trained you on how to, for example, on computer, for example, and I gave you a laptop and a few others, a printer to kickstart your business, and right there you sell it, then the idea, the reason for the training is actually lost. Because it means that whatever monies that have been invested in you, you are not going to plow back into the society. The idea why governments give, you know, train people and say, okay, I'll give you a startup package, should be able to encourage, you know, cottage industries, some small businesses, that at the end of the day will end up employing one more person. Because if you have two people that are earning something from a particular business, those two people end up, you know, affecting other people, which is the shame at the end of the day. My advice to Oborevwori is that if he has to do anything, he has to find a way to ensure that whatever he does are not being hijacked by, one, politicians, secondly, civil service people, who are almost all the time, you know, influence who become a beneficiary at the end of the day.
Okay, let's move to the national scene as it is. A lot of times people do so many things. Corruption that we're talking about, sometimes we point at only politicians and we leave the ordinary man, the civil servant and all that out of it. But we know that corruption is in every sphere, especially in this Nigeria. I don't know about other climes. I'm talking about the country, I know. But what we fail to address is not the corruption itself, but the reason some people behave the way they behave. Why would a permanent secretary steal? Why would a cleaner or a messenger not find a file in an office? Why do these things happen? What do you think that the next administration, the national I'm talking about now, should do to make sure that we begin systematically to fight this corruption?
Well, Nigeria is a society that has bred more of powerful men than powerful institutions. What works for America is not a powerful man. It is an institution, a system that, you know, you cannot avoid but key into. We have, you know, corporations in Nigerian society, SPDC, Chevron, and all of that. The man that works in Chevron or Shell, and the man that works in our civil service or the minister, there's no difference. They are the same Nigerians. But why the man in Chevron, the file comes to his table, he pushes it on. He pushes immediately. He does his part and moves it to the next person. The man in the civil service just keeps the file there, because there's even nothing to show that the file got to his table in the first place. So nothing tracks it, because it is manual. Whereas in SPDC, it's automated. You don't push, you know, hard files. You push soft files, so that when we begin to locate where is that file, a click tells you that this file is on that table, and in fact it has been on that table for the past 48 hours. So if you know that there's a file on your table that you need to deal with, and that if you fail to deal with it in the next 48 hours, you're going to get a query, you want to deal with it immediately. But that doesn't happen in our you know, civil society, civil service. You know, because at the end of the day, we always want to get something before we push the file. So the problem with our government is actually system, because the system has not encouraged the man to do what he should do. Year in, year out, you find budgets, national budgets, with billions voted for computers. But go to these offices. Do they really use the computers? Why is it that I, who is not a member of the civil service, cannot in my own house type something and query that particular office and I get a response? Why should I have to leave my house to go to that office to do things? So these are some of the things that, you know, are bedeviling our society.
But when you say someone has to ask for something before they can do a thing, are they not paid salaries? And when you retire, you don't get your pensions and all that.
That is another thing. For example, currently, what is the take-home of the lowest earner in the civil service? 30,000 naira. In some cases, less. How much is a bag of rice? It's about 40,000. So the man cannot even afford to buy a bag of rice in the first place. The man cannot even afford to live in a house in the first place. He has to rely on that salary. So that is why we say the corruption in Nigeria is systematic. It's a systemic stuff. It's a systemic process, because the system that treats you, the reward system, does not treat you in such a way that you cannot live above certain things, above certain threshold. It keeps you down at perpetually. The highest salary earner in the civil service may not earn up to 200,000. I doubt it very much. But if you earn 200,000 naira in today's economy, and you have 2 kids in the house plus you and your wife, that's 4 of you. You need a bag of rice in the house for 30 days. You need to buy gari. You need to clothe the children. You need to pay their school fee. You need to pay school rent.
You need to transport yourself to and fro. Even if you have a car, you have to fuel it.
You have to fuel it. So how does 200,000 naira take you home? In the first place, it's going to be difficult. Yet we have people who earn 30,000. We have people who are in director cadre, earning not more than 100,000. So the system has, in certain ways, you know, built in those people psychologically that for them to get by and get by reasonably, they must be able to look for ways to augment whatever that comes to them at the end of the month. And where else will they gather from? But from their customers. And who are their customers? Me and you.
I like the way you put it, customers. We all have become customers. And it's a matter of survival as it is, no matter what. So which means if we're looking at corruption, we can't just be looking at the people who are doing it, but we'll be looking at the reason behind their doing it. A psychological thing. That's a very strong way to get addicted to something, as it were. But how can we start this consciousness, this national consciousness, this awareness, to speak to the people how to do better? What medium can we use to do that?
Actually, in Nigeria, as it is today, actually preps you to become very poor. And so you spend 30 years of your time, or 35 years, or 60 years at 60, whichever is the case, to work for your government. And by the time you retire poorer than you were when you started your career. In addition to that, your civilian benefit may not even get to you until you die. In fact, you may die in the process of asking for that particular thing.
Yeah, right now, I just lost a sister who retired like 4 years ago, and she didn't have her benefit, and she's gone.
So why should that be? And so some people in the civil service have come to think about it. Okay, so here we are, we have governors who's been governors in their respective states, and they only have to be there for at maximum 8 years. And when they leave with hands-on perks. Just 8 years with hands-on perks. But I've spent my entire life here trying to make the system work. I leave, the governor does not even think about me when he's leaving. He does not think that I need to get my retirement benefit the minute I leave the system. So I keep coming back to remind him every day.
I think this is the time we need to start, first of all, building that conscience in the Nigerian person. I remember very well when we were growing up, after the Civil War, we were having movies, cinemas that were coming, those ones that used white clothes, you know, and projectors and all that, to show us the effects of wars, so that everybody, whether you witness the war or not, if you watch those movies, it will tell you that a war is not something you must think about at all. Yes. So there is that propaganda that is positive enough. I think we should start telling our stories and talking to ourselves using the arts and everything that we have at our disposal. Our music is like one of the greatest in the world. Our movies are also only next to Hollywood and all that. Why not we use these avenues to begin to tell our stories and talk to ourselves as well? Fred has done his part. I'm hoping that you too will do your part. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here.
And with that brief discussion with Fred Noko, political scientist and author, we wrap it up on the show today. We thank you so much for being there. Stand up to your responsibility and be the Nigerian that you are supposed to be. Let's build our country together. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. On behalf of the entire team, saying thanks for being there and have a wonderful night.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Hello there. My name is Oluseyi Akinwale Fashui. Orúkọ rere ó sàn ju wúrà lọ, meaning a good name is worth more than gold. That was the creed imparted in us when growing up. This forms the background to my good old days story. My late grandfather, an Ondo man from Okegbogi compound in Ondo State, was a revered Reverend Father of the Anglican Communion that traversed the whole of Western region back then. His sojourn in line of work brought him to Abeokuta, where he met and married my grandmother of the Deke family at Ikuruake, Abeokuta. This is the basis of my dual lineage of an Ondo man and Egba man. My late father, Prophet Olujimi Timothy Fashui, resident in Ibadan, retired as a higher executive officer at the then Nigerian Cocoa Board, Cocoa House, while my late mother, a trader, Oluyemisi Fashui, hails from Abeokuta. I was born at Lafia Hospital in Ibadan. I am the first of only 2 children, the other being a girl, now married. I grew up with my maternal uncle, late Mr. Adekunle Ladende Esquire, who was then an agricultural officer and later a divisional officer at Ugumosho during the Western region days. My uncle, an Egba man, was a strict disciplinarian. His wife, a midwife then, likewise trained us all on strict moral standards. I will share some of my learning experiences with them in the course of my story. I started my primary education at Bodija International School and completed it at St. Benedict's Private School, Ibara, Abeokuta, where my uncle was transferred to Ogun State after creation of states in the 70s. Then to St. Leo's High School for secondary, Ogun State Polytechnic for A-levels, and University of Ilorin, where I obtained B.A. Hans degree in performing arts. Growing up was memorable and indeed indelible. From early days at Old Bodija, Ibadan, where streets were paved, neat clean gutters and drainage systems, security guaranteed, even with low fence and no barbed wires. It was then considered uncultured to speak across fence to your neighbors. Notable places then were Palm Chemist, Keba Chemist, KS Motel, Cocoa House, Agodi Gardens and Zoo, Premier Hotels, Rotunda, and a host of others. In those days of strong values, our normal day usually will begin with bell ringing by Daddy, my uncle, for prayers. Songs from hymnal books, psalms from Bible were sung and recited off heart. Till date, I can still read Psalm 23, 121, 122, 103, 91, and some others from memory. Then, everyone had a car to do before school. Everyone was trained to write with Ami, the foundational phonemic notations of Yoruba language, which is Doremi, and speak in Yoruba language. Proverbs, idioms, witty sayings, storytellings. Alo, alo. Oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku bimo, gbogbo ọmọ ẹ̀ ló yàjẹ́ o, kí ni o? Pardon me as I won't be able to translate this in English language, but it suffices to say each story then ended with a lesson in moral and conduct. It is strange, therefore, to know that majority of families nowadays train their children strictly on English language and eroding our cultures and traditions, all in the name of westernization. This is a tickling time bomb. Values inculcated in us were good character, good name, discipline, integrity, truthfulness, cleanliness, hard work, dedication, loyalty, God-fearing, sound education, and responsibility. I remember a day I was running late and dressed up for school without doing my morning course. As I prostrated fully, saying, Udabosa, meaning bye-bye, sir, Daddy asked, have you done your course in Yoruba? I couldn't answer in the affirmative. He then asked that I should go and remove my uniform and perform my duties, and that when I get punished for lateness in school, next time I'll learn to wake up earlier and do my course. This taught me how to be responsible and time conscious. I remember another incident of my goose. My uncle requested for a glass of water. 50-50 calls it. Half hot water and half cold water, making it warm water. As I dashed from his front, I accidentally kicked or brushed his leg while leaving. He called me back and instructed me in Yoruba, Lọ mú àdá wá kó wá gé ìtàkùn tó fẹsẹ̀ kọ́ lẹ́ǹkan, meaning go and bring a cutlass, machete, and cut the tree roots you kicked then. I turned to leave, only to realize my goof of not apologizing when I kicked his foot in error. I quickly prostrated and said, sorry, sir. That was courtesy lesson 101. I never forgot the incidents and lessons, using an idiom for corrections. Wow. I remember the good old telephone always under lock and key. I won't disclose some naughty pranks we played to dial numbers without opening the padlock. God help you if you are caught in the act. Your punishment will be near capital. I recall my uncle had tools of various artisans. We repaired minor things ourselves. Hammer, nail, saw, crowbar, shovels, plumb, ladder, plumbing machine, a toolbox for screwdrivers and paint brushes. We actually painted part of the house once. He was a hands-on man, a life skill I possess till date. Memories. What of dress code? Everyone must tuck in their shirts going out, neat and ironed. No collar flying. Hair must be cropped neat at Maridoti Babas, Makola. But what do we have today? Nudity has replaced decency. Now we glorify Yahooism as a profession. Drugs and drunkenness proliferate and rule our world. Mentorship gone to the winds and lawlessness now order of the day. How did we get here? Growing up, our orientation of sound moral values was right. And it has helped me later in life to mix freely with people of diverse cultures and traditions. It is the same values that has helped me in my passion, drive, and calling into integrated development communication initiatives, where we use arts as a tool for advocacy and education for attitudinal change of various publics. This is a clarion call, a call for us to revisit those old-time tested values of integrity, discipline, patriotism, hard work, dedication, humility, good character, and high moral standards. It is time for us to call the emerging generation to borrow a leaf from our past when there was dignity in labor, honesty, perseverance, and belief in God, who is the author and finisher of our faith. Let's shun tribal sentiments and embrace religious tolerance. Hunger does not discriminate. You are uniquely made. Nigeria can and will be great again if we all do the needful and stop the blame game. Let us ask ourselves one question. Am I truthful and honest in my dealings as a parent, government, or a businessman? What legacy are we leaving behind for our children? They deserve a future that is greater than our past. We owe them a duty to lead them right. Nigeria needs an urgent national moral rebirth to galvanize credible leadership and responsible followership. Therefore, I join Sir Shimore Badejo on this noble initiative to say there is hope for Nigeria still. Our good old days can be a foundation for a better tomorrow. Let's do our bit to make our country great again. Long live Nigeria. Thank you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's an
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usayo Mesali. As you can see, I'm excited. We have a full house. Hello, ladies. There is Jenny, there is Mary, there's Chinelo helping us to break the color. I don't understand though. When did you all move to my corner? I'm the black lady here. Mary, how are you? We missed you on is it Tuesday now?
Yeah.
What happened?
I was ill.
Well, you look very. I think you should fall ill more often. Because you look really good. How are you? I love your hair. I love everything. You're looking very,
I'm taking after you. Yeah, the one that.
Ew. If they hear you now, they will believe you.
Of course, now.
You say?
Well, it's the truth. It's really the truth.
How was work today?
It was fine. It was okay. Same old.
Awesome.
Happy
Awesome. Yeah, you look happy. I'm happy you're happy. Hi, Jenny, baby. Hi. How was your day?
I think our day was the same.
Have you?
So I spent the entire day with Uwa today. We're working.
It was a very long day.
Yeah, very long day.
Well, must have been nice, huh?
Yeah, we couldn't. We know we would have snatched you, but we couldn't snatch you because
damn.
It's that your work this way.
I had a lot of. I was just in back-to-back meetings. I think my meeting started from like 12:30 and then ended till like 4 p.m.
She was in different.
So I was just in meetings.
In between meetings,
we're doing different work.
How are you, Chinelo?
I'm fine.
How is fun? What do you call it again?
Fundelicious.
Fundelicious. How is the planning coming?
Very well. Piecing together.
Children's
nicely.
Day, right?
Yes,
Hey,
Children's
now, wow.
Day.
I don't can't get children now. I don't know.
Well, adults can
my
actually
children.
come.
You said? Adults can come, right?
Yeah, yes, because there are a few activities planned out for adults at a fee as well. Anyway, although it's discounted from the children, because you don't get to enjoy everything children, because it's actually for the children. But many adults are disturbing me now to say they want to come.
Of course, and again, some just want to put an eye on their kids.
Yes,
so
yes.
it would be nice for them to have something.
Be there, yeah.
I saw something online yesterday. The 360 swing. Yeah, I saw that thing. You saw it, it was so scary to watch. She kept on going like this, going until the thing started spinning 360. Ha! It can never be me.
So
I'm not a fan of anything
events.
roller coaster, nothing. If it's not on land, forget me.
Somebody was even talking to me about making a water area, and I don't want anything that has to do with swimming. No. Let's just be playing on the floor. So that if that happens, I can't see and let's know how to tackle it.
Because with children, you have to be extremely careful. Now, see what has happened to the Chrisland school. You know now they said it was one of the vendors, maybe popcorn maker or something. That was the source of that death. So you need to really
we're taking our HSC very
serious safety measures. Well, I trust you. You are what's it called? You love children and you are very passionate about them. So there's no how.
That would hurt.
Absolutely.
By God's grace.
By the grace of God. Yes. I'm planning. All right. So today we want to discuss something very dear to my heart. We're discussing children's matter. And I've been holding up this conversation for a bit because I also want to I don't want to talk about it from an emotional standpoint. I want to be for us to be able to let me hear everybody's thoughts and how you feel about the topic, right? It's sensitive. It's almost like a taboo. Don't talk about it. But part of our mantra on Ways is to touch things that are swept under the carpet. Yeah. And I see people keeping quiet. And you see the way we have kept quiet about BBL, kept quiet about a lot of things that has crept very, very strongly now into our society. We can't keep quiet about this because this one concerns me. Anything that has to do with children, you can't, don't touch it around me because it's very close to my heart. I love the innocence of children. I love to protect the children, and that's why we want to have this conversation, right? And here's what we found as today's quote: it is better to risk saving a guilty person than to condemn an innocent one. So what is the queer community, and how early is too early for kids to be sexualized? So it's our ladies' night out, and Chinelo, Mary, Jenny, and I are here to discuss the queer community and protecting the innocence of children. That's a conversation, right? If you don't know what the queer community is about, maybe you stick around to hear the explanation of what a queer community is about and how it's affecting young children, especially globally. And when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear what you have to say about this. But first, we'll go on a quick break to see, when we come back, we want to see what we found in the news. All right, today, 6th of April, represents the 10th annual International Day of Sports for Development and Peace. The day is organized by the Peace and Sports International Neutral and Independent Organization based in Monaco, which promotes peace using the power of sports. Very, very powerful tool. You notice how people are fighting each other, and once there is football or something, especially football, all that fight will just die down. It is after the games and after everything that everybody will go and resume from where they picked off. Yeah. So I think sports has really done a lot of good. It has taken a lot of, what would I call it, menace off the streets. A lot of young people that are doing crimes and all of that has really, really reduced crime. So imagine if we are very deliberate about sporting activities in Nigeria, especially for war-torn zones or maybe the zones that are being attacked by Boko Haram, kidnappers, and all of that. I think it would really, really, die down a bit, those crimes, and so it's a very important day, and sporting activities or sports is truly very powerful. And I think if the government is really serious about solving some of our problems that we have, or the agberos on the street and all of those things, the gang, recently there have been a lot of gang wars in Lagos, young cult groups and all of that clashing and all of that. Imagine if the government is serious about this. It will really, really help, to kill some of these things naturally. They'll just have a natural burial. Yeah. You want to say something? Yeah?
Does sport betting affect?
You have to go there. Don't wonder she was staring at me sheepishly.
Because I saw a video of some guy.
Sports betting?
Yeah, who made a bet or something. And he had spent 50K. I wanted his money back. And I was going to the comments and they said, oh, if they call police for you, are going to sleep in jail or something. So I don't know if there's a rule. I know betting, if you put your money down, is gone, so people should also...
No, but I think even the betting, right? A lot of these betting companies, well, I've never tried it. I don't know how it works. But I see a lot of adverts from all these our influencers because they will do skits now. This morning, just say, this one bet, that one bet. So now you can't help it but watch the betting promos. You would see that a lot of them are even saying that whether you predict right or wrong, there are some winnings. I don't know how true that is. So I've never gambled in my life, and I don't think I want to start it at old age.
Are you going to Las Vegas?
Chinelo, please.
I'll just ask you a question.
What do you think the news?
So, after scrolling through the internet, and I really did not just want to take anything happening to LP or APC or whatever. So I found this very interesting video where I don't know if you have that video so we can pull it up. Someone interviewed 3 children and then asked them what's more important, £1 million or 1 million followers. And their responses killed me. And I'm like, what? Wait, what? So social media followers is now the new currency.
Oh, but it is.
These children's
I was so proud of them.
Do you get, it's the ability to even think about it like that and look at it, because I would never have thought about it that way. One was even like, £1 million. No, I'll do 1 million followers and then make them pay £1. I can raise the £1 million, right?
So you now have best of both worlds.
Do you get? So I have £1 million and I still have my £1 million. How about that? And I'm like,
and the funny thing is that what they even forgot to touch on is that you don't really have to even create a product of £1 million. You can actually create a product of £2.50. I think they can put the audio for us to hear.
Donations and stuff, and eventually it'll add up to more than 1 million.
You could start a business, and because you have 1 million followers, you could just put a link in your bio. They can click onto it and they can buy products that are over £1, which means you'll earn over £1 million or dollars.
Do you think every one of your followers will buy?
No, not all, but it depends on how much money you sell it for.
I'd say if you have 1 million followers, it'll be easier to gain support from other people, and if you spread all your followers around the world, you can make a lot of money.
Very smart.
Very true, actually. People will trust you if you have 1 million followers, and then imagine selling
and you
something.
can sell anything. But what made Kim Kardashian and all those her family members popular and all of that? So they can just create a product of £2.50. £3.50. And guess what? It's not only those 1 million. 1 million will share to other people. So that is like is a multiplier effect. Yes. Jennifer, you're calculating, Abby. What would have been your answer? There's so much they calculate.
I would actually say £1 million
really?
In cash for me. Yeah.
That's because we're old.
Well, probably. Probably.
Imagine that boy saying, look, don't worry, just give him the 1 million followers, he will create a product and sell it. He even went ahead to say, it depends on the amount you sell, because it's true. You don't have to sell at an expensive rate. Imagine what was said, sell at £2.50. Of course, people can afford that, and then all those people, but then they will refer to other people who were not following you before.
Yes.
Who will now start following you and patronize you, by the way.
It's a very long process, though.
No, it's not long. If you create a very good product,
1 million followers.
Wait now.
Before you get that product, you need to have gotten your followers. Yeah, you need to get like a loyal following, people who would see you that when you put out a product, they definitely.
Let's not go into details.
Have you met Portable?
I'm a babu. I live in.
Doesn't necessarily mean that if you put something out, people would pay for it.
I'm talking about the power of social media now.
I know that.
It's only for you to just have that influence. We're talking about influencers not long ago. Just have that influence.
Fair enough.
Then we buy.
Okay, Jennifer, what's your story?
So my story is actually very, very short because they didn't give us enough insight on what is happening. So it's like a breaking news. Thugs invade Labour Party national headquarters, and they just tagged them as political thugs. They didn't give us any insight. They didn't tell us how it happened, what happened, if anyone got injured, or if anyone was even caught at all. So it was just that. So it's basically like vague news. I don't know. We need more information.
Okay. This way with them. I don't want to discuss politics today. Go ahead.
Mine is a video actually from Davido's sister Sharon praying for him before his performance in London on Wednesday night. I think it's quite touching, you know, to see how far he has come with the album. I've been singing it all day, even though I don't really know what I'm singing, like you said.
No, but I gave you the meaning. It's a good meaning.
I don't know if we have to check now. We've not confirmed if that's really the lyrics of the song.
That's the lyrics. If that is what you're singing, that's the lyrics.
How do you know that that's the lyrics?
She doesn't know the lyrics.
Oh, okay, you're not sure of the lyrics.
I'm not sure of the lyrics. But yeah, I don't know if they
if they can pull up the video, I'll say that if I tie back what she just said with the 1 million Chinelo story, you will see that following is all that matters. Davido released what do you call a timeless album. It's making so much
I think before it came out,
like the rave and everything. Now that it's out, do you know how much? I think he's doing a show at TBS, because I've been seeing a lot of influencers talking. Yes,
yeah, there's a show.
Yes, at TBS on the 23rd of April or something, or 24th of April.
Been so many places in this.
That's what I'm saying to you. So
came back.
This is the power of following right now, because you know his brand is huge. His brand is massive, right? Gone are the days where and I think that's the leveler. Social media leveled. You know, before we were always looking up to all our American artists. By the time our Nigerian artists started blooming, social media now came and further cemented their growth. Guess what is happening? It is the American singers that are looking for collabo now. The other way around, you know. So I mean, I'm excited about it. If you want to give me 1 million faithful followers, please, I will take. Oh, that's so sweet.
nìkan ò ti tó mi mo kọ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ bíi ti indomie baby dúró mọ́ mi no go leave me lonely gbàgbé johnson make you leave the story má lọ kọ́ra mọ́ mi cause you see me stony ìwọ ṣáà máa wò mí bí mo ṣe ń jó ìwọ ṣáà máa wò mí.
That's so sweet, Mary. That's the song you'll be singing, right? Aww. All you Davido fans.
Yeah, our boy.
Chineke so. That's who I want. That's what it means. Chineke so. That's who I want. Yeah. All right, that's so sweet. But you know how beautiful Davido is. Every time, I think most of them, even Tiwa Savage, I've seen them do that. They always pray. Now somebody want erase Bible come off from it is where we are coming back to that conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
So now we are seeing kids that are identifying as animals going to school, and they are purring instead of answering questions, and they meow and the teachers are not allowed to question it because it's considered a queer identity.
So you have kids that are going to school and they're saying, I'm a cat, and the teachers have to affirm them as a cat.
So it's
the
not
schools
just
are
the
like
young ones.
literal zoos now, basically.
All right, so NSPCC reports that it's important to understand what healthy sexual development looks like in children as they grow. Children's sexual development is shaped by their environment, experiences, and what they see. Children now are more likely to see or come across sexual images and videos at a younger age than their parents would have done. This can be through films, music videos, or online channels, including pornography. Now, every child is different and may become interested in relationships, sex, and sexuality at slightly different ages. But as children get older, the way they express their sexual feelings changes. So it's natural for teenagers to show interest in sex and relationship, for example, or for children to be curious about the changes that happen during puberty. Many sexual behaviors children and teenagers show as they grow up are normally and are normal and healthy. So as long as they are not causing harm to others or to the children themselves. Now, I'm bringing this back to the queer community and the drive at sexualizing children at a very young age. Today we're asking, how can we protect the innocence of children till they are matured enough to make informed decisions? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So I think since March, mid-March or early March or something, I have just been, and it's so interesting, the algorithm for Instagram. Once you watch one video, it's almost like every time I go on my Explore page, those are the videos that just keep on coming to my, and I take my time to watch it. There was a particular video that I saw. A young girl, oh, sorry, you're trying to sign, what's it called? You know, this petition to sign so that you can approve that a young girl, she's just 5 and she wants to become a boy. She says she doesn't feel like a girl anymore and she wants to become a boy and all of that. That do you mind, we need about 50 signatures. Do you mind putting your signature? I am so shocked, ladies. Not one person said no. Not one person questioned it. Oh, she says she doesn't want to be a boy anymore. She doesn't want to be a girl anymore. She wants to be a boy. Okay, no problem. I'll sign it. And that was like an experiment that was done to tell you how bad it has gone. So nobody's questioning anything. And everybody signed that video that I watched. Everybody signed. No one, not even one person said, no, wait a minute. She's too young. She's 5. How will she know whether she wants to be a boy or a girl? Oh, if that's what she wants, okay. So we just sign it to help her. And they were signing. So this conversation for me is a bit of a dicey situation, right? I have 2 boys. I've always wanted a girl and a boy, but the second one came out, was a very yellow and beautiful boy, very, very yellow. And, and the funny thing is that he is even very, effeminate. He's the child that will notice that you fixed lashes or you changed your nails. Oh, mommy, you changed your hair. When he was younger, he would wear my heels, he would wear my wigs, and we'd take pictures. In fact, I was saying that I don't want to embarrass you, but I just look for one of those pictures. And he's so cute. And if this boy, because remember what we talked about, the NPSS, the definition. If this boy was in a different community, right, a different clime, definitely, what they would expect me to do is that I should now start telling him that it was a mistake that God made. You're supposed to be a girl. And I now start to give him hormonal drugs, that would probably enhance the feminine traits or whatever, hormones and all of that in his system and kill the testosterone and all of that. And I'm just wondering, where do we draw the line? Because this is a very sensitive conversation to have. But it is a must to be had because no child really has clarity. Even us as adults, when did I ever understand my left from my right? Even as an adult, after marriage of how many years, after children and everything. Clarity comes to different people at different ages. But I've not seen a 2-year-old, I've not seen a 3-year-old, I've not seen a 4-year-old that has clarity as to say, no, I want to be a boy. Because now, even with all those videos, you are now seeing different counter videos of people that their parents did the same thing for them at a young age. They are now crying out, they shouldn't have taken out their genitals, they shouldn't have taken out this. So how do we protect, right, the innocence of children? I get it that everybody wants to express freedom of expression. I want to be a rat. You can call me a rat tomorrow, call me whatever you want to call me tomorrow, but baboon. I'm a baboon. You know, I live in the zoo. You know, I want to be all of that. But where do we draw the line in terms of innocence of children? Who wants to go first?
Okay. So first of all, you see that video that we watched where it said that child wanted to be a cat and wanted to be purring and mewing. See, children sometimes, that's why they're children. They don't know what they're talking about. A child can come in here today and say, oh, mommy, I'm a chimpanzee. It's just the child. Maybe the child has watched a cartoon or has seen something that has informed that decision. Now, as an adult, you then now take it seriously and say that, and fuel that, yes, baby, you're a chimpanzee. It doesn't make sense, you know. It actually doesn't make sense. And this thing now comes back to the adults. Look, the queer community has a right to express themselves freely and be whatever it is that they want to be. You can be lesbian, you can be gay, you can be whatever. But allow children be children. Until they get to a certain age, a child cannot decide if they want to be a beast or they want to be, they don't want to be a girl, they want to transform to a boy, they want to be. So where has all our, let's not even talk about morals now, our humanity. How can you see yourself as a human being and then you are falling on that child and say the child wants to be an animal, so allow the child to be an animal and nobody should say anything about that? Like, I feel sometimes we need to sit back and think again. I remember as a child, there were some things that we did. Okay, see you talking about your son, how he would wear wigs. That's normal. Children, I remember my younger brothers wearing my mother's shoes in the house. It's a normal thing for children. They see things in the house, they explore, their minds are growing, their head, their brain is working overdrive. So they're seeing all those things and they want to explore, they want to try that. But then you as an adult, a child comes to you or as a caregiver, and then you now fuel that thought and say, yes, you don't feel like a boy, you should be a girl. Oh, I support you. Let's start taking hormonal drugs for you to be. Why? So I feel the queer community needs to understand where to draw. Although I feel globally, they've gone too far, unfortunately. It is what it is. They've gotten to that point where now it is so hard for them to come back and say, okay, no, we can't support this anymore.
No, but let me even tell you there, then I'll come to Jennifer and Mary. Even people in the queer community now, there's a video I watched, this guy is a drag queen, right? He says, see, it is in my full senses as an adult, I decided that I want to do this madness.
Of course.
That this is just a form of expression of sexuality, that even him, and he was talking to the interviewer, he said, see, you dare not talk about it, but I will talk about it, that it is absolutely wrong, indoctrinating, because there's another video of them teaching young children how to become drag queens, teaching them all those children that you say they are not licensed to vote. They cannot drink alcohol, they cannot drive. Meanwhile, and you rightly said something, because these things, children are impressionable.
Exactly.
And that's why you see that there's a very deliberate attempt to infuse some of these things in cartoons, in videos, in music, and all of those things. It is very deliberate, right? So the guy was saying, you see me, I'm a guy, but I like to dress like a girl. He's a drag queen. And he said that it is absolutely wrong. That I chose this life as an adult, right? It is wrong for you to start to indoctrinate children. It is okay to do your madness, but not indoctrinating children into that madness is what I do not get. Let me hear your thoughts, Jennifer, then I'll come to you, Mary.
So I think it is quite irresponsible as a caregiver or a parent to let your kids do things like this, because it doesn't make any sense. Like you said, you already said kids cannot vote, kids are not allowed to drink alcohol, they're not allowed to take drugs, but they're allowed to turn to cats, or they're allowed to say, oh, I want to be a girl, or I want to be a boy. And we've seen situations where somebody says, oh, I want to be a tree. I remember seeing one video an American guy that says, oh, he now identifies as Korean.
Did you see the one that says she identifies as a black woman, that she's coming to Africa to come and learn the black ways? She did surgery to go and tan herself.
This one is even bad because the interviewer asked him, why do you identify as Korean? You are American. He said, oh, that he lived in Korea for 2 years. He learned their ways, he learned their language, and he eats their food. And the guy is like, so how does that make you Korean? If a Korean guy comes to America and says, oh, I now identify as American, would you accept that? He now said that that's what works for him. So I'm just like, huh. So if you go to Iraq and spend another 2 years, you come out and tell me you identify as Iriani. Because I don't understand it. And like you said, these things are actually deliberate, because even in cartoons, if you watch closely, yeah, I don't think kids should be watching Cartoon Network. I don't think they should be watching Nickelodeon, personally, because those channels or those TV networks are using it as a tool to shift the mindsets of children. If you watch Cartoon Network and look at what they were showing back then, and you look at it now as an adult, people have actually sat down to analyze the contents that they push out, and you're like, oh, these were things we're actually watching. Like maybe some of us couldn't tell. It's like, oh, okay, and we didn't pay attention to it. But there are some kids that it just registers in their subconscious. And as you grow, that's why you start seeing kids that are 8 years, 9 years old are telling you, oh, I'm in a relationship. And you as a parent, you're smiling and happy. Oh, my daughter and my son, they're in love. What is that? I don't get it. If you watch Nickelodeon and see the things that they actually push out, if you take your time as a parent, you would not allow your kids watch it. My sister doesn't allow her kids watch Nickelodeon. There are some specific channels that she allows them watch. That even when I go to her house and I'm like, oh, I want to watch this, the son will tell me, oh, there's parental control on it. Mommy doesn't allow us watch it, so you can't watch it. I'm like, okay, cool. What do you watch? And they show me, I'll stay there and be watching what they're watching, even if it doesn't make any sense to me. But to me, it's like, okay, she's trying to protect. She's trying to protect what her kids consume, and that as it is your responsibility as a caregiver or as a parent to actually control the things that your kids listen to. And it's so crazy that schools these days, now your kids are supposed to leave home and then they spend a better half of their day or better part of their day in the school. But then schools are bringing these syllables and curriculum that make no sense. It's not like you're going to write exam on it, so for you to enter secondary school or go to university. But then you're there, they're actually teaching you things. I think my friend was telling me the other day how her sister in her uni, I think she's in Canada, and in their curriculum they were teaching them spells, witchcraft spells. And the question is, how does this correlate with what she has come to school to study? So if she comes out as a major, okay, I majored in this, can you tell me where witchcraft spell fits into that? And if you take time to look at the syllabus that schools are churning out, sometimes they make it look nice. They make it look like, oh, it's a normal thing they are teaching your kids. But if you look at their notebooks and ask them the things that are being taught in school, it is totally different from what you think it is. And a lot of parents are not paying attention to these things because, oh, the school is supposed to teach my kids. When your kids come back, you need to ask them specific questions.
I think, again, parents are the ones actually fighting back, especially in the US. A lot of parents are coming out and fighting the government because, again, you mentioned two things. But you see, the part that you left that is the biggest part now is what we're dealing with is the government, right? Yes. The government are the ones, like, enforcing laws and saying that, oh, in their schools, especially public schools. Yeah. So parents are actually coming out to fight. Nobody is just discriminating against any other person. You choose it. I mean, if I had gone to an all-girls school, it's possible that I might have likely tilted towards becoming a lesbian too because of the environment that I was in, right? So you can't also blame them for their sexual preferences or what they choose that they want to become. But now, deliberately now going out to just now start to educate children. I mean, there's something you can do to protect their innocence. Let them grow some level of maturity first. Let them be able to decipher good and bad. Then you can then throw out those options. I teach my children about homosexuality and all of those things for the sake of what's it called? Education.
Knowledge.
So that they know that these people exist. So when you see them, respect them.
Yeah.
But you see, it stops there. You know, you have your own sexual orientation, you have your own sexual preferences. But now deliberately just indoctrinating it into a child. Like saying that it is, you know, that's where I think I'm struggling with, right? But let me come to you, Mary, because we've not heard your voice. You've been quiet and smiling since.
Where do I start from? Okay, this topic is quite a lot. For me, I'm trying to find the root cause of it, because it's sad that the government is enabling it, and that is why there's a force literally pushing it out there, because there's a reason why there's a legal age for children, for people or for human beings. There's a reason why alcohol is not allowed until a certain age. You know, there's certain guidelines. Nobody's saying you can't.
Standards.
Yes, nobody's saying you can't become who you want to be. But children there's a stage, you know, you have to grow through before you have that, before your discerning spirit is well formed to say, oh, okay, I can decide I want to do this. And even the US has made it as low as 18, where you have kids who can say you want to move out of your parents' house at the age of 18. So I don't understand why they're actually pushing these things towards children, because it's going to damage the society, to be honest. If you have such content in movies, in everything you're watching now has to have a gay. It's almost like a must, even when it's not necessary, when it's not needed. And I'm just like, look how far this thing has gone, and look at the damage it's doing to kids. How can your child be saying that you want to mirror and purr in the class? I don't understand. Except
so the
maybe,
teacher is talking to you now. You say,
we're changing the standards.
Chinelo.
Maybe we're
Chinelo.
changing the standards.
Did you understand what was said?
Meow.
On that note, we'll be back. Let's take a break. Stay with us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
All right, so if you just tuned in, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and we're discussing the queer community and and how we can protect the innocence of children. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. And our phone line is now open. The number to call is 07025007749. Remember, turn off the volume of all your television and whatever device you're watching us from. The number to call again is 07025007749. So, I mean, there was a video online that I saw that is a book for 10-year-olds. That is the road that is perfectly normal, and is a sex education curriculum. You know, if you see the kind of images there's oral sex, there's, you know, there's oral sex, there's, what's it called, anal sex, there's boy to boy, there's a lot of, and this is a textbook. Do you understand? This is a textbook that is actually for 10-year-olds, right? That they're teaching them like sex education. So every teacher now in school, you must, you know, abide by those laws. So if the government is the one that is bringing these things, and it looks like, I mean, there was a country now, I can't remember what African country, she's a female president. Was it Liberia? I'm not sure. The president, I mean, she stood on her ground and no, she's not going to legalize gay rights. It's not possible. It's not their standards. It's not their moral, right? You know. Okay, I think Liberia.
Yes, Salif, yes.
Johnson, yeah.
You know, so I mean, she said no, she's not going to what's it called, legalize it. So there are countries that have stood their grounds, and it's almost like they're threatening them if you take this position. And you know, and what really worries me, you want me to accept your stance, your sexuality, and all of that. You don't want to also accept the fact that I don't want to accept. Do you understand? Where your freedom stops, that's where mine starts, right? So if you understand all of these things, you would say that, okay, yes, I get it that adults can be crazy. You can do crazy things. I always say to people that when it comes to children, your madness, two of you can, and that's where, even when there are cases of maybe issues of divorce in the home and all of that, I tell father and mother, do your madness and do it well. But when it's time for the children and when children are involved, that your madness should stop. Yeah, like you put a pause. And first of all, deal with the situation. Yeah. Because again, like you rightly said, the children is almost like, and if we destroy the children now, right? Boys wanting to become girls, girls wanting to become boys, and all of that thing happening, what happens to the future? There will be no future, right? So recently, there has been issues. I think Uti had taken the story about participation in people that say, oh, I identify now as a woman, participating in female athletic sports and all of that. Yeah. That's one hand. Prisons. They were taking people that say, oh, I identify as women, that they've gone to do all those whatever. They were raping inmates. Do you understand? So now, do you understand?
Male sexual organ.
Do you get one point? You want to identify as a. Do you understand? You have to pick. You know, so they are raping the female inmates in prison. So they are now having cases of more pregnant inmates, all in the name of I identify as a woman. So tomorrow, forgive me if I identify as American, they must come and carry me and go.
Honestly, though, I mean,
because there should not be any limits to it. There should not be any boundaries to it. Because most times when you see Piers Morgan talking, it's almost like he's a lone ranger in the forest shouting. But the truth is that make it make sense. Yeah. If you say you identify as this, if tomorrow I come out to say I identify as this, you must also accept it. Yeah. You know, I've not said that you should not identify as anything, and this is where I get a problem, because it seems like, oh, you're attacking us, you're homophobic. No, I have said it that even in my lifetime, I have practiced lesbianism. It's not strange. It's not something that, because you are a child, you explore. So I had one girl like this that was always coming to my, if a girl is touching your whatever, is that not lesbianism already? You understand? Everybody, if you really want to be honest with yourself, you must have kissed a girl at some point, kissed a boy at some point. I'm saying to you that if we had groomed that thought and continue to water the plant and water it, by now I would have been a full-blown lesbian, and I'll be bawling. But I'm saying to you that, but you see, these things, it's not like somebody, so I am not homophobic or whatever. What I'm saying is that, yes, do it. But like you said, there's a legal age, 18. Stop it there. Everything 18 below. Give them some level of sanity. Yeah, let the caregiver. But the argument they will say is that if a child that grows up, now they say, you have a male child. No. Why would you call my child a male child? A boy, a girl. Leave is a baby. He said, his name will say it's a baby. He said, when the child gets to, the child will decide which whatever. So the argument is that,
so you stay on.
I have two females as parents. I don't even know what to call them again. I have they as parents, right? So I need to also be taught in school. You know, I need a curriculum that would fit what I am seeing at home. So that's their argument.
So yes, because I was going to, when Mary asked, sorry to cut you off, well, when Mary asked the root cause, I was going to come to that. So you see, there's the problem of coming out as gay or as LGBTQ or whatever it is, you know. So now what they are trying to do is, they don't want to wait for you to get to the point of being an adult before you now have to do that whole big announcement to your family and say, hey, guys, and you come out with the rainbow flag and say, I'm not straight, right? So there's that. There's also, I remember when we started teaching other religions in Nigeria in the, not the Nigerian curriculum now, you know, some schools practice the Nigerian and the British curriculum. And if you're practicing the British curriculum, you must teach other religions. So you're not teaching them to practice, you're teaching them so that they have knowledge.
For knowledge, yes.
So I remember I was teaching Sikhism, and for the life of me, I mean, I have never met a Sikh in my life, right? But I had to read about it, and I read and I had to teach the children about Sikhism. And then the next morning, a mom came marching with so much annoyance. Miss Chinelo, how dare you
What
tell my child
Now there they come.
6? And I'm looking at
Because what is Sikhism? Because even us for this time, because what Sikhism is.
So have you seen those guys that wrap
with orange
their hair? It could be any color really. They wrap
The turban.
You can never see their hair. Their hair is sacred to them. They don't cut their hair. They leave their hair. Their hair can grow as long as whatever, but they wrap. They're not very common in Nigeria, but then I'm sure you've seen some of them.
These people, Saturday morning, every time when I growing up, you just hear them with bell.
Exactly.
It's usually orange and white. Oh my days!
Those are the 6, right? So we had to teach the children other religions. And then the parents were not finding it funny because children started to go home and say, "Mommy, why are we Christians?
Exactly.
Why are we not practicing Sikhism? Why are we not practicing Islam? Why are we?" But I mean, that's a child for you. The child would definitely be curious. So how about the child wakes up now and says,
even adults.
I now want to be identified as Sikh. I don't want to be. So I understand that you're trying to, just like sex education, I understand you're trying to educate the children. Now we're saying, okay, from age 5, you should start telling the children to identify the parts of their body and and they should call the names, what the names actually are. No, my PP, my whatever. Call it what it is so that they know. I mean, that's for them to know, right? But you see, these people have taken it to another level now, and they are saying, because we don't want to wait for the children to get older before they start coming out and identifying as whatever. So once inculcated in the curriculum, we want to start making. I was surprised when I saw a book by Emel Webb. Emel Webb is a very popular children's author, and I was so disappointed, to say the least, when I saw her book, The Gay BCs. And I'm like, wait a minute. And I went to read the reviews under the book, and people were like, yes, children need to understand that you can have 2 dads, you can have 2 moms. I get it, because in their class, they will definitely see Edith or Ethan, and Ethan has 2 dads. So Ethan will come to school and say, oh, my dads. I understand that clearly, but you see, allow them if you want to teach them, let them understand, not that you're not giving them the liberty to now say, yes, you also, do you know that you also can grow up and be a dad and have another dad and have a child? Why are you doing that? You are killing that child.
It's such a tough.
It's a very honest, it's a serious battle. And like you said, I hope that the Nigerian government does not, because we're very quick to open our doors to this international curriculum. And since this curriculum is now, these things are being infused into the curriculum, imagine a school that has already adopted or practices the American curriculum, for example. Very soon they're going to start teaching this thing in Nigeria. That's
I won't be surprised. And I feel like it's going to start from the really private schools, because I think there's another thing where everyone is trying to be woke. Oh, I'm woke, so I have to. There are people who accept these things and do these things, but then deep down, or they know deep down in their hearts that I'm not okay with it. But because I need to be seen as woke, then I just have to act a certain way. And there's a question that I keep asking. I'm like, see, the lines are getting blurred. At what point will the lines completely disappear?
Oh, we help you. Hold on. I will answer that question. We have our caller, Pastor Ladipo from Lagos. Problem. As in, I'm weak. Chinelo weakened me. Pastor Ladipo, are you live? Go ahead, you're here.
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right. My take is this. You see, I want to thank God for the place where I'm from. Especially, this is the best time to be proud to be an African person. We still uphold our morals despite all the filtration. We still uphold our morals. You see this thing they are doing to children, so they started it with adults. Okay, now with all these things, when they hosted the World Cup, what did those Arab nations told them? Especially Qatar. They said, no this one here, no that one. They still hold on to some of these things. It is these so-called European countries and Western world that are now bastardized. Can't you see the killings going on there? It's as a result of indoctrinating children. May God save us. Thank you. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you. So, I just want you to quickly watch this video because it's important that we attach something to what we're saying. Go ahead.
But this book, for example, it's perfectly normal. This is a book that is actually geared for 10-year-olds and up. 10-year-olds, that's 4th grade. This is a sex ed curriculum There is horrific images in here. America is just losing its mind.
Right.
It's just losing its mind. It's lost
Right.
its values, and now it's lost its mind. This book, this is a printout from a book for 8th graders. And so 8th grade and up, and it talks about how parents should be encouraged to have sex in front of their children, that they should, breastfeed and have sex at the same time in front of their babies.
No, you're
I
kidding
mean,
me.
This is just sick.
Oh, it is well. So I like the question you asked, Jennifer. And Pastor Ladipo, let me tell you, don't be too quick to say you thank God for Africa. Because Africa, we don't only know how to copy.
We like adopting.
We know how to copy and copy well and do it more than the people that own the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you need to be extremely careful, before you say, because again, if we do not hold certain standards for ourselves, you asked about blurry lines. Trust me, those lines have disappeared. I can't even find the blur anymore. Right? It's almost like everybody, then it's like you that you are trying to, because when I came into this world, I was telling my children, my sons, that if you want to get married, you have to go, you can now, because now they've taken out gender from birth certificates. They've taken out gender, so you can't write male or female on a birth certificate. So now you can't even ask, what gender were you at birth? You have to go and ask, what sexual organ did you come to this earth with? That's what you have to ask. Because it's like, I don't understand. I get it that we want to explore, we want to do all of those things. If me, I had the opportunity, say, me self go explore. But when you want to do your exploration, keep your exploration to yourself. Do you understand? Not destroying the innocence of children. So as it stands now, you can't even ask what gender the child was at birth, because it's no longer going to be written. So our children's generation said they've even escaped small.
Yeah.
It is their own children that they will give birth to.
Yeah.
What will happen? Those lines are completely off.
Yeah, the world is getting very scary, to be honest. And every time I think about bringing a child into this world, it scares me, because there's so much protection that I can do as a parent. There's so much I can do, and I have to keep praying to God that if my child leaves home and goes out into the world to interact with other kids from other homes, like, you need to help me protect the kind of information they get and they consume. I remember seeing a video recently about a popular artist or celebrity who said he identifies as they, them. And then I think they were talking about fishing. They're like, oh, if you go fishing as a fisherman, what do you do? And blah, 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 blah. So as he wanted to respond, he was about to say as a fisherman, but I think he remembered.
It's a fisherwoman.
No,
Fisher day.
It's a fisher day.
Yes, hello, it's a fisher day.
I was thinking about
our dictionary don't change.
Come on now. It's realistic.
Yeah.
There's problem.
So he said as a fisher day, fisher them. I was really paying so much attention, because I really wanted to hear what he was going to say. Like, I really, for the life of me, I wasn't expecting fisher day.
Even this queer guy was okay. He said, what's the meaning of date them? Now queer guy they talk. Now him they talk. He said, what he be date them? He said him, he be man. Even though he's dressing like a woman and all that, he's a man. Do you understand that all this date them is some, like, he called the
people want to identify with their pronouns. That's fine. But I think the topic for today is, please leave kids alone.
Actually,
leave children alone. Identify as who you want to identify. If you want to identify as a pot, that's fine. You want to identify as free, that's up to you. Do what you want to do. But when it comes to kids, leave them alone. If you feel, in fact, train only your child, and train your child at home.
Jennifer,
do homeschooling.
The only thing
don't bring your child outside, because to me it doesn't make any sense. As a parent, you can't be living in fear that your child is going to school and they will come back home with a different ideology that you've not imbibed in them.
Absolutely.
That's very scary.
I want to identify as a billionaire, please, going forward.
I know, right?
That's all I want to
you as billions.
I'm a billionaire. Please, billion. Just come. I identify as a billionaire.
Okay.
I don't. If you like, go and check the bank account. You're not concerned. Maybe take a comment.
Okay. Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? #waves. The queer community and protecting the innocence of children. We really need to be very careful when handling our children. Children nowadays grow more than their age and take decisions that is detrimental to their growth. My dear beautiful sister Jenny made mention of parents stopping their children from watching cartoons and Nickelodeon, which I agree because what they learn from there will destroy them at a tender age. They need to start well and maintain it and grow with it. Another thing is that they will claim to be something that their parents did not make them to be. Children should be disciplined now so that their destinies and future will not be ruined. My name is Daniel Ilowe's regular fan.
Thank you.
But when the parents are the gay ones now, who is now going to curb it?
That's the
if
problem.
If you have two gay dads now, what do you want them to be preaching to you?
That's the problem.
No, they can. So the thing is, they can still tell their kids wait till you're 18.
But they say you mirror your parents now.
The signs of the end time. Signs that the world is coming to an
Jesus
end,
Christ should just don't become.
He's going to come soon.
Well, ladies, thank you for the conversation. I like where Jennifer touched it, and we are bringing it back to the topic of the day. There is an innocence that every child has. Even children that have done wrong, there's still that innocence inside of them. For the life of me, we are begging you people, do your queer, do whatever you want to do is fine. But please leave our children alone. We need to protect our future. They are the future. And if we don't protect them, I don't even know what the world will turn into. Some people were normal. That's why you are alive on this earth.
I wonder, don't you want to produce children?
It is well. Thank you, ladies. Now, before we go, ensure you follow us across all our social media handles at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further. Drop a comment and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media, like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. If you missed our quote for today, here it is again. It is better to risk saving a guilty person than to condemn an innocent one. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
totally different episode. We're somewhere in Lekki. As you all know, I am a veteran Nigerian musician, and I am about to shoot the video of my latest song titled Notice. I will take you around the activities, the director, the cast, the people, the models, the concept of the video, and everything. If you're ready, Zaki Adze, song title Notice. Let's go there. Okay, now, I will introduce you to some of the cast on this video as we go on. This is the main room. This is where people are seated. This is Tay right here. Say hello to the camera. Hello. Tay is the one in charge of everything, you know. This is Zara. Zara, stand up. Don't be like Tay that is sitting down. Say hello.
Hello.
Yes, Zara is my daughter. She's my first daughter, and she's going to be dancing for the first time on my video. You might get to see her on the video. That is if she dances well. If she doesn't dance well, she's been disturbing me. Daddy, I want to dance in your video. Okay, she's here now. If her dance is good, you will see her. If her dance is not good, I won't use it. Thank you. And here is Ben. Ben is what we call in Hausa Sarikingida. Yeah. Okay, and we have here Josh. Josh is my friend and my bro. He's my promoter. He's not my promoter yet. He has not given me any show. He's still talking. So he's not my promoter yet. But he's also on the set of this wonderful video shoot. Say hello.
Hi everyone.
Okay, hi everyone. And this is Jamal. Jamal is an upcoming artist who likes to chew bitter leaf a lot. But he's also on the set of this song Notice, and he's going to be doing a lot of things. So if you see anybody wrapped up like those Arabian people, just know it's Jamal.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Bye. Okay, we have some ladies here. They're not complete yet, but Avatar here.
Hi.
Is an international model who flew all the way from Dubai just for this video shoot. And, well, you will see her perform soon. Talk is cheap. Say hi.
Hi.
Okay. And right here we have... Pardon? L. Yes, L is also going to be on the video. L is Jamal's sister. And she's our special guest here today. And then we have... You're supposed to stand actually, but no. Can you stand a bit? Sorry, they are doing makeup. Yeah, I wanted her to stand so that
Hello.
you see her height. Yeah, she's also on the video set. They are making up now. Just so that you know that they are beautiful even without makeup. You see, they have not done their makeup, but they are still looking fine. Say hello again.
Hello.
Okay, and this is the makeup artist. Makeup artist, what's your name?
Fumilola.
Fumilola is the makeup artist. She's the one making them beautiful. You can see she's mixing. Camera, show this concoction. You see what she's mixing in her hand. Say hello.
Hello.
All right. Okay, right now, yeah, that's all her concoctions. There's Agbo here. There's Bogidi. I don't know whatever they are mixing, but it looks good at the end. Okay, I will take you to meet the director. The director is Matt Max. I'm sure he's arranging his equipment somewhere downstairs. Let's go there. So, let's go. Wow, I love this painting. This looks like a hunter. There are just too many beautiful paintings here. Check this one. Isn't this obvious? He gave to his disciples bread and said, take this and eat. This is my body that will be given up for you. He also gave them wine and said, take this and drink. This is my blood that will be shared for the life of the world. All right, let's go. We'll talk just 30 seconds with the director to find out his concept about the video and Watagwan, you know. This is the director, Matt Max. What's the concept of this video?
Well, we are trying to be artistic about the video. We are going all artistic. So,
all artistic.
Yeah, artistic. From the costume to the act to the camera movement, everything is going to be
artistic. Yeah. All right, you heard it from the boss himself, Matt Max.
Yes.
Talk is cheap, seeing is believing. We'll
Yes,
see it
we
soon.
will.
Yes. Those are all the crews on set. There's one other person there, camera. Yeah, Innocent. Okay. All right. And this is a nice spot. I just thought that you should see this. It looks like a lounge. It's a beautiful place. I don't know what the director intends to do though, but let's continue. We're still expecting a lot of people. We're still expecting like 10 more people on set. EXO is on his way. EXO is the artist that I featured on the song. There is also, apart from EXO, the producer who produced the song Notice. His name is Trent. He's also on his way. We're also expecting some Nollywood stars. Just friends that are just coming to show their support. We'll keep you posted as time goes on. If you're ready, let's go there. Okay, I'll open up. Yes, Saki Azizisu. Okay, I just finished my fourth scene on the video. Like I said, song title, Notice. Zaki Aze featuring EXO.
EXO.
So this is the EXO that we've been waiting for, who have been delaying us. It's the one I featured on the song.
Yes, boss.
Say something.
Man, more fire 2020, man.
More fire 2020.
No Fugazi.
That's how Star do.
Yeah, that's the EP name, No Fugazi. Watch out, EXO.
And the producer is here too. This is the guy that actually produced the song. They all work hand in hand. This is Trent, the baddest producer, the illest.
Yeah, watch out 2020, coming fire.
Tell them that you promised to give me another new beat.
Yeah, we're working on like
and
so many songs.
No, say it later, yeah.
No, he's going to pay for it.
Okay, that was Trent. And this is EXO.
Notice.
And we also have the drone guy here. Excuse me. This is the drone pilot. Yeah, he looks like Burna Boy, you know. But he's a drone pilot. We have a lot of space upstairs. This is like a 5-story building. We'll go on the roof, and this drone man. What's your name again?
Amy Fresh.
Okay.
Drone pilot.
Yes, we hope you are a good pilot.
Yeah, sure. You I kill it.
Okay. The making of the video Notice by Zaki Aze featuring EXO. Is it Excel or EXO?
EXO.
Why did you say Excel
No, I
now?
said EXO.
Are you mistaking your
I'm trying to
name?
pull swagger.
Okay, guys. Peace. Let's go there. Take notice.
Sounds so amazing.
For my people, take notice. Haka. Zaki Aze. Okay. Zaki Aze. Song title, Notice. Watch out for this song. It's coming out soon. As directed by Matt Max. Let's go there. Many people will vex on me. I don't tire to make more enemies. When you're alone, I struggle to make more money. Pour me anointing water. Anointing water. Agaba. Yes, we're still on the set of Zaki Aze, and we've been working. We started 8 a.m. I've lost count of how the scenes, but this is another scene. You can see a lot of people gathered here, and a top international model, Avatar. I don't want to mention the name of these guys. The director is here. Sorry, we have to leave. We're just going to continue, and I'm sure we'll come out. At the end of the day, you like what you see. Keep your fingers crossed. Notice. The song is Notice. Go out there, get the song, get the video, vote for the video. This is for the Headies Award, obviously. Hakka. Okay, rolling. Something up. People may be talking my matter. Something up is hanging about you. When I enter the show, I just got take notice.
Sounds so amazing.
For my people, take notice. Haka. Zaki Aze. Zaki everywhere. Zaki everywhere. People they be talking my matter. Some say I be sunny abacha. When I enter the show, I just scatter. Oh yeah, still on the video shoot. It's been 8 hours now running. We've had different scenes, and as you can see, this is not even her first scene. This is Miss Hot Legs Nigeria, and we are proud to have her on the scene. She's done her first scene. She's about to go for the next scene. We still have Avatar here too, and we are making progress. Maybe by tomorrow morning, say like 4 a.m., 5 a.m., we should be done with this video shoot. The song is Notice. Make sure you get a copy once it's out. Make sure you patronize this song. It has a lot of messages. Notice. Well, let me not let the cat out of the bag. Let me hear what the Queen has to say about Notice. How do you feel being here?
I feel so good. It's been nice. I've met people. I've learned a lot. It's so good to be here. I feel so nice to be here.
Hey, she feels so nice to be here. Okay, we're not going to ask her to Zanku on set because the royalty has his own dance. It's just like what Avatar is wearing now. It's royalty, So even if she's going to dance, she will just do boom, boom, boom. No Zanku. Are you stressed?
I'm not.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But I heard you were crying backstage.
No, I'm not. I'm fine. Well, it's nice to be here. My name is Avatar, super model, international model. And we are here at Noti's video shoots by Zaki Aze. And I'm so glad I'm part of the model on set. So you guys should just relax. Follow the YouTube, patronize the song, get your video. It's awesome.
Thank you. Patronize me. I want blue. Thank you very much. Let's go right now and see what's going on. A lot of things are happening downstairs. She's going for her second scene. Avatar is also going for her own. And we'll keep you posted. All right. See you. Let's go there.
This sounds so amazing.
For my people, take notice. Haka Zaki Aze. Zaki everywhere. Zaki everywhere. People they be talking my matter. Some say I be Sani Abacha. When I enter the show I just scatter. Money everywhere. All my people they hail me. Don't get time for thinking it, nana. Everything because I know Jesus. Abuna chicken gida. Agaba idu. Agaba. Abuna chicken gida. Agaba. Water, pour me anointing water, pour me anointing water, anointing water. Okay, finally. It's very late right now. We started very early this morning and somehow it's a wrap. We've come to the conclusion of the shoots of the song Notice by Zaki Adze. It was a wonderful shoot. The director did very well. The models did very well. Everybody's happy, and we are happy. You can see everybody's tired. See? This one has been crying backstage. And these two here were the most troublesome on set. Yeah, so far. These ones were very hardworking. Plus that one, very hardworking. That's Exodia. This is Exo here, doing what he knows how to do best.
Yeah, my daddy.
Yes, he's the most. Anyway, Abarkaza Agashita. Yeah, and that's Tadia. Tay, my sister, who is in charge of arrangements. She did only one scene, the party scene, but everything you see here, plus the food, plus everything, she's in charge. Logistics, yeah, she's Madam Logistics. And my daughter Zara here did so well. She did more than we expected. Yeah, she's trying to beat me in the game, but she has more work to do.
Take
notice.
This sounds so amazing.
For my people, take notice. Haka. Zaki Adze. Zaki everywhere. Zaki everywhere. People they be talking my matter. Some say I be Sani Abacha. When I enter the show, I just scatter. Money everywhere. All my people they hail me. Don't get time for thinking it, nana. The reason because I know Jesus. Abuna chicken gida. Agaba idu. Agaba. Abuna chicken gida. Agaba idu. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. Many people where they vex for me, them go they love me. I don't tire to make more enemies, them go they love me. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. I dey struggle to make more money, them go they love me. Inna zamuje dunia. Inaza muje haka dunia. People never to make money. Me and they jolly they throw party. See I don't become a born again. Morning afternoon I just they pray. Holy anointing water. Pour me anointing water. Pour me anointing water. Oh. Pour me anointing water. Anointing water. Agaba idu. Abuna chicken gida. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. Many people where they vex for me, them go they love me. I don't tire to make more enemies, them go they love me. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. I dey struggle to make more money, them go they love me.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n pariwo, all the money I could I see Olúwa show me oh. All these bad enemies they no fit to catch me oh. Now only talk where them go talk and no fit spoil my own oh. Spoil my own oh. I like it the life where I'm living. And all of my guys they be balling. Agaba oh, I'm spending my dollar oh, $1 million oh.
When yo Allah na, them go they love me. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. Many people where they vex for me, them go they love me. I don't tire to make more enemies, them go they love me.
This country needs unity. We need peace.
I'm all for renegotiating the terms of our coexistence. We have to renegotiate it.
The youth have been misguided, unfortunately. You know,
I like my country. I like the land and people.
Hey, look, I have 40% shares in this company. So if I had known that you...
Judges are either corrupted or they are afraid of giving judgment.
There's no stopping us. No stopping.
But government requires more revenue to make sure that these initiatives...
Give us a better Nigeria! Give us a better...
Youth are the vehicles of change. The youth are the answer.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
On Plus TV News now. Labour Party crisis deepens as Deputy National Chairman declares self as party's chairman. Nigerian Army places officers on red alert over affair of IPOB's onslaught in Southeast. Academic Staff Union of Polytechnic threatens nationwide shutdown over salary debts. And U.S. Britain walk out on the United Nations over Russia's war crimes. Good evening, I'm Olamide Adeyemi, and this is the news now. The Deputy National Chairman of the Labour Party, Lamidi Apapa, has declared himself as the chairman of the party. This came after the National Chairman of the party, Julius Abure, alleged that thugs aided by police officers invaded the party's headquarters in Abuja and caused damage to the property. However, Abure blamed the alleged thug invasion on the All Progressive Congress.
Now, the Labour Party office is under attack. All the doors at the national headquarters have been broken and they have entered the office, purportedly trying to hold a meeting in the office. That meeting is not authorized by me, it's not authorized by the National Working Committee. The Labour Party is under serious attack, personally and individually, because of the case we have against the APC in courts. All of this blackmail, all of this attack is tailored towards destroying the mandate that has been freely given to us by Nigerians. Nigerians must rise to the occasion, defend their country, defend democracy, and defend the Labour Party.
Speaking with reporters, Apapa said he has taken over the affairs of the party following a court order restraining Abure from parading himself as chairman of the party. Apapa said Saleh Lawan will now act as the national secretary of the party.
The national chairman of our party and 4 other officers were restrained by Abuja High Court not to parade themselves as officers of the party. This is based on allegation of perjury, forgery, and so on and so forth. And because of that, this National Working Committee emergency meeting is taking place. Because in an occasion like this, there is no room for vacuum. And therefore, this National Working Committee meeting has graciously appointed me as the acting national chairman of the party, while Alhaji Saleh has been appointed as the acting secretary of the party.
Meanwhile, the All Progressive Congress APC chapter in Rivers State has refuted and disputed claims that its state chairman, Emeka Beke, was suspended by a faction of the party in the state. This came just hours after Beke, Inyanyuchukwu Azubuike, the state legal advisor, and Darlington Uwauju, the state publicity secretary, were all suspended by the party's state executive council on Wednesday. The party's state executive committee, led by Chike Enyida, announced their suspension at a media briefing in Port Harcourt, blaming them for the party's poor performance in the 2023 elections in the state.
These leaders, which include the party state chairman, Chief Emeka Beke, and the legal advisor, Mr. Inyanyuchukwu Azubuike, under the overall leaders of Right Honorable Rotimi Chibuike Amechi, have since 2021 held this party on her knees in Rivers State and have been responsible for the mass exodus of the members of the party into another party, as well as the failure experienced by the party in the just concluded general election in Rivers State. We, the members of the State Executive Committee, therefore resolve as follows. 1. That Chief Emeka Beke, the chairman of All Progressive Congress in Rivers State, is hereby suspended indefinitely. For anti-party activities, gross misconduct, and financial mismanagement.
However, Beke and 16 other members of the executive committee refuted the claims in a press briefing at the party state secretariat in Port Harcourt.
If you understand what is happening to the party, distraction, that's what they want to do, nothing more. If you watch in the last couple of the PDP has been there in the front of INEC, they said they will be there till Friday. That's the last day we're going to file our case in the tribunal. But it's going to be shocking to them that we're going to file our case in the tribunal.
The allegation against our leader, the former transportation minister and former governor of Rivers State, the Right Honorable Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, is preposterous to say the least. Because prior to the general elections, there was no event, there was no meeting, there was nothing of sorts where our leader directed any member of the either the state working committee or the state executive committee of the APC to vote against our party, the APC. The state working committee of the party does not even have powers to suspend any member of the party. The state working committee under Article 21 of the 2022 Constitution of the party as amended only enshrines, only gives room for the state working committee to recommend.
Meanwhile, the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, says Rivers State made the right choice by voting Bola Tinubu during the presidential election. Tinubu won Rivers amid the face-off between Governor Nyesom Wike and the national leadership. El-Rufai, who was in Rivers to inaugurate some road projects constructed, commended Wike for providing the leadership which made Tinubu's victory in the state possible.
I'm happy that I came after the elections so that no political connotations will be attributed to this visit. The elections are over, and as elected leaders, it's our duty to now serve the people. I want, on behalf of our presidential candidate and our party, to thank you and the good people of Rivers State for making the right choice in voting for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It is the first time since the Fourth Republic started in 1999 that PDP was unable to get 25% in Rivers State. It shows that the people of Rivers can differentiate and they know when to vote for quality, and they voted quality over political sentiments. We want to thank you for providing that leadership, Governor Wike. This country belongs to all of us, and we have a duty to do all that it takes to make Nigeria an egalitarian, progressive, and prosperous society.
In his remark, Wike appreciated El-Rufai and other northern APC governors who backed zoning of power to the south when it mattered most.
The president of the south. I don't want to say who voted for it. The result shows. I don't know who took first, I don't know who took second. But it's important that the people of the state supported for the southern president. So I want to commend you and thank you. When it mattered most in this country, when Nigerians were talking about unity, how this country be united and progressive, people like you came out boldly and spoke out that for the unity of this country, it's really important that the presidency, having stayed in the north for 8 years, should move to the south. You stood firm. You are not personal about it, but what you are talking about is the interest of Nigeria.
Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has tasked the incoming administration to do everything possible to end ethnic divisions caused by the general elections. Obasanjo said the soon-to-be inaugurated government must work hard to facilitate national moral rearmament and reconciliation. Obasanjo also noted that he was too old to keep quiet with the challenges facing the country and will continue to speak.
Given what we saw during the elections, Nigeria is now even more divided and more corroded than we thought. This places a deep onus on any administration following the current one to urgently facilitate the process of national moral rearmament and national reconciliation that the potential to enhance healing for aggrieved and bereaved persons across Nigeria and to assuage the youth. This must be done in sync with the imperative of national value reorientation that Nigeria requires to build a collective sense of enduring and noble values and national belonging.
The Council of Elders of Ohanaeze Ndigbo worldwide has called on the President Muhammad Buhari to bring to book all those who played remote and immediate roles in the killing, maiming and destruction of Igbo properties in Lagos State. Condemning the profiling of Igbos, especially in Lagos and other parts of Nigeria, the council reminded authorities that the current events were a similar incident that triggered the 30-month civil war that claimed the lives of millions of Nigerians. The elders directed Ohanaeze Ndigbo in collaboration with the council to set up a committee of inquiry to carry out a full investigation into the killings and destructions of properties and assets of Ndigbo in Lagos. The Nigerian Army has placed its officers on red alert over fears of an imminent onslaught by the proscribed Igbo separatist group, the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. According to a memo, the Army authorities say they uncovered a plan by the group to ambush security operatives in the southeast region of the country. The Army warned its men against the inflammatory remarks in the public spaces, remain vigilant and carry their rifles while on guard duty. The memo also warned the soldiers to resist from wearing their uniforms outside of the barracks. The current outgoing spokesperson of the Ninth House of Representatives, Honorable Benjamin Kalu, has thrown his heart into the ring for the speakership race of the 10th Legislative House. He says he's more than ready and properly equipped to occupy the converted seat presently occupied by Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, who has held sway since 2019. Honorable Kalu says Nigerians need a diversity-sensitive leader who understands the different sentiments of the people of the country and also use it to build a great country where everyone will have a sense of belonging.
The energy of the new people coming on board is that energy that says we want to see freshness in governance, and that is what I'm bringing on board. Transformative legislative interventions, that is based on innovations. And it is only people like us who have been equipped that will be able to bridge that.
Speaking for the lawmaker said for 40 years, the southeastern part of the country has not produced a speaker since the tenure of Honorable Edwin Umezoke. As such, now it's time for the southeast, and he's prepared to lead his colleagues.
From 1983 to date, we're talking about 40 years of my people not sitting on that seat. The question is why? Is it that we don't have competent people? Is it that there's no capacity to be there? And it is high time we, introduce our capacity to Nigerians, our competence to Nigerians, that 40 years, 4 decades was long enough for us to hold the gavel for the House of Representatives. We know we will do well when we occupy that position because of what we are thinking of bringing on board that will strengthen our democracy, knowing that this is the fulcrum of our democracy.
Over 7 aspirants have so far emerged for the number 1 seat in the Green Chamber in the past weeks, but as it often said, only one will finally wear the crown from the lot. Moving on, as the race for the 10th National Assembly leadership of Red and Green Chambers continue to heighten, group under the auspices of Arewa Young Professionals in Politics has called on the leadership of the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, to consider zoning Senate presidency to the Southeast and speakership to the Northwest for political inclusion and national cohesion. The group said it's imperative to distribute power fairly to foster a sense of belonging for every region and religion, and to also prevent any divisive tension that could undermine the government's effectiveness. Addressing a press conference at the Arewa House in Kaduna, the convener of the group, Malam Yusuf Moke, says for national peace and unity, each region must be carried along.
As the Arewa Young Professionals in Politics, we are urging the APC leadership and the President-elect to carefully consider the need for political inclusion in the 2023 power equation. We call on them to 1. Zone the Senate presidency to southeastern part of Nigeria for political inclusion. 2. Zone the speakership to the northwestern part of Nigeria for political compensation, being it that the Northwest Zone gave the highest vote to the APC government. 3. Ensure that the leadership of the National Assembly projects our religious diversity for national cohesion. These steps will go a long way in promoting unity and national integration. We implore the APC leadership and the President-elect to employ wisdom in making these decisions.
They added that the Northwest contributed massive vote for the emergence of the APC president-elect and should be compensated with the Speaker of the House of Representatives position.
The president from the Northwest, so why still giving us the Senate president? Let's give it to other regions for them to also be part of it. One of APC is from the North Central, so it's just a replication of history and the structure that we've had before. So there is no, I don't think there's a problem about that. And if we have the speaker from the Northwest, it will be enough compensation for the people of Northwest. Then if you want to also press further, you will notice that the Kano state is not an APC state. And some people will argue that why should you give them a Senate president? While we have a Kaduna state and some other few states that are APC states, why wouldn't you give them Speaker of the National Assembly? So these are part of the reasons why we are arguing and agitating that the speakership should be zoned to the Northwest, and we should look at the people that are contesting for this position from states that are APC states.
The national chairman of the ruling All Progressive Congress, Abdullahi Adamu, has lamented the party's loss in the March 18th governorship election in Kano State as a painful experience which was caused by selfish politicians. Adamu, who made his feelings known in an interview on Wednesday, said the party will identify the culprits and dish out appropriate sanctions at the right time. Adamu also went on to blame those he claimed refused to do what they were told for the loss of the state to the New Nigeria People's Party, and said when the election noise dies down, the party will take action against the erring members. Meanwhile, in Adamawa State, Chairman of Inter-Party Advisory Council IPAC has passed a vote of no confidence on the resident electoral commissioner in the state, Yunusa Hudu, ahead of the April 15th rerun election. Addressing a press conference in Yola, the state chairman of the advisory council, Bello Babajo, said the RAC was incompetent and had already taken sides with candidates of a political party ahead of the poll.
Number one, I will start with saying the commissioner of INEC, Adamawa State, is not competent. We need him to be changed because I overheard him saying there is a threat going around him that the CP tell him that he cannot guarantee his safety in Adamawa State. I want to use this opportunity to tell Adamawa citizens and Nigeria that is a lie. The commissioner of police, the first day that he was on seat, he invited us. We sat down with him. After the introduction, he told us that he is here for peace and he is ready to work. No night, no day, nothing. Anytime he's at work. So, and we have been seeing all the best work he has been doing, and we want to say thank you to him, and we want to tell him that we are in support of him and the entire Nigerian police force.
The Bauchi State's Governor Bala Mohammed has set up an inter-government transition committee ahead of his inauguration for his second term in office on May 29th. Mohammed said although there should not have been a need for the committee, he however acknowledged that the new cabinet will emerge to run the ministries, departments and agencies. He asked his commissioners, heads of agencies and other appointees to write their handover notes.
The terms of reference of the committee are as follows: to examine the roadmap of my Bauchi project and its level of implementation so far. 2. Suggest ways and means for continuity of my Bauchi project, especially new areas of funding up to 2027. 3. Propose major projects to be executed within the following periods. First 100 days in office, first 1 year in office, and 4 years in office. 4. To make any recommendation or recommendations that will accelerate development of the state. 5. To suggest the way forward towards addressing the lingering issue of gratuity. 6. To make any recommendation on the security situation in the state. 7. To make any recommendation incidental to the committee's assignment which will be beneficial to the people and government of both states. I would like to call on members of the technical committee to bring their wells of knowledge and experience into play in the discharge of their very important assignment. We have a duty to take both steps to a greater height so that we can be proud of it tomorrow. We want to leave legacies and landmarks.
And in Benue, the governor-elect Hyacinth Alia has said President Buhari has done so much for Nigeria. Speaking with the State House correspondent after a courtesy visit to the president on Wednesday, Alia commended Buhari for not interfering with the general election. Alia, who is a Reverend Father, was elected governor in Benue State after polling 473,933 votes to defeat Titus Uba, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, who polled 223,913 votes. On his plans as governor, Alia promised to revamp Benue's civil service, which, according to him, is currently an intensive care unit. The Reverend Father also said despite its potentials, the state is faced with many challenges. Alia added that his administration will hit the ground running immediately after his swearing in on the 29th of May to make life better for residents of the state. Meanwhile, Katrina Olanga, the outgoing United Kingdom High Commissioner to Nigeria, has officially said a goodbye to the President Muhammadu Buhari. Speaking at a meeting with the President at the Aso Rock Villa on Wednesday, Loic said she had a fabulous time in Nigeria, adding that she was fascinated by the music, dance and culture she experienced. Loic, who has spent 4.5 years as High Commissioner, commended Buhari for holding the country together. On his part, the president said the United Kingdom is a second home for many Nigerians, and relations between the two countries will continue to work strong. The Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics has threatened to embark on a nationwide strike over their unpaid salaries and allowances of several months. In a statement issued by the president of the union, Anderson Ezebe, the Polytechnic Union wants state governments owing lecturers to pay or face industrial action. The union also vowed to ensure that all members owed by the government are paid before the expiration of the administrations on the 29th of May. Ezebe also noted that Abia State was owing lecturers' salaries for over 40 months. Other states that have refused to honor their obligations include Plateau State, Osun State, Benue, Edo State, and Ondo State.
Some state governments have continued to play with the livelihoods of staff of polytechnics in their respective states. Abia State Polytechnic Aba, as always, has been the poster of such level of dereliction of duty by owners of state institutions in the country. Our members in Abia State Polytechnic Aba are owed for over 40 months. Other state governments that are culpable include Plateau State Government, Osun State Government, Benue State Government, Edo State Government, and Ondo State Government. Our members are owed backlogs of their emoluments in these states as mentioned. Similarly, our union's check-off dues are withheld by the Sokoto and Ogun State governments. Even with the gradual winding down of most of these governors, their administrations, they are yet to fulfill their obligations to staff of these institutions, and we think sincerely that this is a very sad commentary in the dispensation of good governance in Nigeria. So our union commenced renegotiation of its 2010 agreement with the since 2017. This is not good for industrial relations in our country, and of course it violates every known tenet of collective bargaining principles.
The Federal High Court in Lagos has set aside the ex-parte interim order made against the Seplat Energy's Chief Executive Officer, Roger Brown. The court had restricted Brown from managing the affairs of Seplat's CEO, relieving him of his duties for weeks. Brown was ordered to vacate his position after 5 stakeholders of Seplat accused him of racism and maltreating Nigerian employees of the company. Although Brown and Seplat denied the allegations, he was temporarily replaced with the firm's chief operating officer, Samson Ezugwori. The case has been adjourned to May 16, 2023 for further hearing. And as airlines continue to experience delays over the scarcity of aviation fuel, petroleum marketers are being denied access to fuel airplanes at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport in Abuja by the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria. According to the Chief Commercial Officer, Green Africa, Obi Mbanuzo, FAAN is restricting the marketers' access because they failed to comply with its impromptu 100% increment in apparent pass charges. This is no statement yet from the association on the matter. And there has also been an increased awareness creation for farming in Benue State to augment flood disaster and increase productivity in the food basket of the nation. Our correspondent Francis Stars report focuses on the state of irrigation farming in Benue State. The report.
A visit to River Benue Bank shows its underutilization by prospective farmers in the state, though some farmers were seen working to keep the crops up for production. One of the farmers explained the benefit as well as the challenges of the farmers in this season.
Taki, magani da injin da zamu sa ruwa. Kuma mukan samu matsalar kwarirrika a wannan musamman a watan zuwa watan hudu. Amma da farko zamu yi aikin mu lafiya lau. Amma wannan watan suka kama mukan samu damuwa. Dan wani ma har ya kai ga kamar ma ba zai iya noma amfanin ba. Inda an ka lura yanzu za ka ga wani duk masara ka shuka saboda a lokacin ya gagarin.
The low level of irrigation farming in the state is blamed on poor awareness sensitivity and cultural stereotypes of the Benue rural farmers.
There's no awareness like that to farmers. And our tea people, if you go to interior villages, they go to farm from morning to evening. So if there is no rain again, they concentrate on the rainy. There are some crops that you will do and harvest during dry season. So for them to continue with it, they will not have that vibe because they have not gone into it.
Most lands at the back of the rivers are owned by people who don't engage into farming at all. The areas are occupied already. There's no point in getting there. Most farmers who might even have intention to go there, they might end up not getting a piece of land to farm. Except if government can revisit by way of saying, identifying those who own the land and those who are willing to farm.
According to agricultural experts, the climate change calls for more engagement like irrigation farming.
You know, what this country has done is, should I say, a lot. Benue has been ignored despite the potentials. The irrigation facilities are nearly absent here in Benue. There are none. Despite the availability of two key rivers in Nigeria here in Benue, you have the presence of River Benue, River Katsina, and several of their tributaries and other water bodies that are capable of supporting irrigation farming during the dry season. Unfortunately for us, the incentives to go into irrigation farming is not here.
The crops on the farms are mostly vegetables and corn cultivated in small clusters. This is grossly inadequate to meet up the rising demand, as there is growing need for the government to intervene to boost production. The governor-elect for Benue State stated that his government will prioritize irrigation farming to increase yields as a means for employment and revenue generation.
Stakeholders in the agricultural sector are calling for serious control and regulation of hazardous pesticides used by farmers on their farmlands. According to them, these chemicals found in many of these pesticides have long-lasting effects on crops and are indirectly consumed by citizens.
When you start to use chemical pesticides, at first the idea is to cut down pests, and when it cuts down pests, you could get more yield. But this happens just in the short term. In the long run, the chemicals that we apply on the crops go back into the soil. It kills the microbes in the soil. So when it kills the microbes in the soil, your soil loses retention, your soil loses nutrients, your soil loses organisms that make your plants grow better. So what it means is you have environmental issues. At the end of the day, you have soil fertility issues, so you have to spend more money on fertilizers. You have to start looking for more irrigation to put waters on your farm, and then of course a lot of these chemicals, the recent research, a global campaign have showed us that a lot of these pesticides, especially those that are highly hazardous pesticides, especially those that are extremely hazardous pesticides, a lot of these pesticides are already banned in Europe.
We are talking to government. Since these products have been banned in Europe or in the US, they should also be banned in Nigeria. We know that we used to do farming without, this pesticide. Our parents used it. They used to do without pesticide, and they were producing food. Government should come up with alternative, sustainable way of, controlling weed and pests instead of using this hazardous, harmful pesticide that have actually brought a lot of problems to the entire country.
Farmers are adversely affected in terms of pesticide poisoning when they use this pesticides without wearing the personal protective equipment, and sometimes even when they wear those equipments. And also we have the pesticides running off to contaminate water, drinking water sources, and water that is used for other functions. And so we have people coming down with several illnesses, cancers, immune disorders, infertility issues, that were not at the rate at which we have them today.
If we are going to tackle the issue of pesticides in agriculture, we need to come together as regulatory agencies and probably, like we canvassed before, have a pesticide control council where we bring together all these agencies in one room for the purpose of regulating the pesticide industry.
Still ahead, U.S. Britain walk out on United Nations over Russia's war crimes. Stay with us. And to other parts of Africa, the Chadian government has announced an unconstitutional pardon for over 380 rebels who were sentenced to life imprisonment over the death of former President Idris Deby. Deby was killed in 2021 after leading the country's military to the front line to fight rebels from the Front for Change and Concord in Chad. In March, more than 400 rebels were tried and sentenced in a mass trial for acts of terrorism, recruitment of child soldiers, and assault on the heads of state. But in a nationwide broadcast on Wednesday, new President Mohamed Idris Deby, the former president's son who took over power following the death of his father, announced a pardon and ordered that the rebels be released from prison. The pardon did not, however, apply to the rebel leader Mohammed Mahdi Ali, who is still on the run. Meanwhile, a female politician and spokeswoman of Zimbabwe's main opposition party, Citizens Coalition for Change, Vadzai Mahere, were on Wednesday charged to court and fined $500 for allegedly spreading false information on Twitter. Mahere, a prominent lawyer and leader of the CCC, which is challenging the President Emerson in this year's election, was arrested 2 years ago after posting a video where a police officer was seen fatally striking a baby with a baton when in fact the child was alive and not injured. While delivering judgment, the judge said Mahere had undermined the authority of the police and should have verified the information before posting it on social media. The prosecution had called for a jail term, but the judge disagreed and decided to file Mahere because the controversial law under which she was convicted no longer exists in the country. And outside Africa, a rocket fired from Lebanon into Israeli territory was successfully intercepted, according to Israeli military. Two Lebanese security sources said there was two rocket attacks from southern Lebanon, and shortly afterwards, a burst of artillery fire hit southern Lebanon. The reports come at a time of heightened tension following Israeli raids on Al-Aqsa Mosque compound in Jerusalem this week. and the United States, Britain, Albania, and Malta walked out on Russia's envoy for children's rights, whom the International Criminal Court wants to arrest on war crime charges, as she spoke by video to the UN Security Council members on Wednesday. Britain and the United States blocked the informal meeting on Ukraine convened by Russia to focus on evacuating children from conflict zone from being webcast by the United Nations. The diplomats left the UN conference room where the discussion was being held as Russian Commissioner Maria Belova spoke. The U.S. ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, told reporters that the United States joined Britain in blocking the webcast, so Belova did not have an international podium to spread disinformation and try to defend the horrible actions that are taking place in Ukraine.
Take the opportunity again to say, as Russia takes on the presidency of the Security Council, we will use every opportunity to push back on their using their perch in the chair to spread disinformation and to use their chair to push support of their efforts. So it's for that reason today that we have opposed their ARIA formula briefer, a woman who has been charged with war crimes, who has been involved in deporting and removal of children from their homes to Russia. And we strongly are opposed to that, and that's why we've joined the UK in blocking UN Web from being used to allow her to have an international podium to spread disinformation and to try to defend her horrible actions that are taking place in Ukraine.
Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron has urged China's President Xi Jinping to reason with Russian help bring an end to the war in Ukraine, as the two held the first of a series of high-level meetings in Beijing. Macron told reporters that Europe must resist reducing trade and diplomatic ties with Beijing, who is at odds with the West over issues including Taiwan, sensitive technologies, and China's close ties with Russia. Macron, traveling with a 50-strong business delegation, including Airbus, luxury giant and nuclear energy producer EDF, is also expected to announce deals in China. Up next, federal government borrows $800 million for post-petroleum subsidy palliative. That's some business news after the short break.
And now in business news. Senate on Wednesday indicted Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited for poor record keeping for crude oil deliveries to Warri Refinery and Petrochemical Company and Kaduna Refinery and Petrochemical Company worth 102.6 billion naira. The indictment stemmed from the 2016 Auditor General report submitted and presented by Senator Matthew Orogide, which was upheld by the Senate chamber during the plenary session. Some of the 35 other indicted agencies are the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, National Population Commission, National Agency for the Control of AIDS, FCT Area Council Service Commission, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Justice, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, and more. The Senate therefore upheld the recommendation of AIDS Committee, asking the Group Managing Director of NNPC, Meli Kyari, to ensure specific details of crude delivered to the two refineries for audit. In addition, the Senate upheld the indictment of 37 MDAs for violation of financial procedure in the country. The federal government has secured $800 million from the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development to provide post-petroleum subsidy palliatives for over 50 million Nigerians ahead of June 2023. The Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, revealed this to State House correspondents on Wednesday after this week's Federal Executive Council, chaired by the President, Major General Muhammad Buhari, retired at the Aso Rock Villa, Abuja. According to Ahmed, the $800 million forms the first tranche of palliatives ready to be disbursed to 10 million households in the form of cash. The Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Chris Ngige, had said the incoming administration will bear the brunt of providing palliative measures for millions of Nigerians ahead of the discontinuance of petrol subsidy in June 2023. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, says capital importation into Nigeria declined by 8.53% in the fourth quarter of 2022. This is contained in the agency's new report on capital importation inflows for Q4 in 2022. According to NBS, the total capital imported into the country in the period under review was valued at $1.60 billion, down from $1.16 billion in the preceding quarter. When compared to the fourth quarter of 2021, total capital importation fell by 51.51% from $2.19 billion. Only 5 out of the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory attracted capital investment in Q4 2022, the report said. Lagos recorded $600 million, accounting for 56.63% of the total capital inflow, followed by FCT, Akwa Ibom, Anambra, and Ondo State. The top 3 highest capital importation by country into Nigeria were the United Kingdom, which accounted for 42.92% of the total capital inflow in Q4 2022, South Africa, and United Arab Emirates. Cumulatively, NBS said Nigeria imported capital worth $5.33 billion in 2022, representing a 20.47% decline compared to $6.7 billion recorded in the same period of 2021. The Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, has said the Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kano expressways will be completed by April 30th. The minister gave the assurance at the pre-inspection of the completed Loko Oweto Bridge in Nasarawa State on Wednesday. According to him, only 9 kilometers from KM 17 to 27 of the road will be left out. He said the 9-kilometer stretch would not be completed because the Oyo State government was constructing drainage across the road. According to him, the drainage is necessary as it will help address the issue of excessive flooding and climate change in the state.
And one of the things that this bridge has done, first, is to reduce the travel time. If you are coming from the southeast, for example, and you go through Otuko to link Nasarawa, instead of going through Lafia to Kefi, you can now pass Loko and bust out at Kefi. That reduces your journey time by about 4 hours. Dates that we have now for the completion of the link road, because the bridge itself is finished, as you saw when we went there. That's the second Niger bridge. The link road that will formally open it to traffic, the date we have now is the 15th of May. That's at yesterday. So we are rolling out all the stops to support the contractor to see that that date is achieved. And so a lot of snag resolutions are going to start. Lane marking on the bridge will soon start. Erection of signages, as you have seen on this road, will also soon start. So touch wood, just about 2 weeks before end of term, the president will be invited to the completion, and maybe any day there.
The World Bank has said that the incoming administration in Nigeria will face weak economic growth and policy challenges this year. In its latest Africa's Pulse report for April 2023, published on Wednesday, the bank predicted a 2.8% economic growth for Nigeria in 2023. This new projection is lower than the 2.9% earlier projected in the bank's Global Economic Prospects report that was published in January this year. The World Bank also commented on the CBN's cashless policy, which weighed on economic activities. And that's all for the business news. The main news continues.
And up next is entertainment news.
Nigerian international sensation Rema has performed his global hit single on The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon. The award-winning sensation has been on an ascension in 2023 as he joined Burna Boy, Rema and Tems as the headliners for the Afrobeat-themed NBA All-Star Game. The single has also enjoyed huge commercial acclaim as it is now the most watched Nigerian music video on YouTube, while also surpassing over 1 billion streams across all platforms. With his performance at The Tonight Show, Rema joins Asake as the artists who have performed at primetime shows in 2023. Eminem is still making waves on streaming platforms even after decades in the industry. According to YouTube statistics shared by the popular Twitter page Daily Loud, Eminem is YouTube's most streamed hip-hop star of March 2023. The report noted that the legendary star, whose real name is Marshall Bruce, was sitting at number 1 with 423 million views. Following closely behind Eminem was Grammy award-winning Canadian rapper Drake with 217 million views, and Youngboy was at number 3 with 175 million views. Eminem has been in the game the longest and is regarded among some of the best rappers of our time. Hip-hop mogul Diddy has disclosed that he pays British hitmaker Sting a lump sum of money every day due to not clearing a sample in royalties for sampling the rocker's 71 iconic 1983 single Every Breath You Take on his 1997 single I Will Be Missing You. During the original interview, the former Police frontman said Diddy asked for permission only after the song had been released, but added we are very good friends now. Sting confirmed the rumors after he was asked about the daily payments, with the British rocker replying yeah for the rest of his life. He also praised the tune. It was a beautiful version of that song. I'll Be Missing You was a tribute to iconic New York rapper The Notorious Big, who died at the age of 24 in 1997. With the intense fans battle that has been lingering for years among Nigerian music lovers as to who is a better artist or who is supposedly doing better in the music industry between Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid and the likes, legendary singer, dancer and songwriter of the international group Shelma, Mr. Jeffrey Daniel, paid a visit to our studio. In an interview with Miles on Tea Time, the ace dancer urged fans to quit the comparison and embrace them all, as all Nigerian artists are putting Nigeria on the global map and doing extremely well.
And up next is the very best in sports coming right up.
According to the most recent FIFA rankings, Nigeria's Super Eagles are the 40th greatest national football team in the world and the 6th best in Africa. In March, the men's national team played a double-header friendly against Guinea-Bissau, winning one and losing the other. The Atlas Lions of Morocco are ranked first in Africa after a 2-1 victory over Brazil in March. They are now ranked 11th in the world. According to the rankings, Senegal is the second best team in Africa and the 18th best in the world. Tunisia was ranked 28th in the world and first in Africa. Algeria and Egypt were ranked 34th and 35th in the world, respectively, and 4th and 5th in Africa. During the upcoming FIFA international break, the Super Eagles of Nigeria will have 3 chances to improve their standing when they face Sierra Leone and Sao Tome and Principe in the final 2 AFCON 2023 qualifiers. Russia said on Thursday, April 6th, it hoped what it called unfair and unacceptable sanctions on Russian athletes will be reviewed ahead of the 2024 Paris Olympics. The International Olympic Committee, IOC, has issued recommendations for the gradual return to international competitions for Russian and Belarusian athletes as neutrals, with President Thomas Bach saying their participation works despite Russia's military campaign in Ukraine. The IOC Executive Board's recommendations concern the return of those athletes to international competitions, but not the 2024 Paris Olympics, where a separate decision will be taken at a later date. However, the recommendations triggered angry reactions from countries opposed to Russian and Belarusian participation, as well as from Russia, whose Olympic Committee chief, Stanislav Pozdniakov, called them absolutely unacceptable.
And this is where we bring the news to an end. The main news again. Labour Party crisis deepens as Deputy National Chairman declares self party's chairman. Nigerian Army places officers on red alert over fear of IPOB's onslaught in the southeast. The Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics has threatened nationwide shutdown over salary debts. And US, Britain walk out on the United Nations over Russia's war crimes. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Yes, we are back to bring you the vibes, intellectual conversation, dope narrations, analysis, and dissection on the illest show, streaming live on television, Tea Time. If you get a better deal, don't worry, we're going to switch off our transformers, but trust me, we are not. Yes, and you know I never do the show alone. With me, okay, I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Uime Elijah, and I never do this alone. With me, I have Cookie.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
And yes, the one and only Tabitha.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
I'm good. And today, okay, I'm good. You're feeling hyper.
How was your day like yesterday?
Well, yesterday was fun. I spent time with someone I'm close to, and we had conversations and everything like that. And then today, on my way to work and everything, I was just up and out. I almost cried, but but now
Thank God
I'm fine and I'm ready.
Thank you. How about you?
My day was it was just there yesterday, because I didn't really get to do lot of things, and I was just in the middle. I was just there.
Yeah. Okay.
But I slept very well, yeah, because I've been complaining of sleep since on Monday. I slept very well yesterday.
Yes, we can't do this without you. So join the conversation by calling us on 090-984-984. I'll call that again. 090-9408-9408 to share your opinion on trending discussion. Yes, and we have some videos that caught our attention. Let's look at one.
Put your hand on your knees and balance on your tippy toe. Friend, you know you're something good, girl, bend down low. You know you're the wife, let me see you on a show. Stick out your tongue and let the ice cream cold. Me say, back it up, cock it up and sit down on the cocky. Yeah, me lover, you are ready like a Kawasaki. Me no business if you're not sure could I be a daddy. You are ready something like you want me be your baby daddy. Like girl, let me see you start twerk. You look cute, you're the body in a head. You know you're pretty and you want it.
I'm feeling it.
Man, like, wait, so that is an ice cream truck in Jamaica. Before I buy my own ice cream, dance. I'll dance. I'll break dance. I'm going to dance.
No, I like it. Nigerians, how fun. I already places once. I will buy plenty of that ice cream. I will dance first.
So you're going to show your moves. Okay, so let's look at our second trending videos that caught our attention.
Supersonic, hypnotic, funky, fresh. My niggas don't dance, we just pull up our pants and do the rock away. Now let it back. Drop down and get your eagle on, girl. I bet you want the goodie. Everybody in this bitch get tips.
Drop it like it's hot.
Serving nightlife, lost life without me. Both feds in the state back. When we were younger, you were mine.
I can't relate. As a Gen Z, I can't relate. Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, not old, like at the old.
This is fine wine. This is vintage, guys.
2004.
So you see all those moves. You don't know.
You can't compare those moves to.
But you know what you guys do now is stressful. Hope you know it's stressful.
It's not stressful.
Oh my God,
it is not. You can't compare that move to leg walk.
So wait, do you know that you do? Why must you do your face like a baboon?
No.
Like why?
So what are you trying to say? Look at that one. Look at the guy who was jumping.
For example, we have a legend yesterday. Smooth moves. Like even the way he was even, analyzing some things, he was still giving the I was just feeling it. So it's effortless. All that thing. Okay. That is what the foundation, the father, the Abraham of dance. So whatever you guys are doing now is as a result of the foundation.
No,
but
anyways. Clicks. I still stand with the Gen Z dance. Please, you can't compare.
You say the funniest thing now.
compare.
Sorry, before we move to our next video, oh yeah, give me one Gen Z dance that you will not be doing. Okay, we're moving on to the next video now.
This one, like this. Zazu.
What's that? What's this now?
No. Then
that's Buga.
This is Buga.
Buga is very easy.
Buga is very easy to do your hand like this.
Why don't you do your hand? What are you doing? Are you a biker? Are you a biker? What are you doing?
Then there's another one. There's this one that Coco always like. That's her dance.
Yeah.
Anytime you see Coco dance, is like.
That's that.
Yes, now.
What are you? What are you doing?
Guys, going away.
Okay, so let's see the next videos that caught our attention.
Túndé, báwo ni? Ṣàlàáfíà ni? Gbogbo ilé ńkọ́? Mọ́mì ńkọ́? Àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n ńkọ́? Àtàwọn àbúrò? Ayé alóyin, ayé aláyọ̀, ò ní ṣubú dànù. Báńkì gbogbo ilé o. Láyọ̀, kò ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ o. Ó dàbọ̀. Lu apọn ilé. Èmi kọ́ ló pa o. Bàbá gbàjẹ́. Túndé, báwo ni? Ṣàlàáfíà ni? Mọ́mì ńkọ́? Gbogbo ilé? Ẹ̀kọ́? Pẹ̀lẹ́, ṣó ń ṣe jẹ́jẹ́? Ó ṣe jẹgbọ́n mọ́? Adúpẹ́. Báńkì gbogbo ilé? Kó rọra máa ṣe. Pẹ̀lẹ́, láyọ̀ o. Lágbára lọ. Túndé, báwo? Ṣàlàáfíà ni? Gbogbo ilé ńkọ́? Ẹ̀kọ́ ńkọ́? Ṣó ń ṣe dáadáa? Ó ṣe jẹgbọ́n? Máa tẹríba fágbà o. Ọjọ́ àdálẹ́ kò ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Ó dàbọ̀. Olúwa wa. Túndé, ó kí mi náà nìyẹn o. Ó ti kí mi àbí? Gbogbo ilé ńkọ́? Ìyẹn ọmọ ọ̀sìn. Mọ́mì ńkọ́? Dáàdì ńkọ́? Olúwa pọ́n ilé. Máa ṣe jẹ́jẹ́. Bọ̀wọ̀ fágbà o.
Mo ní pẹ́ dé mò ń bọ̀ bàbá.
Ok, láyọ̀.
Abẹ́kàrọ̀.
Túndé, ó nọ̀rọ̀, ó kí mi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo kí ní ẹkùn dé.
Ọ̀gá, ojú egbò ti ń tẹ̀lẹ̀.
Mi ò légbò bàbá, mo ní kí ní orí ṣùgbọ́n. Bọ̀ mo ń bọ̀, màá tó dé bàbá.
Àwọn ọmọ ọ̀sìn ó lágbára. Gbogbo ogun ni ó bá mi. Gbogbo ogun.
Bàbá o, ó yá filẹ̀ fún bàbá. Ẹ sì wà lórí ìjókòó.
Kí ló ṣe ẹ́?
Mo ń bọ̀ bàbá.
Dúró, kí ni tó ṣe ń sìn?
Mo kí ni pé ó yá tuwálé bàbá.
Ó ń kí èmi. Bó o ṣe máa kí èmi rè. Bó o ṣe máa.
Bàbá mo.
Bàbá tuwálé.
I think that's a Gen Z thing.
What do you mean? Why are you hating on Gen Z?
Why?
Because people are the one that don't have respect for somebody.
Who said we don't have respect? We do.
We have respect, but
we were those, the 1980, that were showing, you go all the way. Because till now, me, even when I'm greeting people, whether you're older than me, so long as I just.
So do you want to still tell me that when you're greeting your parents at home, you still bow, like you still
down and stuff?
Wait, let me explain that. It's depends on how you wake up. You understand? It's depends on how you wake up.
You see now.
No, it's not like God has complained one time that come. You say good boy, but I cannot hear. I can't hear anything. Did you say good boy? What's that?
I mean, from that video, you can see that things are changing.
Yeah.
The way things were done in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s, I mean, you can't compare it to now. And let's even bring it down to technology.
Okay.
Now we have phones like we have different amazing phones and all, but back then we do not even have all these things. So I mean, from the video you can see that everybody say respect. Yes, the respect to be there, but I mean, you don't expect people nowadays to come and kneel down and be bowing and be
you know what,
or prostrate for you.
Your mommy I remember my mom told me that while growing up, the way they live in villages. So and the houses, and in villages, it's as if everybody is like one big family. So immediately you are leaving your compound, Eddie probably won't just get something. The next person is outside. You definitely have to greet each and every person good morning. And all these old people with their long prayer. But now things have changed. As you said, people now live like isolation. And you see people in houses with fence. Is it with your family? I'll go to your gas, start knocking, bang, bang, bang.
I know.
It doesn't make sense. But still, that doesn't take away the respect that you have to.
Exactly.
You mentioned the use of technology.
Technology, yes.
I don't really see my parents these days anymore, but like sometimes in the morning call them good morning. That does not take away the respect.
Actually,
just that the old
I don't need to prostrate. I don't need to prostrate to show respect. Yes, I don't need to do that.
So when you meet an elderly person now that is traditionally oriented
that's a problem.
You wait, so we now say it's not because I did not job.
No. So in that case, good morning, mama, or good afternoon.
You're actually going to suggest the respect.
Yes, the respect. You don't need to
my
prostrate.
pastor's wife said something that you should respect people the way they perceive it.
Okay.
Do you understand? So if this elderly man sees that when you greet them, you have to, your knee should just touch. You just need for that moment. It will not cost you anything.
Unless it depends on the situation. Like probably where you met them. Let's say probably you are going for a family function. Definitely, you know that these people are elderly people. You have to kneel down or you have to prostrate. But like on the normal this thing, please.
Okay.
It's okay.
According to Miles. Okay.
According to Miles. Okay. Now moving on to the story of today. Now, Florence Ifeoluwa Otedola, also known as DJ Cuppy, has announced £100 gift under the Cuppy Africa Scholar Fund for African graduate students. Announcing the fund, she shared a picture endorsed by the University of Oxford on her verified Instagram page. A graduate of Oxford University herself, Cuppy said the funds will support future leaders from the continent by enabling them to access the necessary skills, resources, and networks to maximize their impacts. For me, I would say that she did well. Okay. She actually that was really nice. I mean, effort matters. And when I was reading that story, I saw a lot of comments. You can never satisfy everybody. Definitely. People would say their own. People would say this. I saw someone was like, so what is she now trying to insinuate? Do you get like what is she trying to feel like? And for me, my own take on that story is, like I said, she has done really well. But I just feel like £100,000. I mean, how many students are they going to use that money for? It's not going to be more than 2. For me, that is what I feel. That's what I feel like.
Okay.
It's not going to be more than 2. Because £100,000 is not.
Don't say that.
No. Like I don't have the money. I don't have the money. No cap. But I mean, it is not going to. The highest students is actually good, and you know how Oxford University is. You must have money to go to that school, and aside from that, you must be very brilliant, and their intake rate is very, 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 very low. So for one to go to another, that's why I said it will not be more than 2 people that will benefit from such this thing.
But you should look at the efforts.
Yeah.
Now, first of all, because it's DJ
Cuppy.
And then we all know her father to be one of the richest men and everything. So her bringing up the £100,000, people are like, you can do more than that but the efforts there, even if it's 1.5 person that this money will be able to sponsor or will be able to pave way, it is something. They're not even doing anything. They're just sitting down and talking that, go get education. I know a woman that, till now I kind of dislike her. She met a girl where the girl was able to sponsor herself to College of Education. And she kept saying, that is not school. Go to a proper university. Wow. And, this girl will be just say, good morning, man. And the next thing, you're already attacking her education and everything. What do you do about it? Do you understand? So she's making effort. So even if it's 1.5, because her father is rich, we have a lot of rich kids that don't even know how to do good. to people, but she's making effort. She has gained something and want to make way for other people to walk in that same path. So I think it makes a whole lot of sense. Whether she's giving quarter, whether she's giving half, you wait there on that comment section. Wait till you bring. If they say give me, if I ask you for 500, can you bring it?
500 naira.
Let me tell you, it's hard. Today morning I was looking for 500 like this. Nobody give me. Let's leave it. So please.
Anyways, it's a nice one coming from because according to the story, I think there's already an initiative by Oxford University for African students. I think it's called the African Oxford Initiative. So I think she's like collaborating with them. So I just feel like this. I feel like this is a starting point. So subsequently, she's going to increase the money. Though we know Oxford to be one of like the top Ivy Leagues.
Yes.
We really don't know how this money is going to pave the way. Maybe because of they might actually like try to be a little bit stringent with their rules. So let's see how this.
And maybe she's not just even saying everything that comes with it. She's just only saying this is what I'm bringing, but you don't know other side.
Yeah, that's why
benefits.
I said subsequently other things will come along with it.
People
Definitely.
should drink a lot of water
and mind your business. Definitely.
Our blood they hot this one.
I'm ready. This tea is hot.
Bring it on.
Yeah, because the next story is
okay.
Okay.
Let me calm down.